David Rutherford, my best friend. Welcome to the show.
Shawn, my best friend, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Honor is all mine. Honor is all mine. Been a long time coming, man.
It's difficult to quantify that time, isn't it?
Well, lots happened in that time, and, we'll cover most of it. But I just want to say, man, I love you so much, and our lives have been so intertwined since about 2002. Mm-hmm. And, you put me through SQT. We contracted together at CIA. You introduced me to my wife. You married us. We've got a lot of history together, man. We've got a lot of history.
A ton.
And you're just such a huge part in me and my family's lives, and our families have become close. And I love Jonna so much and your girls, and I'm just really thankful that you're here, man.
I appreciate that. It's the feeling is mutual for sure, and in deep ways.
And you're the first guest in the new studio.
Number one.
I was really hoping that would happen. But, and now it's here. So, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. Everybody starts off with an introduction. Dave Rutherford, founder of Froglogic Concepts, a motivational training company with clients like Bank of America, UBS, and Merrill Lynch. You expanded into sports and supported Oregon State Baseball's 2018 College World Series win, and developed a leadership program for the Boston Red Sox in Mookie Betts' MVP quest. Former D1 lacrosse player at Penn State, former Navy SEAL, served 8 years in Naval Special Warfare, including a combat deployment to Afghanistan in 2002. CIA contractor who deployed multiple times to high-threat zones like Afghanistan and Pakistan, author of 2 children's books and 1 adult book on self-confidence, hosted the David Rutherford Show under the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton Network, husband to Jonna, father of 4 teenage girls. You run a charity focused on operator syndrome, and most importantly, you're a devout Christian. And like I said, this is the most personal interview I'll ever do. And once again, it's just a real honor to have you here, to be the first guest in the new studio. But most importantly, man, like I said, I just love you so much, and our lives are so intertwined, and this is going to be big.
I love you too.
Everybody starts out with a gift.
Fired up.
You got any guesses?
Yeah.
What do you got?
Yeah, I want some full-blown THC gummies. I don't want the legal in 50 states. I want the legit ones.
Awesome. Maybe we'll get the legit ones after, but those are the legit Vigilance Elite gummy bears, made in the USA, legal in all 50 states, unfortunately for you. But you can take those on the plane back to Florida, give them to your girls, and
these things are going in my studio right up there, right next to my desk, man.
Right on, man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And I got one other gift for you. I personally picked this one.
Oh my God.
Nobody's gotten this yet.
Oh, dude. Oh, you're kidding me.
That is the Sig Sauer 211 GTO. It's Sig Sauer's 2011. It's been a long time coming, and I love that thing.
The weight is perfect.
9mm, comes with our updated optic.
Oh my God.
21 in the magazine, plus 1 in the pipe, so 22 rounds.
Wow.
Maybe we can break that bad boy in today.
I think we should.
I think we should
definitely. Can we do the upside down one?
We can do whatever you want.
Yeah. This is beautiful. Thank you, man.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
This is absolutely just a phenomenal gift. Yeah. I need this down in Florida because Florida man's down there. So
The Florida man.
This is beautiful. Thank you.
Have you ever been the Florida man?
You know, I've there's been 1 or 2 stories where you could have You could have called me Florida man for sure. Yeah, for sure. Would you mind if I gave you a gift too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love gifts.
All right.
It's my love language.
What for sure. I just sitting in this chair is one, just the magnitude of what you've brought to the industry and what you've brought to so many people in this chair, and what you've given them, and what you have given so many other people, their families and their stories that will live for eternity. And as you said, our lives have been so intertwined that I wanted to give you something that had a representation of that. And so, thank you so much. This piece so my daughter Blair did most of all the pastel work, and then I drew the operator. And up here, this is supposed to be your daughter looking over the horizon where peace is, down into the space where I think all of us are always trying to get, which is to clear out some of that white light that Christ gives us in the midst of hell. And, I remember being in the teams, they always would say, all right, in case of glass, break war, in case of war, break the glass. And so I put a little plaque on the bottom that said, because of war, the soul is broken glass. And our journey has gotten us to this. And I think there's some peace in our lives finally. And it's through our families and through our children and through our faith. And so I want to present this to you, brother.
I love it.
Cool.
I love it.
Man.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. If you notice, he's got a little vigilance, little
I
V
noticed.
tattoo
noticed.
on his arm.
Man, that's really special.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Whose handprints?
That's Blair's. Because it's that touch in the darkness that we're always searching for, that grounding effect of somebody that can get us through that.
Man, I love this.
Yeah, man.
Look damn good here in the studio.
That's what I was hoping you'd say, for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Should we kick it off with a prayer?
I think so.
You want to lead?
No, that's all you, man. This is your house that you built, and I love when you pray over me and with me.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, man.
Jesus, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to interview my best friend. It took a long time for me to talk him into doing this, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and also if I could just ask that whatever comes out of this interview, and it's going to get heavy, I know it will, but we just want to bring hope to the world and show that there's a way out of the downward spiral after you leave service. And we also want it to help even farther than that. We want this to bring hope to kids, adults, anybody that's struggling. There's a lot of struggles that Dave has gone through in his life, and he always finds the way out. And I want to use Dave's journey to show everybody that there's a way out. And so please just be with us during this interview and keep us in line. Make sure we're honoring you and spreading the message. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, brother.
All right, we got one more thing, and then we're getting into it.
Okay.
So I've got a Patreon. You got a Patreon too, don't you?
Dude, yeah.
And so Patreon's been with us since the very beginning. Actually, before the show even started, when we started it in the attic, then we moved to the garage
I remember those days.
in town, and now we're out here in this beautiful studio, and they're the reason that I get to sit here with you, and that we were able to do this. And so it's turned into quite a community, and one of the things I do is I offer them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question. I haven't read this one. The team wouldn't let me read it. So this is from Gregory Lawton. Dave, with all the trouble Shawn has gotten you into over the years, how is it that you remain friends?
Oh, man, that's a great question, Greg. You're a unique person, and that was something that I've always been attracted to. I've always wanted and inspired to surround myself against people that went against the grain or were different. And you've always been that person from the first time I met you, and those wild eyes that you had when you were 19 years old, man. And there's just something different about you. And then when we reconnected in 2010, and just on and on and on. And the closer that you've allowed me to get to you, the more I want to be closer to you. You're the closest thing I have to a brother without being my blood. And so if you were like, hey, let's go, drive these motorcycles through that bar, let's go do this, or let's do that, I'd be like, all right, let's go, and I just, it's easy to be your friend. And it's the hard stuff is wanting to be more in your life, wanting to be with you every day. And, thankfully, we talk regularly, and you listen and you share with me and you help me. And I think when you have that, it's just, you're willing to go to hell and back, or in our case, hopefully we'll get to heaven with each other.
I hope so too, man.
Yeah, man.
Dave, I just want to say thank you, man. And kind of touched on it before when we took our little walk, but when I left, say, contracting, nobody would give me the fucking time of day, man. Nobody would. And I never really understood it. But you were always trying to connect me to people or support what I did. And I just feel like I never gave you the credit or appreciated it to the full capacity of it. And back then, I didn't realize how important connections were and what you were doing. But, as life has moved on, I am very in tune with that. And I know what you were trying to do now. I didn't know at the time, but I did know. I know now. And I just want to say thank you, man.
You're welcome.
So
it's been, like I said, it's just been an honor, watching you grow and watching you become who you are and the impact that you're having on this world. And I just knew it was going to happen. There's just, like I said, there's just something different about you.
a lot of history.
Poof.
Fought together, fought each other several times, introduced me to my wife, married us. You've mentored me, and it's going to be a fucking crazy interview, man.
Yeah, it is.
But so, I want you to think of this as your legacy piece.
Thank you.
Your wife, your daughters, their kids, their kids' kids. This is it.
Yep.
This is your life story.
Thank you.
So we always start off with, where'd you grow up?
Man, I grew up in this beautiful little beach town in southeast Florida called Boca Raton, the mouth of the rat. Yeah.
The mouth
The
of the
mouth
rat.
of the rat. We moved there. I was born in Pompano, and my parents had moved down from Michigan a couple years prior, and born in '72, and they moved to Boca in '73, and it was a dream. It was like, I don't even know, 15, 16, 17,000 people in Boca at the time. You
It
know,
was that small?
yeah, it was teeny.
Boy, how that town has
I'm
changed.
telling you what, there was nothing past military trail, like nothing, and it was wonderful. It was the most idyllic place to grow up, And I mean, I remember by the time I'm 4 or 5 years old, my longest, oldest friend, Richie, we're riding bikes down to the beach and back, and we're going over to Tommaso's Pizzeria and meeting my other friend Mark Palermo over there, and it was just, you just lived on our old BMX bikes, and we played sports at the local community center, and it was amazing. It was really amazing. So it was just a phenomenal place to grow up.
Brothers?
Older brother, Eric. Yeah. Really a special human being. Yeah, just an amazing, amazing guy. He was my idol, my hero. I think he was the person that really pulled out the artist out of me. You don't know if who you are, what talents you have when you're little. And my brother's 5 years older than me, and I just have these vivid memories of sitting around and just drawing with him. And I'd draw my little army men and my X-wing fighters, and he'd draw these cool animals and like lions, and he just had this gift, and it was really special. He was just an amazing, amazing guy for me. Up until a point where kind of his life kind of changed. So,
How about your parents? What do they do?
so my father was an attorney. It's funny, when they graduated Michigan, my mom was pregnant. My dad had a job already, worked at a factory, went to law school. Both at the same time. They had a newborn kid. They were just kids themselves. They're, 22, 21, 22 years old. And, it was either my dad's parents had moved out to California, and my mom's parents had moved to South Florida. And my dad got hired by a firm in LA and hired by a firm in Miami. And my mom was just like, I don't want to go out to California. There's too much going on out there. Some of their friends from college had gone out there and struggled. And so they moved to Florida. And, my dad was in the grind. He was a new hire. And so when they decided to leave that and move to Boca, my dad, with a few other guys, started his own little law firm. And he was like, the story is like he was one of 19 lawyers in the Boca bar, and
Wow.
it was, this place was teeny, and my mom was amazing. She was a big time tennis player. So, every day in the summers, I'm going to the tennis courts with my mom, and, she's trying to make me love the game, and I'm throwing my racket and I want to play. But like, I was just followed her around everywhere. And, I remember going to the beach club, not what it is now. It used to be just this teeny little thing over on A1A, and, going and eating those creamsicles, right? The orange creamsicles, and swimming races and my brother would win. And it just grew up on the beach and kind of chill. And they were pretty incredible parents. They are still incredible parents. Both of them are 80 now and still live in Boca. And like I said, it was a wonderful experience. My dad worked his butt off. When he was trying to build the firm, he was a 7 days a week guy. I remember as a kid, we would most dads are taking their kid and they're going to the field or, throwing baseballs or t-ball. My dad's taking me to his office and where he's working on his cases, and he's like, here, take this dictaphone and play with that, And I'm sitting there like, recording stupid messages and crawling underneath his desk. And then afterwards we'd go do something fun, but it was special because they really cared about their community. That was, I think, of all the things about them as a couple that really made the biggest impact for me was how much they loved where they were from. They loved their community. And, my mom was in the junior league. She's one of the founders of Boca. My dad, God, he was big in the United Way. He was on the hospital board. They ended up starting all kinds of different charities in Boca Raton, and they really loved the community. And I grew up with that, and I was proud. I was really proud to be from Boca Raton. I was proud of my parents. I remember my dad, when we got a little bit older, he started making a little bit more money. He belonged to his first golf club, and poor guy would be like, hey, let's go play golf. And I'd go because I love to drive the golf carts, right? And so I'd do donuts on the golf cart, but then I'd whack or whatever and chuck my club in the whatever and just. But he would always, in those moments, that's when my dad, who's a very intense cerebral guy, he's an intellect. My mom's the athlete, right? She was won a couple state championships in tennis when she was a little girl, and really talented athlete. And my dad was the intellect, and we would get on out in the golf course, and he would, say things to me like, David, you should be a Renaissance man. And I'd be like, I don't know what that means, but sounds kind of cool. Yeah, that sounds good. Well, I'll be a Renaissance man. Or he'd say always be your own boss. And I had no idea what that meant. Or he'd be like, integrity's everything. And he would give me these lessons constantly. I mean, I remember when I was probably 6, 7, or 8 or something like that, we would, on Sundays, he would break out a chessboard and he'd set up the chessboard and, he'd put some cassette tape in, some jazz or, a guy named Thelonious Monk. And I'd be like, what the hell is this? And then we'd play chess. And then after that, he'd flip on 60 Minutes and we would watch 60 Minutes, and he would always say the world's a bigger place than you can imagine. And it's important to understand what's out there. And I think the combination of that wisdom, like be a Renaissance man, but go explore the world, really kind of settled in. And it played a big role in my young adult life. And so they were.
I think it still plays a big role in your life.
I've never stopped. Like that was the defining influence, I think, was to pursue that kind of mentality, to look at the world in that capacity.
Were you competitive as a kid?
Oh, dude.
You're competitive now.
I lived.
Real competitive.
I lived, eat, sleep, and breathe sports. That was it. That was my thing. And it was, flag football, t-ball, soccer, tennis camp, anything that I could compete on a team with. And I just gravitated towards it. And, that ended up really saving me in multiple ways. And in my childhood, for sure, was that escaping into those sports and kind of getting lost into some of the other things that emerged in my childhood. So
saving you from what?
My life was about perfect, really perfect, until I was about 8 or 9 years old. And then my brother, around 13 or 14, started changing.
When he was 13 or 14?
When he was 13, something changed in him, and the household started to change. I mean, and I was just like, oh, I guess he's just a teenager. I don't know, and he was an athlete too, and big football player, ended up being, captain of his high school football team and all that. but the house changed, and it really, when he was 15 is when it kind of, I don't want to say it shattered kind of the bubble that we were living in, but it certainly cracked for sure. At 15, he came out to my parents as gay, and you got to imagine this was 1982, and kind of the height of the AIDS epidemic. There was a real, I don't know, maybe animosity or bigotry. I don't know what the appropriate, but I think most people were just afraid of homosexuality, and they thought if you stood next to a gay person, then you're gay, or you were friends with someone, and I think he was really in this predicament in this small town. Came out to my parents, and my parents didn't handle it as best as they could have. They're from Michigan. My mom's from Muskegon. My dad was from Detroit, and very conservative growing up. And all of a sudden, your 15-year-old son tells you they're gay. What are you supposed to do, and how are you supposed to act? Because there's no playbook for that. I mean, now I think it's so much different. It's so much more accepted and supported, which is wonderful to see. And people being able to live their lives in that capacity without any type of attacking or like there used to be. I mean, it was pretty harsh back in the day for sure. And so for him to come out, and then my parents not being able to know how to embrace it or to get behind him to help navigate, to live in this space. And in fact, they kind of push back on it in a pretty heavy way. In order, I think their initial concept was to protect me. And so they really kind of mandated that Eric didn't tell me and wasn't able to live openly as gay. And as a result of that, I think he spiraled pretty deeply. And, next thing you know, he was partying pretty hard and really pushing the envelope and going down to Fort Lauderdale. And also remember, this is the age of South Florida in the 80s was
cocaine epidemic.
That's right. And he got consumed in that abyss of where he was and didn't know how to break out, and didn't have, had a few people, I think, in high school that were quiet and supported him, this person, Shawn, and then eventually this woman, Catherine, who's still friends with today, had met at a drama. He was into theater and, very, wanted to go into theater school and college and wanted to pursue the arts in that capacity too. He's very artistic as well.
How did the household change? What changed?
The arguments, the yelling, his state of mind. It was just, 1 minute I had my brother there, and then the next he was gone. And so it was almost...
You felt like he was gone?
Yeah.
Why did you feel like he was gone? Did you understand?
No.
At 8?
No. Well, I didn't know then, but 15 is when it really exploded, is where just the fighting that they would get into, and, he wouldn't come home on weekends, or his grades would struggle, or he and my dad would just go toe to toe over and over and over and over, and just screaming. And I just was like, what the hell's going on? And unfortunately for me, I blamed him, which was incredibly difficult. Now, our relationship has struggled for many decades, as a result of just me being like, why can't you get squared away? Why can't you fix this? Why can't you bring calm back to our house? And without knowing that it was really about his own frustration and the lie he was being forced to live somewhat. And, for me and him, it almost became non-existent. There was no relationship anymore.
At what age did that happen? At 15?
He was 15 and I was 10.
You were 10 years old?
Yeah.
Have you guys ever mended that?
I think we're trying. We're really trying a lot harder. I think the me going through my divorce was a moment he really stepped in and was there for me in a big way. And so since then, we've really tried to work through it. And I also think, the age of my parents now is another time, when it's like, whoa, they're at the space. And, he lives in New York City with his partner, James. And, there's a gap, and they have very busy, very focused lives. And, he's in the event business, and James is a very successful in the fashion business, and that's their life. And so, as my parents have gotten older, it's like, hey man, I need your help. Cause we live about 2 minutes away from him, and he's been wonderful. And so I think now we're really starting to realize he matured a lot faster than I was, because, after he left home at 18, he moved out to California. He essentially didn't come home. He was done. He was, he had moved out. And the thing that really, I think, triggered his journey in a deep, deep way was when he finally got sober. And he's been sober almost 40 years now. And
40 years?
Yeah. He just turned 57, and I think he was like 22 or something, like 22, I think.
Wow.
And he's been working on himself. And imagine being in the fashion industry. And he wanted to be a model when he was a kid. It's crazy. I did some child modeling when I was a kid. And
you did child modeling?
Yeah, dude.
For whom?
Burger King, Skippy Peanut Butter.
Burger King?
Yeah.
Hold on, I got to hear this shit.
Yeah. Crazy story, man.
How the fuck did you get into modeling?
Dude, me and my buddy Chris were riding our bikes in our neighborhood. I drove by, and this woman in this Cadillac, a Mary Kay Cadillac, screams out, "Come here, honey, get over here." And I'm like, what do you want? And so we go over, and she goes, "Have you ever thought about modeling before?" And I'm like,
could you imagine if that happened today?
No, like you're going to jail, right? And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." She's like, "Where do you live, honey?" And so I, rode the bike, and she drove her car and came over and asked my mom, "I think your son would do pretty good in the modeling industry. I'm doing this fashion show at the Boca Hotel. Do you think he'll want to be in it?" And my mom's like, "Yep." And next thing you know, I'm walking this runway. I don't even know how old I
can't picture you doing this at all.
Dude, it was crazy. It was crazy, because then that led to, she introduced me to an agent down in Miami. Next thing you know, went on all these calls. I started getting these commercials. I'm going down. I mean, my 6th grade year, I think I missed 80 plus days of school going to my modeling and doing.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was crazy. And for me, initially, it was awesome, because I got out of school. I hated school, right? I'd be back in time for sports, for practice. And I was making pretty good money. So any Star Wars action figure I wanted, or G.I. Joe, I could get it. So we'd drive down. It was hilarious. She'd pick me up from school. We'd go to McDonald's, and then we'd drive down. I'd usually fall asleep. She'd drop me off at some studio in Miami. I'd shoot, a print job or something, and for Burdines or something like that, or go do a Burger King commercial. And my favorite one was Skippy Peanut Butter. I met Annette Funicello from the old Mickey Mouse Club. That was cool. And then we'd come home, and we'd always stop. And initially we'd stop at toy stores, and I loved action figures, right? And then, or she'd stop eventually then it became the Army surplus store. There was one in Fort Lauderdale. And when I started, becoming fascinated with John Wayne and war movies, probably I was like 8 or 9 years old. And then I'd stop and I'd get a ninja outfit or some throwing stars. And, back then you could only get them in these Army surplus stores. And it got to the point one time I was, the closest I got to really kind of being really successful was I was in the final. There was a movie called Cocoon back in the day. And I got to the final as me and the kid who actually went in the movie. And he got the role and, shot this huge movie. And
it was about like alien forces and stuff. And, it was cool. But right after that, it became, I became a preteen and a teen, and it became uncomfortable at that point, and I didn't want to do it. I just,
Why did it become uncomfortable?
I felt like I was missing out on my friends and hanging out with them, and I didn't like it. I got frustrated with it. Even though you're making money, like I'd rather be in school, get out of school, go to practice, play in my teams, and it was problematic. And then also, like, when you go on, and anybody who's been in any component of the industry, like, there's nothing glamorous about it. You're sitting and they pin your clothes and you have to sit still for 5 hours while they shoot all the shoots and get all the shots they want. And I just got to the point, I was like, Mom, I hate this. I don't want to do it anymore. And then that was it. And so I stopped. But yeah, that was right around probably 13, 14 is when I was like, I'm done. But it was incredible because, we went through a really, my dad's law firm kind of imploded when I was graduating, when I was a senior in school. And so out of nowhere, I ended up, I wanted to do a 5th year of high school. And so all that money I had saved up I was able to pay for a portion of that experience. And so, it goes back to that idea that you go through these things at certain times and you're not sure what it's going to mean or how it's going to affect you, but it's going to affect you. And I think understanding that the lesson isn't immediate, like that's when that stuff started, in particular with my brother. I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't get it. I didn't understand why he didn't want to be around me. And as a result of that, that's when I really leaned in and started to realize that I wasn't going to get what normal brothers give each other. And so I had to go find it. And probably around, it was like 13, 14 where I kind of figured that out. And so I really developed strong, intense relationships with my friends. And, Richie was one, Chris in middle school and high school, another Chris in high school. And they became my brothers. And that was meaningful for me because I didn't have a sibling. Once he left in 85, he was gone. And he'd come home occasionally, but it wasn't like, oh, hey, Eric, let's go hang out and do things. And then, yeah, so it was, you're in 1 minute, you're in this idyllic world, and then the next, there's chaos around you. And so for me, the way I managed that was I just dove into my athletics and really was like, this is it. This is what's going to save me. And so it was essentially football, and lacrosse became everything to me, especially football.
I've spent years on this show pulling back the curtain and trying to reveal what's really happening in this country. And the truth is, there's a double standard here in America. You see time and time again, people defending themselves, defending their family, and then the judicial system goes after them. It's a double standard. And if you don't believe me, check out episode number 3 with Don Bradley. That is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Because it's not just about what you did, believe it or not, it's how the legal system interprets it. And that's why I'm a USCCA member. The USCCA has over 860,000 members because they know the reality is, after you stop the threat, the real fight begins. Your membership gives you the education, elite training, and self-defense liability insurance you need for the second fight, the legal one. Plus, every member also gets access to a 24/7 critical response team and attorney network in the event of a self-defense incident. Violent crime happens too often in America. This isn't about living in fear. This is about being prepared when things go sideways. You don't get to schedule danger, and with the world changing so fast, you have to do what you can to protect your family. Check out the USCCA's risk-free membership at uscca.com/SRS. That's uscca.com/SRS. Protect more than just your life, protect your future. Go right now to uscca.com/SRS. It's no secret precious metals like gold and silver are gaining traction. From the billionaires to the central banks who are stockpiling gold to the growing use of silver for artificial intelligence, the demand is rising. But how should you buy precious metals? Where do you start? And who should you buy from? Well, I was relieved to find a great company I can trust, and that company is Goldco. They are top rated and keep it simple and transparent. They're an award-winning organization with over 7,000 five-star reviews, and they've got the best free silver offer out there. So if you're ready to learn how Goldco can help you, call 855-936-GOLD or visit ShawnLikesGold.com. You'll get a free 2025 gold and silver kit, plus you'll also learn about how you could qualify for the #1 silver offer out there. So give Goldco a call at 855-936-GOLD or visit ShawnLikesGold.com. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. Why do you think you and your brother Eric haven't mended things up 100% by now?
That's a great
It's
question.
been over 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you hold resentment?
No, not anymore. I think once John has been amazing. For me, it was like, what did I do? I think that was what it was for many, many years. I mean, and listen, we couldn't be more diametrically different, right? Right. He's in the fashion industry. I was a Navy SEAL, right? He's gay. I'm not, right? He, is an activist. And, I do almost a political show for, the right. And so I think that separation, and then, obviously when I went into college, I did not mature. My emotional intelligence was pretty shown. We can talk about that. And then in the teams, it was even more complicated because I was in San Diego almost the whole time, and he was up in LA. And I think we saw each other in the 7 years I was in San Diego. I think we saw each other 6 times. And he never once came to visit me. I was always driving up there. And the one time he was in San Diego, which was kind of crazy story with Charlie and Rick, and it was a Super Bowl thing that went haywire. Maybe that's for a different show, but
Let's hear it.
right now,
Yeah.
oh God, this is definitely a right turn right now. It was Super Bowl in San Diego. What was it? 2002.
Are you talking Charlie Melton?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And Rick Slater.
Oh boy.
And
It's gonna
so
get good.
you wanted the whole story?
Yeah, man.
I was the combat deployment happened that summer, was really struggling from that, really struggling period. Went home over Christmas, got engaged, came back, and my brother is an event planner. He's one of the biggest. He works for one of the biggest companies in the world, and he is the man. Like he put if there's a New York premiere for F1 to Brad Pittman, he did that. He ran the whole thing. Like he's amazing at what he does. He's got so many gifts, and so he was an event planner back then, and he was working for the NFL Experience. And so he called me and he's like, hey man, we're going to be in town. And these are like massive black tie parties. And they were going to have it on Miramar Air Base, right? Kind of fuse it in. The war had just been going on for a year and they wanted to commingle, and it was in San Diego. And so he's like, hey, do you want to go to this thing? And I'm like, yes, I do. And I forget when this was like, I think he called me it was almost that Friday, and Charlie and I had started a bender that Friday, and I think it was Saturday night. We drank pretty much all through the night. Next morning, woke up, started going, and I don't know how Rick came over, and I'm like, hey man, you want to go? And he's like, yup. And next thing you know, it's the three of us. So, I mean, Charlie's 6'5", 6'6", 265, 270, right? Rick was 6'3", 235 and me. And we go to this thing and we actually put a button down shirt on and we go in and we're early. We go on base. We go right to the bar and just start getting after it, right? Getting after it. Well, I'm the guy who's always kind of trying to stir the pot. And so I'm looking around, I see these guys over here and I walk up and say, hey, how you guys doing? What's up? And you want to have a drink with us? And they're like, yeah, come over. And this guy, I'm talking to him and he runs small venues, like little stadiums, like little soccer stadiums or whatever. And I forget where he ran them, and then he had his head of security guy there with him. And I'm talking to him. The other security guy was over with Charlie and Rick at the bar. And the guy tells me, oh, yeah, he's a Vietnam vet. And I was like, no, that's awesome. That's really cool. And he's like, are you guys in? Like, yeah, we're in the Navy. And he's like, oh, okay. And he's like, he was a Navy SEAL in Vietnam. And I'm like, get out of here. Are you kidding me? I was like, yeah. So I immediately go right over to the bar. I'm like, hey, dude, I heard you're a SEAL and you were in Vietnam. He's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, what Bud's class were you in? And he was like, wow, it's top secret. And
shit.
And so it starts, right? And I'm like, oh man, that's cool. I go, so tell me, some stories, and I was like, and these guys weren't in it yet because I didn't want to, I had to build it up, right? And this was back in the different days of my, what fascinated me, right? And he ends up telling me all these stories, how he did the secret stuff in the Laos and Cambodia. And I'm just like, this is really cool. But then I ask him a couple quantifying questions, and like, do you know Rudy Bosch? And that's right, when Survivor was on. So it was the biggest TV show. Rudy's a legend, right? He's one of the most famous Navy SEALs ever. And he's like, nope, never heard of him. I was like, okay, cool. I was like, hey, come over and meet my buddies, and it's like, I want to tell them about your stuff. So I brought them over. They're 3 sheets to the wind. And I come over and now I'm like, hey, and I start telling him and Rick looks over and he goes, do you know Master Chief Gallagher? Another legend, Team 2 legend in the teams, like the man, right? I got a chance to meet him at one of the reunions down at Chief Watson Patches has this little marina down by the museum, and got to meet Master Chief Gallagher. And it was the coolest thing ever. These Vietnam guys just sitting around and shooting the shit. And he's like, no, never heard of him. And Rick's like, get over here, pulls him in, gets in his face, and is like, you're fucking lying right now. And we know you're lying. So you're going to drink until I tell you, you can go. And so we're just, Charlie's just like, boom, boom, boom. And then, then he's, then I forget who it was. He like finally is like, I'm out of here, and like bolts. And the guy, like, they disappear. And so now we're laughing and just, slamming. Next thing I know, I go over and I don't know, I got a cigar or something. I don't know how. And I see my brother beelining towards me, and he looks pissed. And he's got some woman with him, and he comes and he's like, get over here. And so they take me behind the curtains. They're like, this woman, like, did you threaten these people who paid money to go here with your drunk friends? You got to get out of here right now. And I'm like, I didn't do what, and Eric's like just shaking his head like, you idiot. What are you doing to me? Right. This is my job. You just threatened somebody. And I'm like, I didn't say, and we come out and the Marine MPs are there. And there's like 10 of them, right? Because they heard there was SEALs, right? And they're going to overwhelm in force. And so they're like, all right, gents, you, and you. And the 3 of us got escorted off Miramar base and barely got away with almost destroying my brother's, his event. So yeah, that was, but anyways, going back to the relationship. You know how you get into those moments where you're not sure what the solution is? and you kind of dig into a state of mind, or you dig in more so into a state of emotion, and you lock that emotion in, whether you're protecting yourself or you're trying to rationalize your behavior because it doesn't feel right, but you don't want to back down because of how hurt you've been or how wrong you are or whatever the context for your shame. And I suppose I couldn't get out of that. I suppose I was probably,
You felt shame.
yeah, as I got older, for sure,
What did you feel shame about?
that I wasn't there for him, that I couldn't help him, that nobody gave me the opportunity to be like, Eric, I don't care if you're gay. Like, you're still my brother. I love you. How can I help you? I mean, there were several times. I mean, he didn't even tell me until I was in college and he was older. Like, we sat down one time. He's like, I'm gay, right? And I was like, I didn't know, but I assumed. And I had gotten into a couple fights with my friends who had said something when I was in high school, when I was older. Like, well, yeah, at least my brother's not gay or whatever that is. And got into it a couple times with friends as a result of it. And, that shame of not being able to support him, not being able to be there for him. And then, over a while, because I wanted his love, I wanted a relationship. I didn't know how to process the entirety of those emotions in a way that what you're freed from that shackle of shame.
What would you say to him right now?
Oh, that I love him dearly, and that I'm proud of him, and that I admire him, and that I'm grateful that we're close. We were just up in New York, and I had an event up there for my firm, and we decided, and this was after we'd spent a week in Maine with all of Jana's family, her immediate family. It was like 18 of us, right? Wonderful, amazing people, and I'll talk about them later. And so I had this event, and so Jana was, well, why don't we go to New York and see, Eric and James? And I was like, yes, absolutely. And he's just so good with the kids and so caring for us, and he gives us so much. And this is a guy that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. I mean, he's putting on, they're spending $1 million on these premieres, and he's running the whole thing, and so constantly grinding. But he makes the time, and he comes, and he goes to lunch with us, and he has dinner with us, and so we were able to celebrate my birthday dinner up there, and just I think it's the presence that I think I want more of, just to be with him, near him, and just so we can sit in that long space to try and fill it in, I think. And so I love him, and I'm looking forward to our relationship growing stronger and stronger and stronger, and in particular just being in a space where we can rely on each other. That would be the dream.
I hope that happens, man.
Yeah, me too.
Let's move on.
All right.
What got you interested in the military?
Oh my God.
Actually, you went to school first.
I did. I went to
D1.
4 years of college. The jump from 17 to 23 or 22 was really intense. It's where my world really collapsed for the second time. My dream had always been to play Division I football. Like, I was the guy. I went to, quarterback camps up in Indiana every summer. University of Michigan football camp. I loved it. Everything about the game for me is just makes sense. I love the camaraderie. I love the tactics. I love the arduousness of it. I love the pain that you feel. I love the competition of it, right? The grittier team wins, the closer team wins, and that's really, I think, what shaped who I am fundamentally the most, was that sense of camaraderie that exists within a close team. And so, but my senior year, we went 0-10. We didn't win a damn game. In fact, my last game against our arch rivals, I can't believe I'm openly talking about this on your show, but I think we've got beat like 64-0. And they knocked me out of the game twice, like hit me so hard on a blind side and cracked my helmet open. And I mean, it was, the culmination of my whole childhood focus on football, came collapsing down in an 0-10 season. And that really put me into a panic. And it was a guy at school at St. Andrews who, his name was Gary Niels. He's probably one of the most significant influences I've had in my life as a young man. He was the MVP of the 1977 NCAA Division I lacrosse championship. He was a goalie for Maryland, and he had come down from a school up north, and he was my assistant lacrosse coach, and he was the dean of students. And I just looked up to him, and I think he had brought it up to me. It was just like, listen, there's this thing called the postgraduate year. And a lot of guys up in the Northeast, you can do this 5th year of school. You grow older, you get stronger, you play another year of sports, you get another year of high school, and then you go to a better school or bigger school. And so I brought this up. My parents were like, do you want to do this? And I was like, yeah, if it gives me an opportunity to be able to play in college. And so I applied to like 6 different schools up in, from New Jersey up to New England, and ended up getting accepted at Choate Rosemary Hall in Connecticut. And it was fantastic because the quarterback, he was like, yep, love you, coming up. We're going to throw the ball 45 times a game. Absolutely awesome. And it was amazing. And also too, because in the spring we had won a state championship in lacrosse, and I was, the top player in the team. I ended up being the Florida representative to the national all-star game for lacrosse. Now, just to clarify it, that was not a big deal back then because Florida had like 18 teams, right? And I remember I was on the West team, and there was 9 midi lines, right? And I was a midfielder. And I was on the 9th midi line with the guy from California and the guy from Colorado. So, it wasn't that big of a deal, but it was still, I was able to take that accolade, transfer it into this next evolution of my athletic career, which was to go to Choate. And I remember showing up in August, and I was so excited. I was like, this is my shot. I'm going to go to this great school. I'm going to get it, recruited by a D1 school. It's going to be amazing. And I remember showing up first day, and we're doing our tests and strength stuff. And I look over at this guy next to me, and I said, hey, how you doing? I'm David. What's your name? He's like, Mike. And he's like, I'm like, what position you play? And he's like, quarterback. And he goes, what position do you play? And I go, quarterback. And this dude had recruited 2 of us, and we both showed up. And so everything was shot in that moment. And it's like, dude, coach, you just told me I was the guy. That's why I came to this school. That's why we're paying this insane amount of money to go to the school so I can come here and throw the ball. And I don't know what it was. We had a really solid team, a lot of great guys, Kirby and we had like 9 postgraduates, and Brian Lonsinger was our captain, and all these amazing human beings, really special guys. And so Mike and I looked at each other and said, hey, do you want to go for it? And he's like, yeah. And so we just split time the whole year, and we went undefeated. We were one of the best teams at that time in Choate's entire 112-year history. And we were beating teams by like 50. And we won the championship of that big school, and it was incredible. And I was riding this huge high and was getting some looks and was getting some smaller colleges, and then lacrosse came. I played basketball and then played lacrosse, and we run a championship in lacrosse too. And but no big D1 offers came in other than for lacrosse. And it was one for UMass and then one for Penn State. And the reason I got the Penn State offer was, again, because of Gary Neals. He had sent a letter to Glenn Thiel, who was the head coach at Penn State, and said, hey, this guy's not from, Philly. He's not from Long Island. He's not from Maryland, upstate New York. But he's a really good athlete. And if you give him a shot, he'll make you proud. And so he put his reputation on the line for me. And I went on a recruiting trip to UMass, and I went on a recruiting trip to Penn State, and it wasn't even a choice. And so I chose to go to Penn State. And it was a funny start, because when I showed up, my whole intention was I was going to try and walk on the football team. I had created this illusion that I could play at Penn State, right? From the time I was a little kid, when I was little, it was like, all right, go to University of Michigan, win the Heisman, then go play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You're a kid and you just, you're, it's not like it is today where there's max preps and there's every single stat and they rank everybody's 5-star, blue chips, 4-star, 3. Like, it wasn't like that. And so I had conjured up this illusion that I was a lot better than I actually was. And so I said, all right, I'm going to go to Penn State and I'm going to walk on. And we showed up in like August, and my roommate was still one of my closest friends this day, Mike O'Keefe, who I just loved dearly. It was like a godsend that he was my roommate. He was an All-American from Baltimore, and we were in freshman study hall class, and it was all the athletes. And he's like, hey, man, I think you need to go tell the new freshman quarterback you're going to take his job. And I was like, yeah, man, where is he? And there was this dude in the front row that was the biggest human being I've ever seen, and it was a guy named Kerry Collins. And Kerry was the #1 recruited quarterback in the country. And he was like 6'5", 255, had an 80-yard ball. And he was just, I've never seen anything like it. And kind of in that moment, my whole world shattered, because the illusion that I had created of who I thought I was untrue. I was 6 foot, 160 pounds, soaking wet. I did have a strong arm, and probably I could have handled the complexity of a D1 program, but I was nowhere. I might have been a decent D3 quarterback, maybe. And so all of that dream, that 10 plus years of wanting to play football in college, just collapsed. It just went away. And immediately I started to collapse emotionally.
How so?
Because the alternative was to, all right, I've got this opportunity as a lacrosse player. I'm going to move in and I'm going to be really good there. But like I said, my roommate was an All-American from Baltimore. Like, our freshman class, these people were phenomenal players. From Towson, there was Grant and Brian and Mike and Hank and JT. Like, Mike Buzza, my other close friend, and there's a cool story about Mike and Mike. They actually came to my Bud's graduation. Mike Buzza was on the under 19 all-world team from Philly, and these guys, they could do things with their stick I couldn't even dream of. And so I had a little bit earlier started as a way to manage kind of my frustrations and my fears, because my fears really began to emerge when that whole stuff started going down with Eric. I think my insecurity really began to blossom in those times. And I became afraid of a lot of things, during those years, and afraid of failure for sure. I was afraid I didn't measure up. I was afraid of death, right? It was weird. At 13, 14, all of a sudden I become fascinated with, my favorite movie was Apocalypse Now and The Deer Hunter. And so those weren't your typical war movies. Rambo was going on at the same time, and Commando and all that. But I was more attracted to those very intense stories of how war affected people. And, there was this other show that came on, I forget what year it was, but it was called The Day After. And it was about nuclear holocaust. And, that was my salvation. I would to escape when I was home in the chaos of the house, I'd go into my dad's den, and we had a little cable thing with the little box, and I'd just close the doors and I would sit and I would just watch TV and movies for hours and hours. And I was drawn to these very intense stories about the collapse of the human spirit. And I think that provoked a deep fear for me that that was possible and feasible. I was watching it in real time with my brother. I watched it when my dad's firm collapsed. I was, feeling the effects, that 0-10 season. Like, I wasn't who I thought I was. And so I think everything, the foundation began to fracture, and that insecurity and that fear emerged significantly. And so fast forward my freshman year, we show up and kind of at Choate, I kind of defaulted into this almost an alternate personality to protect myself from that fear. And I'd gotten the nickname at Choate. They called me Psycho, and I'd do dumb stuff. I remember I streaked a bunch of like these functions. I would get hammered, in the middle of the night with my friend Chris and Mike, and just tried to project myself as a lot stronger than I was. And so in the fall of 91, I kind of collapsed pretty rapidly and started drinking a ton, not a little bit, like blackout drunk every time I went out. And, and started, smoking a ton. And I mean, by the end of my first semester, I think I had like a 1.2 grade point average, or 1.3. Like, I collapsed and couldn't find my footing. And it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And by my sophomore year, I was still on the team. I'd gotten eligible through sophomore into the fall, and was trying my hard, but I just wasn't connecting. It wasn't hitting me. Like, I felt inept. I felt unqualified. I felt I was scared that I would never, no matter what I could do, would be as good as these guys. And so I gave myself this out that someone had given me this guy, Mike, on my team had given me the nickname Elvis, right in like fall ball freshman year. And so Elvis became this moniker, and it became this alter ego for me, this different personality that I could hide behind, and as the party guy and the eccentric. And right around the same time, I discovered my real passion for art. And, some of the first artists I really found, I was an art major with a minor in poetry and some other minors, sociology, philosophy, and all that. But I tell people that, and they're like, "What'd you just say?" And that was the only other thing I was good at, right? I was good at sports and I was good at art. And so I'll be an art major, because what else am I going to do? And had a couple cool classes that really allowed me to explore the depths of what art looked like. And I remember I discovered, Van Gogh, and, you take 5 seconds to, I took a bunch of art history classes, and you learn about Van Gogh and his relationship with Gauguin and the change of Impressionism and what he battled psychologically. And then I found, Charles Bukowski as a poet, and that was revolutionary for me. This guy who had essentially lived on Skid Row for, 4 decades and wrote these beautiful poems that just resonated with me. Music like Miles Davis. And when you understand the complexity of who Miles Davis was, I'm just, now all of a sudden I'm being sucked into this. And then, of course, there was Jim Morrison and the Doors, and then there was Hunter Thompson. I remember reading Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It was like, I was just like, oh my, this is it. This is who I want to be. And then really I had an English, like a lit class, and that part of the or poetry class, and part of the section was on the beat authors from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Really, that blossomed in the 1950s. Allen Ginsberg and William S. Burroughs, and the one that really, the seminal work that I think really changed my impression of where I wanted to go or what I wanted to be was Jack Kerouac's On the Road. And I read that and I was like, that's what I need to do. Like, none of this is making sense for me anymore. I'm not an athlete anymore, and I can't recover that no matter how much I pretend. And I'm not a student. Like, I couldn't handle that, or chose not to handle, I should say. I could handle, but I chose not to handle it. And I tried to encapsulate all these different ideas of these artists because I really believe that to be a great artist, I had to be that eccentric, wild man, the guy who stands on the bars and can drink, 10 pints of Guinness and a bottle of wild turkey, and who's, smoked, cigarette after cigarette or Swisher Sweet after Swisher Sweet. And I really allowed myself to be consumed with that. Now, I think the positive aspect of it is that that's where I really started writing. That's where I really started drawing, and I really started painting, and I got to explore what that was like. And, the one thing about art is that when you're in hell, if you can put it on paper, or you can put it on a wall, or you can somehow get it out of you, it makes it somewhat tolerable. And that's what I did. And I remember in my sophomore year, we lived in this old house, and there was a bunch of us that lived in this house, and JJ and Grant and Brian and my friend Tony Gronsky, who I love. There's got another part of the story about him. And I lived in the basement, like this moldy, nasty, horrible basement. And, I'd come home and, when all the bars would shut down, every fraternity would kick me out. And because I just walk into a fraternity and be like, Elvis, and I'd, drink everything they have and go to the next house. And I would come home and I would have a bottle of Bushmills, and I'd open that Bushmills, and I would paint on the walls, and I'd, paint these insane pictures of the angst and the frustration and the pain that I was suffering from. And I'd write just poem after poem after poem. And that began to take hold of me in a pretty significant way, to where, the thing is, there's an allure to these titans of art, right? There's something that sucks you into them. There's something that's romantic about that life, right? When you think about Jackson Pollock, or you think about Andy Warhol, or you think about some brilliant musician, right? Jimi Hendrix, and you watch what they do, what they can create, and it alters your consciousness, right? It opens perspective. And so as I was in this profound transition in my life, I didn't know how to find a foundational cornerstone, if you will. I didn't know what that was. And so the depression started setting in pretty significantly, and I couldn't shake it no matter what I did. I just drank more, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And then it was my, but what was interesting is I averaged like a 1.8 during the regular school year, and then I averaged like a 4.1 or 4.2 in summer school, right? And I always joked that it's because I was from Florida, I couldn't handle the cold, right? And in Penn State, but in the summer, there's this crazy thing called Arts Festival. It's a really beautiful thing. It's my favorite part about Penn State. And Mike and I were up there, and I was living near these female friends of mine who were on the lacrosse team, and it was Chrissy and Alyssa and Megan, and wonderful. And Chrissy and I were super close. She was kind of a deadhead artist, and she and I would just talk about these people endlessly. We would just go get a coffee or drink, and we would just talk about this stuff. Well, that summer I'd met somebody, and had a little short relationship, and then kind of ended it, and that was it. And then the fall began, and at this time it was my junior year, and we were living in this place called Stonehenge, and it was just the name of it. And it was me, Mike, Buzza, Billy, Scoons, Brian, and Grant, and I lived. Me and O'Keefe and Scoons lived in the top, and I lived in this little hole up front, and had these. Just by then was really struggling, and I remember being at a party in the fall. It was cold. It was really cold. And I had left the party, was pretty inebriated, and walked outside, and there was a snowfall on the ground, and this girl who I had seen kind of came up to me, and she was, I guess, at the party, and I hadn't seen her, and she came up to me, and she goes, "Elvis, I want to talk to you." And so she came out, and we're in the street, and she goes, "Do you know where I've been?" And now, mind you, Penn State is, 65,000 kids, right? I mean, it's a massive school. And you can never see anybody, see them once and never see them again sometimes. And she came up to me and she goes, "Do you have any idea where I've been?" And I said, "No, I don't." And she goes, "You got me pregnant." And I left school and I was going to have the baby. But I had a miscarriage and I lost the baby. And so, I'm sitting, I don't, like, how am I processing this and what do I do?
How old are you?
I want to say I was probably 21. Yeah, probably 21. And don't know what to say. And I guess I just, why didn't you tell me? And she looked at me and she said, "Because I didn't want you to have anything to do with the kid." And that was kind of the lowest moment that I'd had.
Why did she not want you to have anything to do with the kid?
Because I was out of control. I wasn't trustworthy. Didn't have integrity. I was a mess with alcohol and drugs. I was just.
What kind of drugs?
Mostly just pot. I was nervous about cocaine. I'd had a couple friends who had OD'd, and, my brother had battled that a little bit. And so I was nervous, so I never went down that. But, some psychedelics, I was, definitely lysergic acid and mushrooms. And because, you get into that world and you're like, oh, this is going to make me a better artist. And you believe that, right? You read all the stories about Ken Kesey and Timothy Leary and, the Merry Pranksters. And you're like, all right, that's where I want to be. There's a perfection in that. There's a freedom. But the truth is there is no freedom. What happens, you always end up devolving into hell with it. And it's just the natural progression. And so after she told me, and she was, I don't remember how it ended because I was kind of in shock. And so at that point, I left the party and went back to Stonehenge, went up into my little hole and cubby, and drank the rest of my bottle of Bushmills and broke out my shotgun and put a shell in it, and was seriously contemplating shooting myself at that point.
Holy shit. I didn't know that about you.
Yeah. And it's like everything slows down. And, you're trying to, at least I was trying to figure out what was worth it. Like, why shouldn't I just end it? If this person felt I was such a lowly human being that she wanted me to have nothing to do with it in any way, shape, or form, not even the consideration to want to give me the option, right? Because of my character. Like, where do you come back from that? And I just remember just weeping in my room, just trying to work up the courage, right, to pull that trigger. And God brought Mike O'Keefe home, and he heard the music, and he came up and he just started banging on the door. And he's like, Vis, let's go, man. Come on, come downstairs. Vis. Because he, out of everybody, he really helped me the most. Like, he saw it devolve day by day, month by month, week, year by year. And he was always there. He was always the guy like, come on, Vis, let's go. We're going to, a lacrosse party. And I think right after that is when I finally got kicked off the team, my junior year. And he just banging on the door. Vis, come out. Come here, buddy. Come on, man. Come downstairs. Come hang with us. And that was it. That was the thing, his voice, that made me get up, kind of shake it off, and I went out. I went downstairs and kind of just sat there, just trying to process it all.
Did he know?
I think he suspected it.
You never told him?
I did. I told him later.
What'd he say?
He said, I kind of felt like that was coming. He's like, there's been more times than just that. I've worried about you. Like I said, man, because it wasn't the first time I'd thought about it for sure, but not in that way, not in the place. I was like, I'm going to do this because I don't deserve to be here. And that was the other thing. It was weird. It's like to get to a place where you can't see all the good in your life because all you can do is sit in the hell of like what you're not doing right. And you can't see beyond it. Like you have these blinders up and it's almost like a weird filter. You see the world through this, infinite layers of negativity. I call it the negative insurgency, right? It's that thing that just hunts you and does not let you go, no matter where you try and move, where you try and escape, however you try and do it, it just hunts you. And you can't see it. You don't know why it's happening, where it's coming from, and you're too afraid to look at yourself.
So if you said you were going to leave school to be a dad, how did you rectify that situation with?
I didn't even get to that point.
You didn't?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know she was pregnant. I didn't know I didn't even, it was just, she showed up. Hey, I was pregnant. I was going to have a kid. You weren't going to be part of it. That's what she wanted to tell me.
So she had already had the miscarriage?
Yeah. And come back to school.
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was, and then that just continued it. And it just got worse and worse. And I think that year, I forget, it was something like almost 90 straight days of being intoxicated. Yeah, it just didn't end. I just didn't want it to end. I mean, I'd wake up, pour myself a glass of Jack or, hit the bong or whatever it was, just to stay numb as much as I could.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
How'd you get over that?
God. It's the only answer that I can give because it was in mid-April 1995.
Did you have a relationship with God at that time?
Nothing.
So looking back, are you saying it was God or you found God at that point?
No, I just looking back, but I know that was the first moment where it was like God kind of came in and was a presence in my life. I'd gotten so bad my senior year, I was essentially off the team. I was living by myself, completely isolated. That's the other thing, like the desire to continue to isolate and isolate and isolate. And that's what people with these types of challenges, depression and anxiety and fear and that's what it is, and pain, the presence of pain. Like you want to be isolated in it. You're ashamed of it. And I'd gotten to that place where I didn't want anybody to see me. And it was April and I knew I was in trouble. And I woke up one Sunday and I was not, I mean, you've seen my places before. I'm not exactly the most squared away. I'm a bit of a tornado.
You definitely don't have OCD. I'm damn sure.
I know I'm definitely the artist, right? And so I woke up and I looked over and there was a pile of clothes in the corner and I was like, all right, I gotta go. I'd been wearing the same jeans for a couple weeks and it's like, all right, I gotta go do a laundromat. And I drove out to this laundromat just off campus, not far from where this had happened. It was a lacrosse house that people used to live at, and was in this laundromat, and I used to take, a sketchbook with me or one of my poetry books, and I in those moments I'd try and reflect and I'd try and find something that positive, right? I try and quantify the pain in some type of prose or a drawing or a sketch or something. And I showed up and I just sat there and there was nothing, just nothing. I was just sitting there, watch that laundry go round and round and round. And then just like that, something hit me. It was like, you got to change your life right now. And it was overwhelming. Like it was like a hit. I felt a movement. I'm like, okay, what is it? What do I do? And being a lawyer's kid, it's like, write out all your pros and cons, son, and look at it, intellectually. And so I'm like, all right. So I wrote out the pros of staying in school and the pros of leaving school and or the cons of staying in school and the cons of leaving school. And none of it was good. Like I didn't have anything to think about or do or nothing. And then I got hit immediately with a thought, and it was because of Tony Gronsky from Scranton, PA. And Tony, when I was a freshman, he and his roommate Marlon lived next to me, and we became friends with Tony. He's just a great guy, amazing, total Scranton guy, but funny as hell, and had these little sayings he'd say, and we just loved him, and we adopted him. And but he was older than us. He'd been in Army Reserves, and he was squared away. And as a freshman, he'd given me a book about Navy SEALs in Vietnam. And I remember I read, and I didn't know about SEALs. And when I was a kid, it was always Green Berets and Rangers, right? John Wayne, Apocalypse Now, and The Deer Hunter. I mean, those movies were, I had tiger stripe camo, stuff when I was a kid, and it was because of those things. It's like, man, I admired that. I'd always admired what they were and what they could do. And then he gave me this book. I put it down. I never thought about it. And then in that moment, it was like, that's it. Because when the whole context of the book was about these, these guys that were in Vietnam doing these missions out in the middle of nowhere with a few guys, and they would accomplish things that were crazy. And I was like, that's it. Because at that point, my fear had utterly consumed me. I was afraid of everything. I was afraid I couldn't even try anything. I was just afraid. And self-confidence was completely shattered. Like I had none. I didn't believe in myself at all in any way. And then I had been kicked off the team, so I had no support. And even though Mike and Buzz and all those guys were wonderful to me, they were always there. Brian Shorts, Grant Yoder, they were always there. They always cared about me. But I was off the team, and so I was alone. And so I said, all right, well, I'm going to be able to repair all of this by going in the Navy and becoming a SEAL. And that was it. That was the decision in that moment.
Had you ever had contact with her since she met you in the street?
No.
How often do you think about that?
I'd been able to suppress it for quite a while. And then obviously having children and then having daughters, that brought it back up. Having daughters now. Everything is more intense about all of my relationships that I've been through. now that I have daughters. And I think about how I behaved and I think about how I acted. And I think that really kind of really shifted my approach to relationships after that as well too. And I think it added a component of not being able to recognize when relationships weren't healthy anymore and staying in them probably too long, which became a pretty regular thing for me for the rest of my time until I met Jonna. So yeah, it comes up for sure, and definitely in preparation for this. I mean, obviously, to try and encapsulate those pivotal moments, they're not typically the best moments of your life, and that was certainly one of them.
What advice would you have for somebody that age that has gotten somebody pregnant, had a miscarriage? How do they get through that?
I think the biggest thing is to lean on people that you can count on, who will give you the truth, who will talk truth to you. I think also faith is a big thing, right? I didn't have anything. I didn't have anybody to turn to. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know where to rehabilitate it. I was ashamed. And I think, one thing that is pretty inevitable for young people is there's an intimacy that's where the overwhelming component of your passion comes from, and as you're a young person, is in those emerging intimate moments with people that you're just infatuated with, or you're bonded physically to. And I think unfortunately people just don't think, and they get encapsulated in the moment, and next thing you know, someone gets pregnant. And I think a lot of people, obviously, we know the numbers of abortion are astronomical. And I think there are also a lot of people that I know that have pushed through and had children, right? They were together and they got pregnant and then they got married, and intimate parts of my immediate family understand that deeply, right? And so I think what I would say to people is don't be afraid to ask for help, because it's such a impending, imposing idea that you did something wrong, or you weren't good enough, or something happened. And I think both for the female, the woman who's involved in that, especially to seek out people that they can talk to, and then also the young man, because that's, I think, a lot of times that kind of, there's a myth that young men don't have the capacity to process that stuff, and many times they don't, for whatever lack of emotional intelligence maybe, or it's just fear, right? And so, those are those moments where that fear and that pain, you have to move into it. Like, you have to be willing to recognize that you're going to learn something deeply from it. And if you really invest in understanding it, and you can begin to rely on that deeper level faith as well too, which I wish I had.
Another piece of advice that I want to get from you is, we talk a lot about veteran suicide. You've lost a lot of friends. I've lost a lot of friends. We've lost mutual friends, a lot of them. But on top of, the veteran suicide epidemic, I mean, today's youth, with everything that they deal with predators, with blackmail, with social media, with the self-esteem problems and trying to belong in school, and with all the confusion that goes on today. I mean, teen suicide I don't know the statistics, but I do know it's at an all-time high.
After COVID, girls' teenage suicide increased by 50%.
And your wife, Jonna, dealt with a suicide with her ex-husband, and but specifically for teenagers, what advice do you have for somebody that's riding the line?
I think the biggest thing is to know that you're loved, because in those moments it's not that I don't think it's that they don't believe that they're loved, but they can't reciprocate, or it would be better for them to be gone. I'm the problem, so I could help my family or my friends. They would have a better life if I was just gone. And then it's the other is like, I can't handle this anymore. I don't want to fight this anymore. It's too overwhelming. I'm exhausted. I don't have any options. And I think that's the challenge. And I think, the insecurities of young people really as an emergence of the desocialization that took place, right? When I first started working with kids in 2006, the statistic was like 13-year-old kids, boys were connected something like 4 to 6 hours a day. It was, whether it was gaming or whatever. And then girls, it was a little higher, maybe 5 to 7 or 8, something like that. And then now, kids are connected for 13, 14 hours a day. They're on their phones or they're immersed in streaming, and they're in that space where it's they're not given the opportunity to process these emotions across from somebody that they trust, that will sit and listen, that will maybe not give advice, but say, I can't snap my fingers and make this go away, but what we can do is we can work together to get you back to a place where you can gain that foundation, to find that cornerstone. And that cornerstone's the key to the whole thing, right? The cornerstone of Christ. Because if you know at a minimum that he died for us, and he died for our sins, then you begin to contemplate, all right, the sin of self-loathing, the sin of not believing that you're good enough or you're capable enough or that life will change. You think about some people that are just trapped in trauma, whether it's generational trauma of the dysfunction of family or it's, whatever circumstances they are. And obviously I think it's ridiculous to assume that youth trauma is encapsulated in people that are economically in a struggle. In fact, I think, I've seen many people that are not wealthy or even have an abundance, if you will, but they love on each other and they have very strong family dynamics. And that sense that, you've got each other's back, even in the midst if there's the natural squabbling that takes place among siblings or parents or whatever that are trying to parent you. I think, those bonds, those bonds are what chain us to that cornerstone. And that's the mixture. That's what connects us. That's what creates, if you will, almost the net that saves us in the free fall that we move into, are those bonds, right? And so that's the key, is to get involved in conversations and to have meaningful conversations with each other. Those first moments where, you start to say, I'm ugly, I'll never be popular, or I'm not good enough to be the top, or I don't fit in with anybody, or I'm a little different. All these things that, once you get on that infinite wheel of despair, it's very difficult to jump off or even to slow the wheel down. And I believe that human interaction is the way to do that. It's been that way for as long as human beings have been interacting and sharing stories with each other in their tribes. That's why when people come into the seat and they sit across from you and they share these stories, there's a reason why so many millions of people have been affected, billion now. It's because those stories, they connect with them, they touch them. In particular, when they hear, what they imagine to be immortals or people who are operating at some higher level of strength or whatever that might be, and they come in and they show their vulnerability and they show their struggles, right? It connects you to them. And I think that's what we need more of. We need more dialogue. We need more sincerity, empathy within each other. And that's not to say we have to become, weak by any measure. It actually takes more courage and more strength to sit down across from somebody that you care deeply and say, what's really going on with you? I want to know. I can't promise you I can solve this in the next hour. And I think so many people, when we become isolated in our own thoughts, we cease to see other people in their pain and respect it. And I think that's a critical thing for us to do. And it really takes that little bit of like, hey, you good? I mean, I think about it all the time. And I think about it with Dave Hall. I mean, I got a call from Chris and said, hey man, Dave's struggling. And I called him up. I'm like, how you doing? He's like, I'm good. I just got out of rehab and I'm going to go do some ayahuasca and I think I'm good. And I was like, okay, hey man, come down to Florida, come stay with me for a month. And I've got this great program that Dr. Free's running out in Methodist in Houston. And I was like, I'll pay for it. I'll raise the money. I'll get you there. He's like, well, I'm going to go back to home in North Florida for like a week and then I'll call you. And I was like, okay. And then I immediately hear he's killed himself. And it's like, why didn't I drive up? Or why didn't I go? And that's the other half of it for those that are left behind. That process. So suicide is not something that we should cower from. It's not something that shouldn't be talked about. It's not something that shouldn't be discussed openly. I mean, it's a massive component of existence, right? The human soul is fragile. And the result of a fragile soul is the self-loathing that moves into wanting to inflict pain, to end that pain, to end that existence. And, it's just, I would tell kids, lean into somebody who loves you. Don't be afraid to tell. And then to sit down with somebody that's got some wisdom on them and talk about it. One of the things that John and I are going to start working on here in a little bit is a course that we're going to put out under the Froglogic Institute about suicide.
I think another thing, just to add to that is, especially for young people, who don't have a lot of life experiences, life comes in phases and phase always comes to an end. You don't know how long it's going to be. Maybe you have a shitty childhood. Maybe you got shitty parents, shitty siblings, bad friends, bad decisions. But if you're willing to change, life it comes in phases. And it will always turn. Wheel just keeps going. It'll always turn. And so just know there are better days ahead.
Yeah.
There are better days ahead.
Hope.
But let's take a break.
Yeah, man.
Let's go break in that new cig.
Done.
All right. Why are elite athletes and high performers using Armora colostrum? Because Armora colostrum is nature's first whole food with over 400 bioactive nutrients working at the cellular level to help build lean muscle, accelerate recovery, and to fuel performance, all without artificial stimulants or synthetic junk. Armora can help strengthen immunity, help ignite metabolism, and so much more. I've been using Armora ever since they sent me some to try. I have more energy and faster recovery after long days and workouts. Whether you're running a business, training hard, or just want an edge, Armora can help optimize your body for peak output. I've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armora.com/SRS or enter SRS to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's armra.com/SRS. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. These statements and information are not a substitute for or alternative to seeking care from your healthcare providers.
Hood slide right now, no press.
Hood slide.
Hood slide!
Are you gonna knock this fucking hood slide out or what?
Bro, come on. What are you talking about? It's the flag.
Oh my.
The flag. The flag is on parade.
Let's do it. What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible if you call American Financing today. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you are not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today to get ahead of the curve. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 a year raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call now at 866-781-8900. That's 866-781-8900, or you can go to americanfinancing.net/SRS. All right, Dave, we're back from the break. Getting ready to get into your Naval Special Warfare career. So we left off at Downward Spiral in college, Apocalypse Now movies, The Deer Hunter. You got interested. Where do we go from here?
Well, it was after that moment, I remember, I mean, it's a pretty shocking thing to call home and say, Mom, Dad, thank you for just spending, tens of thousands of dollars on my education. Oh, by the way, I'm done. I'm not finishing. I'm walking away. And my brother had walked away too. And we come from a family, I think there's 17 people in our family that have graduated from the University of Michigan. My grandfather had gone to Dartmouth. My cousin was undergrad at Brown and graduate at Columbia, one of the top people in the entire world, in the literature world. He's a senior editor at large for Random House. His name's David Ebershoff. And
So a lot of pride in education.
in education and maximizing those capabilities. And so I was petrified, because the first person I really needed to get confirmation from was my father. Was to say, hey, will you support this? Will you get behind this? And I was scared. And I think I waited a couple of days, and then finally I had to call him. And he, typical fashion, he maintained his control and was just like, all right, if this is absolutely what you have to do and what you want to do, why don't you come home and we'll go from there. And packed up my stuff and drove home from Penn State, and it was May of 95, and got home, and it was different this time than the last 4 years of coming home and going down to South Beach with my my other close friend Mark, and hanging out down there, and just not thinking at all about what my future was going to look like, just more of what I was trying to numb myself against. And I got home, and over those 4 years, one of the beautiful things that took place during that time was my father and my relationship blew up. Like it emerged. I'll never forget one of those, my sophomore year. He knew I was struggling. He too struggled. He got kicked out of Michigan his sophomore year. The only person, I think, in Michigan history to be expelled for intellectual drifting, they called it.
Intellectual drifting?
Intellectual drifting. And on his way out, he got confirmation from whoever was, kicking him out, saying, hey, if I go to this other community college or other school and I get straight A's and have a 4.0, will you let me in? And the guy's like, there's no way. Yeah, absolutely. So he goes through summer school and goes and gets a 4.0. And one of the interesting things he talks about is that summer he read all of the great works of literature. Like he made a list of the top works of literature from Hemingway to Steinbeck to, Everett to Keats to Whitman, all of them. And he read all of them. And he had come up during my sophomore year when I was living in the basement. And he came back one night. My mom went to the Nittany Lion Inn, and he came back with me, and we sat and we drank Bushmills together. And it was the first time he explained that situation and how he had wanted to move to New York and be a writer and pursue his art, because that's where the art comes from in our family. It comes from my father. My father was an artist growing up. He had a tough childhood. His mom had a stroke when he was 4 years old, and that changed his life, or 8 years old. I think it was 8 years old, and it changed his life because his mom was then handicapped from then on. And my grandfather, Robert Bruce Rutherford, had to take care of her, work a full job, and then my dad and his sister. And I think somewhere in there, he kind of got lost in his own mind too. And that art emerged in him. And so he had these dreams of moving to New York and being a famous author, famous novelist. And he sat down with me and told me that story. And it was like the first time he had ever been proud of me intellectually, because even though I wasn't going to class much, I was still reading Nietzsche, Camus. I was learning about art history and the Medici families and the Venice and the emergence of all different types of philosophy. I took multiple philosophy classes, multiple psychology classes. You're in the humanities, and I just started to consume those other works, and it was in that moment where I felt a bond with us. And that was pivotal, because even though I was not behaving, I wasn't proud of what I was doing, I wasn't proud of where I was going, he still loved me. And he was like giving me the space to figure it out, as later what he told me. And so fast forward, I get home and I'm walking away from the thing that I thought was all my dad wanted me to be, which was an intellect. That's the way I would gain his pride in me, that he would be able to one day look at me and said, son, I'm proud of you for graduating and, going to law school and coming to work. Although he never once asked, hey, I'd love for you to come and work with me as an attorney. Never once, never pushed me in any direction one way or the other. And in fact, restrained himself a lot, knowing that I think I had created this false illusion of who I was athletically. And he allowed that space for me. So I come home and I remember, and he said to me, he goes, would you give me 2 weeks before you go to the recruiter? And I'm like, what do you mean, for what? I want to go. I want to get this started immediately. He goes, because I didn't want to think about it. Like I didn't want to linger in it. I didn't want to learn. And, and he goes, will you just give me 2 weeks? And for the first time, over 2 weeks, my dad would come home early and we would spend all afternoon and evening discussing it. And we would talk, and he'd be like, why do you want to do this? What about this is going to fill whatever holes inside of you? What are you going to learn from this? Are you aware? I mean, you have these fears. Are you aware you're going to have to face these fears? You're going to have to, in ways you can't fathom. Are you aware it could irrevocably change you forever in your life? And we had these really intense, deep conversations about life. And I was convincing. And he got to the point where he's like, okay, then I just want you to do one more thing for me. And then I'll support you unconditionally in this. And I was like, well, what's that? And he goes, you're going to need to go talk to Bud Miller. And I was like, I got nervous at that point. So Bud Miller, one of my best friends in high school was Chris Miller, phenomenal guy, amazing friend to me. His father was a Vietnam veteran and had a couple tours, was a Marine Corps officer. And was bigger than life, right? He was the CEO of a major company called Arvida back then, which they built much of Southeast Florida. He was the CEO. He was the chairman of our school board at our prep school we went to, and he just commanded attention. I always had this amazing affinity for him. So I'd, spend the night, and very, very juxtaposed to my father. My father was not that guy, right? He was quiet and listened. And I mean, he's an attorney, and he was empathetic, and he was,
You say that like all attorneys are quiet and empathetic.
apparently that's not the case, but the way I grew up, I watched the nobility of the way my father, he was in estate planning. And I mean, you think about it, what happens in estate planning, it's the worst moment of your life. Someone's died. And my dad would guide people through this, and he would sit down and he'd be like, David, think about what I do and how I help people in those moments. Because I'd be like, Dad, why aren't you like a big time trial attorney, or, why aren't you going out? And he says, I tried trial attorney. I hated it. I didn't like it. A lot of it is not what it seems. It's kind of a charade, if you will. But in estate planning, I can help people in the greatest crisis of their life. And that influence combined with my mom and the dedication to charity and what she did in the community, like that really was a model for me. I mean, it was a phenomenal example for me to exist in. And anyway, so he's like, all right, we're going to go talk to Bud. I was like, okay. So he called and arranged it. And I remember going over to Bud and walk in, and Bud was a big Crown drinker, Crown on the rocks, man, just Crown. And we go outside. They lived in this nice neighborhood, and we go outside, and he's like, come outside. And he pours me a Crown on the rocks, and he's like, drink it. I'm like, okay. And he says, so you want to go to war, huh? And for the next several hours, he told me about some of the intimacy of what it was like for him in Vietnam. And it was rattling. It was the first time I'd ever had anybody talk to me in that way. I'd never had, we had people in our family a couple generations before that had served, were part of Roosevelt's cabinet. We had a couple of my great uncles were generals and stuff, but since my grandfathers, nobody had served. And that was an eye-opening experience, to say the least. And he shared with me about a time he would not, the famous stories of tunnel rats, right? He would never make any of his guys go in the tunnel. He would go in the tunnel instead of his men. And one of the times the tunnel collapsed on him, and he essentially was, suffocating, and his men had to dig him out. And you hear that, and then you hear about the story of men and underneath his command dying in his arms multiple times. And it made it real, or more tangible. It still wasn't real yet, right? Obviously, but it made it real. Like, it made me really think, whoa, is this what I want to do? Can I handle that? Like, what will it do to me? Is it going to change? Because my greatest fear from the beginning was that if I go into the teams, I'll lose that piece of myself that's the artist, right? And I didn't want that to happen. I'd read enough stories about J.D. Salinger and, Hemingway and these other people that had seen combat and how it changed them permanently. And now, luckily, maybe not luckily is not the word. I think fortunately for those men, that pain was converted into really beautiful art. And so I was nervous, like maybe if what I saw or what I went through, that would be erased in me. And so I had that in mind. And when I went to the recruiter, I was had long hair, huge sideburns, a nasty goatee. I was probably about 225 pounds, out of shape. And I walked in Delray, where it is, and I said, hey, how you doing? He's like, may I help you? And I was like, yeah, I want to be a Navy SEAL. He's like, I bet you do. And he sat me in that chair and put on that cassette tape called Be Someone Special. And it's funny, man. I just watched it. You can find it on YouTube, and it's guys fast roping into a target and assaulting it and planting a bomb and it blowing up and snipers taking guys outside, and then it moves into the story of buds, and that was the first time I'd ever, because back then there wasn't anything, right? There's a couple books from Vietnam. There was Rogue Warrior, and that was it, and the Charlie Sheen movie, and none of that encapsulated what it was. For me, that video was the first time I got a window into the intensity of it. And I was like, yeah, that's it. That's what I need. That's what I want. And he's like, okay, sign right here. And I said, well, I can't. My dad made me promise I'd take it home and show him, big contract. I take it home to my dad, and he reads through it. He goes, it is what it is. You go in, they own you. And I was like, okay, that works. That's fine. That's what I want. So I signed, was at MEPS, and in June 23rd, I think, of 1995, I was at boot camp. And
So what was it that really drew you in?
I think it was the redemption that I imagined I would feel if I could face death and not collapse. I think if I could stand next to somebody who entrusted their life with me, and I had the strength to do that somehow all of my fear would go away.
Was there any aspect of, your athletic career came crashing down. Your academic career came crashing down. You had a miscarriage with a woman. It's a fucking tough spot for a guy, 21?
I was 22 because I had done the 5th year of high school, so I was a year old.
22 years old. A lot of failures. Is there any aspect of this that did you want to make your parents proud? Did you want to, so for example, for me, when I looked at it, it was a way to be the best, the very best. It's something that was actually attainable. You were in control. All you have to do is not quit and perform. There's no size requirements. You're too small, you're too big, you're too skinny, there is none of that. And so it's a way to, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it mitigates all the other.
It's a way to be the best at something, to make people proud of you, and it's all within your grasp. You can actually see it happening because it's all on you. There's no fucking scouts. There's none of that.
I don't know if obviously there's a part of that because, I'd always been really good at all the things that I had tried, and then I was a failure. So yeah, there's a part of wanting to be a part of something elite for sure. But it was more, I just didn't want to be afraid anymore. And I thought that was going to do it. Like I would be surrounded by the strongest men there were. And if I hung, then they would look at me and they'd be like, yeah, he's good to go. And I could release that sensation that I was afraid of not being able to perform, of not being able to measure up. And I think so there's a part of that in there, but it was much more contained in my own mind and my own perceptions.
What about killing? Did you think about killing?
No.
Did you want to kill?
Not in the way where it was at the forefront of my thoughts at all. Like that wasn't it. It's like, oh, I'm going to go in and I'm going to kill people. That wasn't it at all. And I think a lot of that, because if you look at the 80s and in the early 90s, the movies that were personifying, mass level killing and from a male perspective and that power and that comes with it. I don't know. I don't know if that was the thing that was enticing me at all. Obviously the more you go down into the program, the more that becomes a more significant, because when you realize that, well, that's what this whole thing's about. Like it was interesting. It took me a long time. When I first got out, especially when I started working with kids, I would, any kid that was saying, "Hey, I want to go in the teams or somewhere, can you?" And I would sit and talk to them, and I would never ask that question. And then a little bit later, our friend Dan Sorello, Taco, I talked to him because he was really influencing a lot of people when he first got out, when he was running that CrossFit gym. And he's put I think it's like 27 guys have come through him and gone in and succeeded. So I asked him, I was like, what do you ask these guys? And he goes, well, the first question I ask is, do you want to go kill people? And he's like, because that's the whole thing. And I was like, holy cow. But at that time, no, that wasn't. It was more just about filling the hole that fear had created in me.
How did it feel to sign up?
Like I was gaining control of my life. Like I moved an inch forward, like I finally oh man, that's big. That's an adult decision. I'm leaving the protective nest of Boca Raton and college, and I'm now it's real. I have to go figure it out.
Why do you think? I mean, I hate to put it like this, but I don't know any other way. I was the same as everybody else that I served with, including you. What is it that draws people to killing? Why are young men that are so interested in special operations, being a SEAL, being a Green Beret, being a Ranger, being a Marine Grunt, being a MARSOC guy, what is the fascination with taking someone's life? Have you dove into that at all?
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
It's there.
we have some mutual friends that have an exorbitant amount of confirmed kills, right? And talking with them in those capacities, I mean, some of them, they would describe it as, well, I got really good at it. And I was really good at it. And I enjoyed it. Because you were able to, I think as you mature in the process and that reprogramming really takes hold, that becomes the objective. Because at first it's like, can I hang in buds, right? Can I hang in Hell Week? And then once you beyond that, then it changes completely. Then the focus begins where it's like, oh no, it's not about hanging at all. It's about how good you're going to integrate with this group of men to go do that job. That's it. And all the other shit is just fluff. It's just distraction, right?
I just don't I mean, and I think about it with myself. Like, why did I mean, because it is what it is. You go in and you want to kill another human being.
I think eventually.
For me, it was right off the bat.
Really?
I just had a craving. I wanted to legally kill somebody.
Yeah.
A bad guy.
Yeah. I think I've obviously you have those discussions in the midst of it. And I think it's so integrated into your, like the evolution of your consciousness, how you see yourself in the community, that plays a major role in it, right? And that becomes almost the criteria, right, of your service. And I think that overwhelms naturally, as it should, because it's not a game. You're not playing a game. Like there's no game about any of it. From the day you first walk out into Coronado and you show up, like there's no game. It's not a fucking game. And so if it's not a game, well, what's this about? And very quickly, through your instructor staff, constantly telling you, this is what it is. This is what it's about. This is what it is. And then as you get closer and closer, but for me going in and I got to, I went through boot camp and then spent a little bit of time in Great Lakes and then went to Bethesda Naval Hospital and in a transitional wait period before my buds class started. Like I wasn't thinking about any of that stuff. I was just thinking about, all right, am I in shape enough? Yeah, I should be all right. It should be good. You know, this it shouldn't be, because again, there were no videos, there were no books, you had no idea what to expect. It's like, yeah, I got this. I'm a D1 athlete. I'll be fine. And it wasn't like, oh, I need to mentally prepare for this cataclysmic shift in the way I'm going to look at life and death. Now, it was about the death component for me. That was definitely there, but it wasn't the reverse of that. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to deliver death. It wasn't that for me at all. Not until much later. And then, but initially it was just like, you contemplate, but for me, I felt like every day I was just trying to hang on because, my pathway was just not conducive for as it would be for it, or as it was for many other people. So
How was it checking in the buds?
it was nuts. I remember I drove cross country with my friend Brian, who had been in boot camp. Brian and John, they were both 18 in boot camp, and we made it. All good. We were in the same state flags division, and like I was the RPOC and they were the two watch leaders and all that, and which I couldn't even believe that. That was just mind blowing to me that 4 months before I'm on mushrooms in state college, and now I'm in charge of this thing, and it's just like, what is happening? And but then we went to Bethesda and they started training hard, and I was just like, I was still going up to Penn State on weekends and hanging out, and so then drove across country with Brian, went to Thanksgiving in Arizona, and then saw my cousins, and then we checked and we drove straight to Coronado, and it was like a Sunday night. And I remember like, let's go check in. And he's like, no, this is stupid. Let's come back tomorrow morning, first thing when everybody, I was like, dude, we're here. Let's check in. Let's get in the barracks. Let's start. And so we go in and I go on that quarterdeck and I'm like, hey, Seaman Rutherford reporting for duty type stuff. And the quarterdeck watch was looking at me like I was nuts. Like, what are you doing here on a Sunday night? Like, idiot, And I was like, hey man, we're here to check in. And he's like, why don't you go somewhere else? And I'm like, hey man, we're here to check. He's like, I got to wake up the watch. I was like, okay, well, wake him up. I had no idea. So he wakes up the chief that was asleep in that little place behind that quarterdeck. And this dude comes out like a bull in a china shop and starts screaming at us, drops us down, banging him out, beating the snot out of us, right? We get a little beat down. This thing's going on. I'm like, arm shaking, back swayed, like, oh my God, he's screaming at me. I'm going to make this my personal mission to make you quit in the next, 48 hours. And I'm like, holy shit, this is buds. I hadn't even signed my name in. And then I got nervous. That was like, uh-oh, this is going to be hard. And then it started and it was like overwhelming.
What class were you?
I started in 205 and I made it about, I think 3 weeks. And the soft sand just crushed me. And my ITBs flared so bad, I couldn't bend my knees anymore. They just locked out. And I go into medical and they're like, all right, we're going to drop you. And I was like, wait, what? And I had come under the DIFAR program because there was so short of medics in the teams at the time that they gave this special program that if you signed up under this program, you'd go straight to buds, no A school, right? Straight to buds. And then if you graduated buds, then you would go to 18 Delta and get your corpsman qual. I was like, sweet. I was like, if I have any detour, if I go to any other command, the wheels could fall off immediately. So I wanted to just get straight there.
18 Delta, for anybody that's listening, it's a medic.
Yeah, JSOMC, Joint Special Operations Combat Medic Course. And so I was I'm like, oh my God, the doc is telling me he's going to drop me, or I'm like, holy God, I just got here. And somebody was like, no, let's just roll him. And so they gave me a roll from 205 into 206.
Let's rewind a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's talk about 1-1 day.
I didn't get to 1-1 day.
This was an
205.
NDoc.
This was an NDoc.
Oh shit.
Didn't even get to
Okay.
1-1 day. And that's when I was like, that's why I was scared. And there was great guys in this class. I mean, class 205 was just, I remember the officer was just incredible. The OIC was like hard charging guy. And I was like, man, and then I'm out of that class like that. Like you couldn't even think. And so they rolled me into 206. And now this time I'm like, all right, that's not happening. So it's, 2 months in between. There were 6 classes back then. And there was 2 months. So I'd go through the day, and then after work every day in the barracks, I'd go for beach runs every day just to work on my legs, just to get stronger. And as 206 started in doc, I was like, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a road guard, because road guards, even though you're sprinting and crossing the Silver Strand and all that, road guards would get to eat first. So you'd get to digest your food longer, right? So you get in the chow hall, you eat first, and then you could actually sit and chill before, because if you're in your regular boat cruise, one day boat crew 1 goes in first, next day boat crew 13, the Smurf crew, goes in first, right? And you never know. And if you're the last boat crew to go and you only got 40 minutes to eat, you're finishing your food, you're getting in line, and next thing you know, 5 minutes later, you're at the CTT, at the combat training tank, puking your food because you only had 4 minutes to eat your food, right? And I was like, road guard. So the extra training, road guard. So I class up. Day 1 was unbelievable. It was the coolest thing. We had a great class, a bunch of amazing guys in there, really just tough guys. And it was interesting. That was the first time they had a film crew that was going to be with that crew, and do a little bit of filming of them and do a special. I forget what TV show it was on, but
Was this a Discovery Channel show?
no, that was later. That was when I was an instructor. They did that one.
Wait, were you on that?
All those no, because I was a SQT instructor, but all those guys came into our class. Like I think that was like my first class I had as an SQT instructor. So 206 starts week 1. Awesome. I'm like, sweet, I'm going. And end of that first week, wake up Friday, my feet are killing me. I feel swollen. My heels are killing me. I tell my boat crew leader, he's like, just get through the day. So I get through, I tell my boat crew leader, he's like, hey, why don't you just run over to medical, just check it out. And so I go over to medical, and they're like, all right, we'll send you across the street. Go across the street, get x-rays. And I had stress fractures in both tibias and fibias. So that was just like devastating. And I'm like, what do I do? And well, our OIC was like, well, on Monday, go into medical and to talk to the doc. So I got on my starch uniform. I go in, and he's like, that's it. We're gonna nonverbal DOR. You're dropped from training because you're broken. You're done. And imagine, it's not even a year since I left, and now it's over. And for me, it wasn't. I wasn't going to A school. I was going to a ship as an undesignated E3. So I was going to be in the bowels of a ship, chipping paint until I could figure out an A school or whatever. And so I was just shattered. And the doc's like, all right, go over to the base training officer, go tell him what's up. So I go over to the base training officer, and the grinder was, I think it was like first phase, second phase, BTO, and then the quarterdeck. And I walk in, and I'm standing at attention, stiff and just like on the precipice of just melting down. And he was like, all right, Rutherford, what's going on? I go, sir. And he's like, hey man, stop the sir stuff. At ease. You better just talk to me and tell me what's going on. And I was I was flabbergasted. I was like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know why this is happening to me. I tried to get in shape. I've been working hard, try to get my legs ready. And I've never had anything like this before. I played, I was a D1 athlete, and he's like, all right, wait here. So he walks out. He's gone for 5 minutes or so or whatever, comes back in and he says, well, it appears that you got a little Bud's angel on your shoulder. Someone seems to think that if you could get healthy, you might make a decent frogman someday. So do you want a single roll or a double roll? And I'm like I didn't even know what to say. He's like, you better tell me what you want or otherwise, this is over quick. And I was like, and smart me, I'm like, I'll take a double roll. Dumbest thing I could have ever done in my life, right?
Why is that?
It's just too much time. 4 months is just way too much time because it starts to grind on you where all your friends are moving on and moving forward and you're just sitting in the same spot. But you're going in, you're getting, in between those phases, it wasn't like a regular day, but you're still doing 2-3 workouts a day. You're still swimming a ton. You're still, running the chow. You're still doing it, but you're not going anywhere. And that was hard. That was a really difficult time. I was grateful because I had a friend, Mark, who had been to Buds a couple times before, and he was like an E5, E6, and he had a place off base that he would let me sleep at, and like he figured out how to finagle it so I could go sleep there, and it was just hard. I got into, that was when I started drinking a little bit and partying, with the guys who were waiting to class up or whatever, or guys that I knew that were in classes. I knew a ton of dudes that were in 207, and would hang out as they were moving forward, or my 205 or 6 buddies. And it was a long time and really started doubting myself again. And then thankfully, I made it to getting classed up with 208, and that was a life-saving thing. The guys that I went through 208 with were just incredible human beings. Tom, Gary, just Jeff, Mark, Rob. My boat crew going through Hell Week they were just titans of men. All of them went on to elite level careers, really just performing at the highest. And these were the guys that I was in a boat crew with, and it was phenomenal. And it was awesome. I'm not going to say it was easy because was not easy, right? Struggled with everything a little bit, drown proofing and knot tying and all your typical things. But it was all great because they were so motivated. My boat crew leader was a guy named Adam Smith, who was the admiral's son. And, the one time I got close to wanting to quit was in Hell Week on Wednesday night. And
What was it?
we had, first off, when we started, like it was bizarre. It was like an omen, right? It was the Friday before the Sunday. We were all lined up on a grinder, and Admiral Smith came in and went down the line and inspected the boat crews or whatever. And he came to ours, and he's standing in front of his son. And his other brother was a SEAL too. And he looks at us and goes, sir, is your boat crew ready? Yes, sir. The whole thing. Oh, yeah, sir. And it was just a cool moment between a father and a son. And I was really proud to be with these guys. They were so strong, like so strong. And so capable. And you felt, that feeling, you feel stronger with them, like you can do more. And he looked around and he said, looked at the instructors, he said, all right, guys, all right, instructor staff, I would like you to take it easy on this boat crew for me. Essentially just like light them up.
Yeah.
Light them up. We did, what do you call it? 2 steel piers. We did in breakout, we lost 2 guys, quit immediately. and they didn't reorder our boat crew for almost like 24 hours. We only had 5 guys. And they just leaned into us, and nobody broke. And it was just incredible. Like everybody got stronger and stronger and stronger. And like Bing, remember Bing, man, he was just like, had that look, just angry, like always just pissed. You and he remind me a lot of each other. But like nothing was going to break him. And he'd just look at you and you'd want to like do more, like get your hands under the boat or under the log or whatever it was. And they were all, and then Rob was always just smiling, and just, you work. But it was Wednesday night. We had done boat passage, and it was an El Nino year.
What's boat passage?
Where you paddle out past, you dump the boats, flip them back in, and come out, right? Surf passage, I guess. Yeah. And it was an El Nino, and so it was like 20, 25-foot waves. It was the biggest surf in 10 years that California had seen. And the instructors were like, send them out, right? And when you talk about a yard sale, there were boats and chem lights and dudes in water for like a mile spread out wild. People were getting nuts. And we had a couple of guys in our boat crew that surfed. So I grew up surfing, and Adam had surfed and some other guys. And so we just got lucky. We timed a set and we got out. And we're out there and we're like, all right, how do we hide our chem lights so we don't have to go back in, right? And then Adam's like, nope, let's go, flip it over. And so we're going in, and I was 3-man port side, and we're going, and I think all right, we're timing the set, and that boat just starts going up and up and up and up, and that wave just went like that and just threw the boat once it was breaking. And I remember being, I don't know, 20 feet in the air or whatever it was, and Rob was like 10 feet below me. Guys are in the air. Remember, don't lose your paddle. Don't lose. All I could think about was not that I'm going to fall on my buddies beneath me, or the boat's going to land on me or drive. All I could think was about, don't let go of my paddle. Don't let go of my paddle. And we hit, and obviously the train wreck, the next following sets hit you. And I remember coming up and I'm going to die right now. It was so big and so aggressive, and it was chaos. And you couldn't see anybody's chem light because, you got those old K-pox that are strangling you in your helmet, and you just like, don't lose. All I could think, don't lose my paddle. Like I didn't even think start swimming inshore, right? And finally, figured out, got into shore. And apparently at that point, one of the senior instructors had been like, maybe we ought to not send them out there anymore, right? Because dudes were just quitting. And finally we got together. They brought us in, they stopped, and then we went down and did Chief's Beach. And at Chief's Beach, they do this thing, and it's they build this big bonfire, right? And you sit around on the edge of the bonfire, and the way it worked, they made it sound, this was before, I think right after Mid-Rats. And one of the instructors was like, all right, here's how to work. You guys come up, you tell the funniest story you've ever told in your life, and then you stay up as long as the next person's story isn't funnier than yours, right? And so I was like, oh, this is going to be awesome, right? Because I've got some funny stories. So it started, and they were good, and some dudes would last 2 guys. Now, when you're there, when you're in the line, you're just far enough away from the flame where you can't really feel it. Like you might, like a window blow and you feel a little bit, but you're still wet, and you're just jackhammering the whole thing. But if you're there next, you're right in front of the fire next to the instructor. So I'm like, that's it. If I can stay up there, tell the best story I've ever told in my life, that'll be it. And so it was my turn, and there were some dudes that were hilarious in that class. I mean, hilarious people, like funny as hell. And so it's my turn. I get up and I tell this funny story about a big bad wolf mask, a disco ball, and a girl I knew in college, right? And it was like everybody's laughing, like it's laughing their brains out. And of course, I extended the story. So it's like a 20-minute story. So now I'm starting to feel dry. It kills. The instructors are laughing. My hands are starting to dry. I'm starting to dry off in my face. I stopped shaking for the first time since Sunday night. And I think I went like 5 or 6 dudes. And so in that moment, like now my boots dried. I could feel my feet for the first time. And I got comfortable. And I forgot where I was. And then a dude got up and told, hilarious study. Everybody was laughing. And the instructor looks over at me and goes, "What are you laughing at, Rutherford?" And I'm like, "Huh?" And he's like, "Go hit the surf." And I run, that did it. Like I hit that freezing cold surf and it broke me. And I was like, I can't go back out there. Like I can't do it. So I hit the surf. I'm jackhammering again. Then something happened. Next thing you know, an instructor was pissed at us, made us surf tortured. We're in there getting surfed and they're just screaming at us and the waves are huge. And I'm holding arms with Adam and I look and I was like, dude, I'm done. I'm going to quit. I can't do this. There's no way. I can't go to combat. I don't have what it takes for this. I can't even stay mentally engaged, when I'm dry, how am I going to go to combat? And it just spiraled. And God bless that man. He saved my career. He was like, dude, don't quit. He's like, wait until you're done with this. And then we'll quit. And I'll never forget, like right after that, he'd talk some, said, just get through this. And then if you want to quit, I'll let you quit. And right after that, Braveheart had come out around then sometime. I forget when it was. But one of our senior officers, who's one of the toughest, best dudes I've ever met in my life, this guy, Tom, he screams, "Freedom!" And the whole class like got hard. And then we just powered through it and made it through. And I was on top of the world. Like I was like, I just went through the hardest thing in my entire life and with these men, and they didn't quit and they didn't let me quit. I was like, this is where I want to be. And that was a powerful moment for me.
Who was your first call after Hell Week?
I think I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know. It could have been my parents, could have been my girlfriend at the time. I was just like, make sure you pick me up as soon as they let me go first tomorrow morning. Because it was like an idiot, everybody else like stayed in the barrack and didn't move. I got picked up. We went down to PB. We ate breakfast with a couple other dudes who had already through, and then we started drinking. And so by like noon after Hell Week, I was already starting to drink and just like, all right, now I'm hard as nails. This is what frogmen do. And that was the culture of the time. This is pre 9/11. And I think that was really what began to manifest as that culture. Like I'm a freedom fighting, rootin', tootin', barrel chested fighting fucking frogman. And I'm going to, go harder than everybody else. And that started to come in. And I think a lot of that was from my insecurity coming back in a new way this time. It was more about, how am I going to live up to these guys? How am I going to measure up? Because what I saw and what I was witnessing is people were just hard. Like I remember some dudes, it seemed like even in the worst, they seemed like they weren't fazed by it, or not that they weren't fazed, but that it wasn't going to bug. It wasn't going to bug them. And that was like powerful. There was a guy who I really became close with. His name is Henry. And Henry was an E5, was the senior medic for our class. And he was kind of shorter and didn't have like a SEAL build. And he'd been a rescue swimmer in the Navy. And those instructors would beat the hell out of him, like just for fun, just because you don't look like a Navy, your uniform's disheveled, you're a piece of shit. And they would just beat that poor dude. And I remember he would go over, to report injuries, or, we've got this many guys quit, this many injuries, this is what our class count is, and go report to each phase every morning and every afternoon. And so he would come over to the cage in the pit, and he'd be like, all right, I need a swim buddy to go over there. And fucking dudes would like scatter, right? Because nobody wanted, because they knew he was going to take a beat down. And so finally I'd be like, yeah, I'll go with you, because I was going to be a medic. I admired him. He took heavies. And every time we'd go over there, they just liked to beat on him. They wanted him to quit. And like, I remember on the dirty name, because he was short, he was like 5'6", 5'7", maybe. And the dirty name just crushed him, right? The one, if you're listening, you jump up on one little stump, and then you got to clear like a 6-foot pole and then up to a 9-foot pole. And there's probably like 3 to 4 feet in between them. And if you're short, you just have to wing it, like all in, like to go for it. And I remember being on the O course one day, watching him. And O course, I always liked the O course. That was like my relax, but my only time I got to relax, because I love the O course. And he was stuck. He was just smoked, because they'd smoked him already a couple times. And he was on that dirty name for like an hour or however long we were there. They just do it again, do it again, do it again. And later we found out he actually cracked a couple ribs, and he never quit. He never whined. He never turned himself into medical, nothing. And so that's the caliber of men you're around. And I was like, oh, am I that hard? Am I that tough? Do I have enough? But that the whole mindset of iron sharpens iron, that's true. And I learned that then with those men in 208.
How was the rest of buds?
Horrible.
What were your hangups?
I had die face. I failed pool comp, my only thing I ever failed. And
Describe pool comp.
Pool comp is, for simple terms, how weak in the pool, right? It's where you're fast tracked into open circuit diving. You have twin 80s on your back, and like day one, first hour in pool on Monday, you're doing buddy breathing, right? With these old school, hose intake. You're doing it above and below. And then day two, you're doing, ditch and dawn. You take your gear off a specific way. Everything has, the straps are perfect. There's a sequence. Everything in the teams has a sequence, and soft especially, because you have to be able to replicate it under duress, right? And so that meticulousness is really if you can master that meticulousness, I think buds it makes more sense to people. Well, I was never a meticulous guy. But that week I was doing good. I was, my swim buddy was this guy, John, good guy, a little bit younger than me, but hard charger. And we did great all the way through, the week. And, that Friday, we got up to it, and it was pool comp. And pool comp is, you start on the side of the pool, combat training tank, twin 80s on, flippers on, jump in, go down on the lines on the bottom. You get on your hands and knees, and you walk on your hands and knees back and forth across the 9 foot. And then the instructors come down and simulate 4 different types of problem sets. First is a surf fit, mask ripped off, fins ripped off. Next one is, I think, an inhalation or an exhalation problem, right? Turn off your J valve, turn off your air, mess up your hose. Then third one is a ditch and dawn, right? Put your equipment back on. And then the fourth is the whammy knot, where they just completely take your hose, stand on your head, and tuck them in the back of your manifold. And then you have to get those. And for some reason, I don't know, I was dealing with some pretty heavy stuff with my girlfriend at the time. Struggling, was fatigue, was tired. All the typical things that everybody faces every day, but those are the things like guys don't necessarily talk about in buds, right? It's like you leave the command and you can, if you leave and if you can live off base or whatever, but like there's an aftermath of the day, like a psychological recuperation that takes place. And sometimes if you don't have that in check, you're not recovering properly. You're not getting, you're not ready or prepared for the next day in the Argent. And by then, I mean, I'd been there, geez, a long time. I mean, coming up on a year. I'd already been at Buds, and Friday I was like, all right, I'm good as long as I don't get Instructor Watson, as long as I don't get him, Adam Watson, man, the redheaded devil, dude. As long as I don't get Watson, I'm good. And I go up, it's my turn, Rutherford on the deck. I turn around, guess who's sitting right out there? Dude, I was up in, I want to say it was like 12 seconds. First surf hit, came down on top of me, fins off, bounding me off thing. I'm like, I'm going signaling, I'm going up and come up. I feel fine, just freaked out. And then he, comes up, Rutherford, fail. And so then you get another one that day. I failed that one on a twisted strap or something, or no, sequence. I did a sequence backward, failed on that one. Remediation all weekend where you're practicing with your buddies. And then Monday hits and you're right back in the pool. Failed the third one, you get 4 attempts. And then the fourth one, I got in. I was like, I got this. I did everything great. Came up, I feel fine. And it was one of the officers of second phase. And it's like, sorry, Rutherford, twisted strap. I think my chest strap was twisted and failed. You're out. You're rolled. And they took us and there was like 7 of us that failed. And we had to sit at one end of the pool while everybody else who had passed was down here and they were moving on. And that was it. And I had failed. And I was at a 208. And that again was just devastating. Because you start to feel it, right? You start to feel the wear and tear. You start to feel it in your shoulders and your hips, and your feet are screwed and your hands are aching all the time. And you feel it and it builds up. And then to fail, to be a failure now, to fail in an evolution was really difficult for me. Thankfully, again, I had those 7 guys. Henry was one of them, Larry, Chris, a couple other guys, John, they were part, and we got in that in between. And, for my penance, just almost like every day or every other day, we would go to the combat training tank and guess what we would practice?
Pool comp.
Pool comp. So for 2 months, waiting for class 209 to come up, I would practice pool comp. And needless to say, 209 came up, got in 209. I was the first guy in the water. I was up and passed. Rutherford passed. I was like, yes, done. And then some guy, one of the students had a problem. They shut it down training. And I was like the only guy that had passed that day. And so I'm like, all right, sweet. And that night I went out and in PB, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go. I made it. I'm partying. I go out and I walk into this Irish bar in PB, and I walk in and it was like, in Blue or Animal House, the music stops, everybody looks over, and it's like 10 instructors are sitting there, and I'm like, and they're like, get over here now. And I came over, I was like, drinks on me, bought everybody a beer, and they were cool. And these 2 instructors in particular, one's name was Brian and one's name was Keith. And I sat down with them, and I remember the first time an instructor had ever talked to me. Because right, you show up, they're like these gods. They're these things that are larger than life. And, Instructor Ashelman, Instructor Decker, and, these just pipe hitters Master Chief Denny Chalker was our command Master Chief. He was a plank owner of SEAL Team 6. And, the head of PTRR was, Warrant Officer Rewerts, who was also a plank owner of SEAL Team 6. And so, these are the men, Chief Audis and all these guys that are like they're not human. and so they're unattainable, and you like, when do I get to feel that? And that night was the first time, and Brian and Keith sat me down, and I'll never forget, I asked both of them, I said, well, like, how do you, how would you describe what it's like? And they're like, it's a lifestyle. And I was like, I don't understand. They're like, it's 24/7. If you want to be a good frogman, you have to be committed to this 24/7. Every day you're thinking about this. Everything else in your life you have to put aside. You cannot let anything move into your, the forefront of your consciousness. You have to be 100% dedicated. And that was amazing for me, because that was, and then I asked them both. I remember asking Brian first. I go, what advice would you give me? He goes, learn how to flip it on and off. I was like, what does that mean? It's like, learn how to take the pain and the intensity and flip the switch on the emotional aspect of it, and then turn it on when you need. Excuse me. And I go, oh, well, he'd been in like 15 years or so, and I think he's like 12 or something. And I go, well, how do you do that? And he's like, I don't know. I still haven't figured it out. And then the next day showed up, and I worked the pool deck, and every instructor that was in that like beat me down through the whole time, the whole class to class. So I think I must have done like 1,000 push-ups that day, and I don't even know how many 8-count bodybuilders, but it was worth every second that I'd made it through that. So that was cool. And then I was, officially with 209, and ended up finishing with 209, which was definitely hard. And those guys were amazing, just wonderful. Doug, Liam, Landry, Mike, all these incredible guys in that platoon. Mark, it's like, these are, if you want to create a positive reflection that you can aspire to, surround yourself around really motivated, ambitious young men. And that's what it was for me.
How did it feel for you to graduate?
Beyond a relief. I mean, at that point, it was February 97. I started in November 95, and I finished in February 97. So it was over a year. And I remember being on the island just hanging on by a thread, but I finished, and it was done. And I didn't feel immeasurably confident. I didn't feel like I was on top of the world at all. I felt like, wow, that was really, really hard. And I knew it was going to get harder. And I was like, uh-oh, like, am I going to be ready for this? How am I going to do? And so it wasn't as much of a woohoo kind of feeling, as much as it was like, okay, what's next? And am I ready? Can I go into whatever the next thing was? So
What year is this?
it was February 1997.
97.
Yeah.
Where do you go from there?
This is where the beauty. Let me just backtrack one little statement. The guy who had saved my career at the beginning in 206 was Warrant Officer Rewerts. He was the one who told and I didn't find this out till much later in my career. He was the one who had told the base training officer that if Rutherford is healthy, he might make a decent frogman someday. And the reason he said that, because every time I'd be overwhelmed by that doubt, by that fear, which was still palpable every day in me, I figured out a way, because I'd always been the motivator in all my teams, whether I was quarterback or captain of the team or whatever it was. I always felt like that was a huge component of that responsibility, to lift up your teammates, right? And so what I would do to distract my own sense of fear, I would find a guy that was struggling, and then I'd try and motivate him. I'd compartmentalize my own anguish to try and lift somebody else, to keep me distracted from my own inability. And so he had witnessed that and was like, all right, then, and that's what he saved my career for sure. So I graduate buds. And because I was in this dive fair program, this medic program, we didn't immediately go check on board a team and then start. Back then, there was no SQT as it is in its current form, or even when I was in CASU. You used to go to a team, and each team ran its own training. That was your probationary training called SEAL Tactical Training. And so, like, I wasn't even assigned to a team yet. I was at TDY, and I went to Team 5, and I was there, cleaning the shitters on a daily basis in the Master at Arms shack. And I was picking up cigarette butts by the platoon huts. And I was, they didn't even give us equipment to do PT in or anything. I remember it was middle of winter and we were doing ocean swims or bay swims. And I was like hyping out. We did a bay swim from the bridge around. And I was hyping out, and the XO like had to push me up onto the beach. And he's like, go do some jumping jacks. And then I finished it because they didn't have any wetsuits to give me, or I wasn't worthy of a wetsuit. And so for these 4 months, I'm in limbo and I'm just cleaning shitters, and like, I'm a new guy, but I'm worse than a new guy because I'm not checked on board Team 5. I'm just there temporary duty until jump school. So I do that, made it through that. That was tough. That was a tough one. There was the Master at Arms guy hated me just because I started getting a little chip on my shoulder at that time, because I was like, wait a minute, we just made it through buds. And now because of this medic thing, like, I'm in limbo and I got to clean shitters for 4 months. And like, it started getting on my nerves a little bit. And, we're partying hard. And so that distracts you. And you're like, I'm not moving forward in my career. Mm-hmm. Like, I have buddies that graduated 2005. They're already in a platoon workup, right? They're already moving forward. They're doing the job. And now I'm in TDY again. So that was really frustrating, but we ended up going to jump school. That was fun. We all went over there. We had a blast. Jump school's a joke, but what I like about it though is I love the way the Army is able to put mass people through a program and do it pretty well. I respected the black hat guys, and obviously the extensiveness of you're just graduating, bud. Do pull-ups, and you can just do pull-ups forever. But I like the way they ran their program. It was my first introduction in Army. Then from there, I go right into 18 Delta, and that was July of 97. And that's where things like really were like, whoa, this is serious stuff. And 18 Delta began. Yeah.
When did you get your trident?
It was, so 18 Delta was supposed to be 6 months. I was there 8 months. So that was July, when we were in New York, August through November. And then we had to take the civilian paramedic qualification. So I showed up. I failed the cardiology part of that. So I had to stay longer. So I graduated 18 Delta in January of 98. Drove across country back I got SEAL Team 1, checked on board SEAL Team 1 in February of 98. So I finally had a team, stoked, ready to go, get me in STT. Nope. I go back to work in the Master at Arms shack, cleaning shitters again.
After 18 Delta?
After 18 Delta, yep.
Why?
I don't know. It's not like it's at Team 1. It's not like you're going to complain. That's where you're going. You're working. They don't need you in medical. They don't need you in training cell. So you got to wait to go through STT. That's not until the summer. So you're going to work in a Master at Arms shack. I remember I got there and I went in, and it was BM1 coupe. And I remember I came in one day and I was like, all right, I'm motivated. And I gave him like 4 or 5 chits, right? And one was sniper school, free for all school, comm school. Like I put them all in. I was like, hey, Petty Officer Rutherford, here's my chits. I want to go to these schools.
And I'll never forget, he's sitting there and he looks at it, he goes, "Oh, this is a good one, man. Yeah, I went to sniper school after my like third platoon." And he rips it up and he drops it and he goes, "I'm gonna put it in the circular file cabinet right here." And then, "Oh, yeah. This looks a comm school. That'd be funny." He goes, "Yeah. There he goes right there." He puts it in and he just rips them all. And he goes, "Hey, why don't you go out to the grinder and clean the grinder? There's some trucks out there that need to get cleaned. Why don't you go do that?" And that was it. And it was like, again, like, really? Dude, I just got out of like the top medical training program in all special operations, spent a month in New York City in the ERs and on the ambulances. I mean, we saw hundreds and hundreds of patients and, so had my first person die on me. It was October 31st. We thought it was going to be an insane night and show up difficulty breathing, walk in, and this is a room half the size of this, an apartment, and there's this firefighter working this guy, and I was with these two experienced paramedics. They're like, "All right, Rook, get on a guy." And so I worked this guy for 45 minutes, and then they're like, "All right, he's dead. Stop working him." And
Was that the first time you'd seen death?
Yeah, that was it. That was the first time.
How'd you handle that?
The hardest part for me was I felt like I'd performed what I needed to perform. Like I went through the whole code that you learn, but when you stop, it's abrupt. It's not what you thought. Like in a movie, there's a solemnness or there's whatever, at a funeral, you're not intimate with the transition, right? It's none of that. It's like, and now I'm in the middle of it, and I'll never forget the guys on the ground, and his wife and his son and his girlfriend are standing at his head, and like you're the senior medic dude, and he's on the phone with the doc, and he looks up and he goes, "All right, that's it, Rook, cut it. It's called, the doc called it." And I'm still going, and I'm like this, and I'm like, and the other guy's at his feet, and he's holding his cup of coffee, right, his New York cup of coffee, and he's like, "Hey man, stop." He's like, "Pick up all your shit, let's go." And I'm looking up here at them, and I'm looking over here, and I'm looking at this dead guy. And that was tough, like, because you saw the pain immediately in them. And it became almost like he was just a piece of meat at that point. And I was like, "Hey, I'm hungry, let's go, pick up your shit." And as we're getting up, the cops come in from outside, and I'm like, "What about him?" Like, "It's not our problem, man. That's the cops' problem now." And I was just like, holy shit. And like the whole rest of the night, I was just like, what just happened? And that was the thing that really was challenging for me, because I chose to be a medic because I thought that was the thing that was going to enable me to hold the artist in me. Like, it's the empathy. So if I become a medic and I can save people's lives, if I ever have, the opportunity to take someone's life, it'll counterbalance it. So I wanted that. And I also felt like that was something that would be good because it's a component of that service that makes me feel good, right? When you're a good medic, your team needs you and they rely on you, and there's a part of that that's just important. And so like that was the thing for me. Like if I'm going to be like I can earn my way as a medic and be able to stand amongst great men if I'm a good medic. And so that's what I tried to do. But that was the first one. Yeah, that was the first challenging one. Yeah.
So when did you get your trident?
There's the great question. That summer went through STT, and this was the first time they combined both coasts. Because what had happened before was at a team, you'd show up, every team was different. Every team had a different cycle of when they'd start STT. You'd go through this 3-month course, it was a probationary period. Then you come out and you test out. You go to every, the dive locker, the air locker, armory, first lieutenant, all these groups, and you test out your knowledge base on all those, there's the blanket and they flip the blanket and there's 10 different weapons or whatever, 5, 7 different weapons, and you have to reassemble in under time, and have to assemble a dragger and then break it down in the airlock, all these tests. And you pass that, then you go to your chief's board, and then you get awarded your trident. That's the way it was working. Well, every team was doing it different. Like, you go to one team and they'd fast track it. Like team 5, you show up, they immediately put you in STT, and then you go do it, and then you come back and you test, and boom, trident right into a platoon. Other teams, your probationary period would be longer, and so everything was kind of out of whack, and there was no continuity, there was no pipeline, and it was problematic, and people were complaining because, part of that getting your trident is your special duty pays, all this, and so they combined STT to get everybody, all the teams, all these guys. So there's like 72 of us in this group. And it was so much fun. That's one of the most fun I ever had in the teams were those 3 months. I met so many amazing guys, Jerry and Nick, and I mean, just endless amounts of people. Big Mike Bearden, and he was the first team guy from my thing that ended up dying. He burned in on a parachute accident right after STT, not much long after. But like it was just fun. Like everything about it was. The training was fun. The guys were fun. We had a blast. And that was good. So I felt like I was getting going. Finished that, checked back at 1, took my boards, passed my boards, went in my chief's board, and just got crushed in my chief's board. And that was heavy because, like, you're always looking for a chief's approval. You're always looking for them to be like, attaboy, good job, way to go. And, team 1 had some, there was still a guy from Vietnam when I was there, a master chief, and then another senior chief that I think had 13 platoons at that time. Like, and these guys were like, they ran the show. And so I went into that chief's board, and you're sitting in a chair or, folding chair, and there's, I think 8 chiefs staring at you, and they just lit me up. Why couldn't you make it through buds straight through? Why'd you quit college? You're a quitter, aren't you? Why are you a problem? And they just lit me up, and I did not perform well. I was just like, and then they give you these, if you were around and this happened and you saw someone do this, would you report them and all this stuff? And it was just, I was not sure of myself. I was stunned that they were attacking me because I quit college, and like, they just got me, like, they got under me. And
Any insecurity you had, they brought it up.
And at that point I was doing better, a lot better, but I was still nervous. I was still, because now I'm at a team, and team 1, and there were some just pipe hitters at that team. And after STT, I went to work in the training cell. I was a support corpsman on trips, and my boss was Derek, amazing dude, brilliant. And then there were these other guys. There were a couple guys who were on the Patia, who was at the Patia Air Raid in Panama. There was another guy who would end up, this guy Wally, who was end up being my first platoon chief, who had, he'd been in combat before, and like, there was this Master Chief Will Guile from Dam Neck guy, Matt Bourgeois, Dan Sorello. It's where I first met Dan, Matt Lenig, Chris Good. Like, team 1 was full of, like, they were these impressive, like, just frogmen. That's the best way. They were frogmen. And so, like, do this. And now that was a place where I was like, all right, here's an opportunity for me to learn. Cause I was going on these training trips with platoons. And so I was like, all right, this is where I can redeem myself after that miserable board. And so I was like, what can I do? How can I help? Like, first one out, last one there. What can I do? And some of them started to really kind of, I'm not going to say mentor me, but they noticed. And so they would start letting me sit around and listen, and they would teach me. And so that was really cool. And then I got assigned to a platoon, and we were starting January whatever, back from break or whatever it was, and it was hotel platoon. And I remember I still didn't have my trident, right? There was 4 new guys in the platoon, 5 new guys, one JO, junior officer. Everybody had their trident. Everybody's there, and I didn't have my trident. So I went to my senior. I'm like, hey, man, what's up? And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. It's like 2 months into it, training, almost 3 months. Finally, I go up to my senior chief, and I'm like, hey, man, can I get a trident? And he's like, oh yeah, let me go in. So apparently he went into the command master chief and said, hey, is there a reason why you guys haven't given Rutherford his trident yet? And he said, oh, I totally forgot about it. Yeah, give it to him.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, I remember when that happened. I mean, that's about as angry as you can get, right? But, as I got older and moved down along in my career and out of the team significantly, and you just go back to, well, maybe there was something I wasn't doing. Maybe I wasn't what they had hoped I would be, or maybe I was letting them down. And it felt like there was mixed messages coming. And, but yeah, that was a sobering experience for sure. That really, that was hard to go through, but I got it, and thus started the
How did they give it to you?
Oh, he just like there was a pinning at team 1, and it was like the guys that were behind me that had come up who were in a platoon, and there was a big pinning. Everybody was there, came out, and had a great CO at the time. Guy was just the stuff, former damn net guy. He would go on ops. Like, I remember when I was
How did they pin you?
on the back. We went out back grinder on the berm, went out the back. Actually, we're on a grinder. I forget, there's like 6. There's a picture of one of the chiefs hosing us down out there. So I think there were 6 of us. Santov come up, he puts it on, and then everybody in the team came by and just drilled me as hard as they could in my chest. And it must have been 25, 30 guys. They hit me so hard my trident bent, and then one of the pins in the back broke off in my chest. But it was the happiest day of my life.
So what I'm trying to get at here is the backs are off on the pin. There's 3 pins. I think there's 3, right?
There's 3, yeah.
They mash it into your chest.
It's
Call them
full-blown-
blood wings.
What?
Blood wings.
Blood wings, that's right. Full blown, as hard as they could hit. And in my platoon, like, they lit me up. They hit me as hard as they could possibly hit me. Like, I had a black and blue mark on my chest for, I don't know, a week plus. Just destroyed me. It was, in my opinion, it was one of the greatest traditions there was in the teams that I guess is no longer there.
It's not there anymore?
No, I don't think so.
What a shame.
It is.
What a shame.
I remember at SQT, we actually used to have to hide it. Yeah, we would hide it. Yeah, there'd be the big ceremony. The Naval Special Warfare Center, captain would come in, pin everybody. No one was there. We'd do it in the bays over at remember at SQT, the bays. We'd do it in there. And then afterward, we'd have everybody line up outside medical, and they'd come in one at a time, and we'd all just drill them in there. So we ended up trying to keep it going.
Yeah, I remember your buddy Rick Slater punched me through a door when I had mine pinned on. Right through the fucking bathroom door.
Rick.
Well, I mean, how did that feel? What did that feel like to call your dad and tell him, I got it?
So my parents had flown out, and we went up. They used to stay up in Laguna, and so they were like, "Hey, come up." And so went up there. We stayed up at this hotel in Laguna on the beach, and my grandfather had passed away a few years before, or when I was out there. Really hard on my old man, obviously. And I had gone up to his house. They had lived up in Palos Verdes, and I'd gone up and checked on the house a couple times, and took one of his handkerchiefs. My grandfather always had a handkerchief with him, always, and would always be right there with it, like true old school. And usually would have it monogrammed. And so I got a monogram handkerchief of my grandfather, and I took that trident and I put it in a handkerchief. And I remember we'd gone to dinner and we got back in the room, and I said, Dad, the only thing I've ever wanted from you is for you to be proud of me. And I pulled it out and I gave it, and he unwrapped it, and it was a pretty heavy moment. So yeah. And he said, I've always been proud of you, son. So yeah, it was good.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're in.
I guess I felt like I was
You're
in.
in.
I felt like I was in for sure.
Where do you go from here?
A year and a half of absolute madness. Like, again, this is pre 9/11. We were, Team 1, Southeast Asia platoon, and it was just full tilt. Like we called ourselves Hotel Hell, and I designed this, our patch, and it was this H, which was on fire, and then the one behind it, and it was a black patch. And I think out of the 16 of us, I think like 10 dudes got the tattoo on them, and we were crazy, absolutely out of our minds. It was more fun than anything I've ever even experienced in my life. I mean, we had my OIC, Shotgun Jewett, Wild Bill Jewett, was, I'd been in 206 with him. He'd made it all the way through buds with stress fractures, never did anything, like just a bad, hard dude. And he was our platoon leader. He was wild. He was a wild man. Our chief was Wally Graves, one of the most influential men of my entire life. Like, grew up in Florida. Dad was a doctor, so kind of similar. Real smart, sophisticated, was a reader, had that little eccentricity, but was hard, man, and could hang, and was brilliant, and was a phenomenal medic, and always pushed me to elevate my game, and then didn't put up with my shit, because at that point I started getting a little cocky and started getting a little overzealous, shall we say.
What were you guys doing over there?
I mean, when we first deployed, we went over and it was going to be nothing. We were just doing JSETs. We were just going. We spent almost a month in the Philippines, almost a month in Thailand. We had the Korean SEALs come to Guam. We were working at Guam. And then we did this one cool thing. We did a nuclear surveillance stuff in Australia. We went down to Australia, and that was around the Olympic time and stuff.
Nuclear surveillance?
Yeah, yeah.
What is that?
We used to have these devices where you could detect nuclear material, and we were in charge of doing it on the water because it was a big harbor. Sydney Harbor was a massive harbor. So, we would drive around in these boats with these devices, and you could detect, and we would train, and they would have, small little, controlled pieces of nuclear material that they would hide, and we would try and figure out. We did all low pro and fishing boats and stuff, and that was kind of cool for sure. But the other stuff was just mayhem, absolute mayhem.
Bar fights, women,
you name it.
typical
Insanity.
cruise.
It was ridiculous. I mean, I don't know how anybody didn't die. I mean, the amount of alcohol we consumed. The other is, I don't know. I mean, there were some definite divorces that came out of that.
I'm sure.
But that was the culture at the time. And so part of it was you're frustrated, but there's nothing going on. And that was kind of the culture. Oh, well, we might as well go have fun. I mean, we were training the Thais and the Filipinos, and, we're doing stuff, but it's not like oh, we're getting ready to go to war. It was a completely different mindset. And
Were you disappointed?
Yeah, for sure.
When did that kick in? The
The
disappointment.
weight on the Trident, that started to really get to me. I didn't understand. And then for also, well, I should probably back up. Like, because of the medic stuff, every time my career would get going, there'd be a derailment of the medical requirement. Like, I'd have to go do medical, as everybody else was going. Like, in my first platoon, there were guys that were in their second platoon that graduated buds after me. So here I am, like, and not just, I think like a couple classes too, some of them. And so that was frustrating, that I'm always behind. And I was like, man, because all you want to do is just get after it. You just want to go do the job. And so for me, I was like, the needs of the Navy was a lot more for me alone. Now, other guys have had wonderful experiences. They were straight through. They got right to it. They did amazing. They thrived. And maybe that was part of that inner insecurity that was emerging, or maybe it was arrogance, or I'm not sure, but it was frustrating, all of it. Like, I was just like, is this it? Is this like, I left the college and that whole life, and now, but that was, May of 95, and this is February of 2000, and I'm like right back in this lifestyle of living hard and getting after it. I mean, it was like no one we took so much pride that nobody could out party us, that nobody could out. Like, I remember being in Fort Chaffee, Arkansas. We used to go out there, that beautiful range, and we show up, and like first night, I think we left the bar at 5 a.m. We drank them out of tequila, we drank them out of vodka. I mean, like, it was like,
Why do you think that the SEAL culture is, at least back then, because it was the same when I was in, and why is it so? Why is the culture the way it is? Bar fights, booze, womanizing.
I think the further away from combat you get, the more complacent the organization becomes. And I think the combat that the teams had engaged in Vietnam, with not only with the regular operations, but with MACV-SOG, it was so intense. And I think coming back from that, it was difficult. Now, I'm sure if you talk to the guys that were in Desert Storm, they did some really cool things. Panama, obviously, Grenada. I think there were some guys, we lost some guys in that. Remember the parachute guys, some drowned in there, but it wasn't consistent. There were some guys going in Bosnia, Kosovo. There was some stuff. A buddy of mine, Andy, had done a cool blowing up a bridge over there. But it was so in between, like, it wasn't for sure. Like, I remember if you got to go do a shipboarding in Team 3, like, you were a god, like you were a combat god. If anybody had fired their weapon, it's like, oh my God. And so I think, what do? You supplant that desire, because like you had asked about in the beginning, the desire to go do the job, and the job is to go kill the bad guys, right? That's it. That's the job. If you condense everything down and distill it down to what our job is to go get rid of the enemy. That's the job. Whether it's through, developing your own intelligence packages, reconnaissance, it's assaults, it's CQB. I mean, all of it revolves around killing the enemy. And when that doesn't take place, famously, that CO at Team 1, I remember some guys, another team had gone down to TJ and gotten in trouble, and which happens for sure. TJ's just a bizarre place, man. I had a girl die on me in TJ before too.
What?
Yeah. was gone down there, had gotten back from 18 Delta, was at Team 1 and TD, in Master Arms. We went down to TJ for the day, my girlfriend and I, and we were walking down Revolution, and I looked up, and there's this girl on the ground, another girl over top of her, like begging for help. I literally had a face mask in my bag. Come up, I go, "What's up?" She's like, she just collapsed. And I ended up working this poor girl for 45 minutes on the ground, and she ended up dying. Apparently at that time they were serving methyl alcohol for shots, and this girl had like a heart condition, and it triggered the heart condition, and she died. And so, like, I think someone had gone down, gotten in trouble, and I remember the Team 1 CO had made a comment, like, we'd gotten our ass chewed by the Master Chief, and he came out and he's like, "Hey, I understand you can't feed a tiger milk, so don't be dumb." Right? That was his guidance. And I think that was the mentality. You spend all day, every day training, preparing for war. That has a profound psychological impact on the human mind, period. I don't care. And especially with the proficiency with which our organization does it, the unit. To all my Green Beret brothers and Ranger brothers and Marine brothers, MARSOC brothers and AVSOC, I love you all. All I know is my training, and so I'm going to always lean towards that being, the most difficult. And when you begin to analyze our training and how it breaks down, I mean, you had Commander Geary in this chair. You understood the sophistication of how we address the psychological change of a young man's mind to becoming whatever it is you were before. I had one kid whose parents were in jail when he was a little kid. Another kid grew up gangbanging. Another kid grew up from Arkansas with a GED. Another kid had a master's in English Lit. The whole spectrum of people, they come in with this willingness to engage in the culture, and it's really a culture of death. Right? I just learned about that term last November through my therapist. It's like, this is a culture of death. And so you have to be willing to move through that gate, right? That psychological gate, that everything that you had known before that time, you almost have to like press pause or to delete it or to bury it in the recesses of your consciousness. And then you pass through that gate, and then everything out there is the cultivation of that culture. Right? To become comfortable in a culture of death. And so when you have that wheel spinning and there's no end result taking place, I think the wheels end up accelerating to a place where people lose their sense of purpose. And I think that's what took place. And during those times. Now, not all guys. I mean, there's a guy in our platoon, Double G, love him dearly. I mean, he had children at the time. He was a devout Christian. He was the first Christian I ever saw on the teams who was openly practicing.
There are not very many. Not very many people that don't fall into that.
Not at all. And I remember.
I would say it's 1% or less.
I don't know. I think it's gotten bigger. I think it's grown.
Maybe now. I'm just talking about when you and I were.
No, there was almost nothing. Like, it was almost frowned upon. I mean, because he wouldn't steam, he wouldn't party, he wouldn't everything. And I remember I always loved Double G because he had the most interesting life. He had all different kinds of jobs. He'd worked like a crab fisherman, oil rig. He was homeless for a while. And he was the most confident, quiet guy there was. And I'd be like, "Come on, Double G, let's, in Thailand, let's go to TQ2, man." And he'd be like, "No, thanks, man. I'm going to stay home. I'm going to read my Bible." I'm like, "Why?" And we lived next to each other in Guam. And I would, why? Because I didn't have religion in my life. I didn't have that experience. My parents were not religious people. We didn't go to church. Nothing. And so I didn't have a base of faith in me whatsoever. And Double G was the first person I saw it. And he was competent. And he was, he wasn't the team guy. he was the frogman. And I was just like, whoa. I was like, that's intense. But I completely got wrapped up into the other thing because, one of the things that really I think emerged out of those times was, the intensity with which you can bring violence to call. Like that's the key, right? The whole context in the teams is like the premise of being the violence of action. If you can be violent like that's a standard of your reputation. And I remember, dude, I was not that kid, didn't know how to fight. I mean, there were twice in college I got knocked out. One time I went to visit Chris Miller at Denison and I got beat up by a one-armed midget. Some kid that was like 5'5", whose arm was in a sling, knocked me out because I thought I was so tough, and just knocked me, and I fell down the hill, broke my nose. I was just not that guy. I wasn't tough. I didn't know how to be tough. I didn't know what tough was. And so you get in, you're surrounded by these dudes that are just animals, man, and they're all tough. And so it's like, all right, I gotta be tough. I gotta get into bar fights, and I gotta drink a lot, and I gotta train hard, and I gotta steam all night and train hard all day. And you are sucked into that. And I think there's a requirement about it that's a necessity. Like you want that. You're trying to, but it's very difficult, the management of that, because how human beings respond to that type of imprinting is not always 100% predictable, especially when there's a proponent of, there's a presence of sociopathology that's existent, right? That's who they're recruiting. They want people that have these types of tendencies that can be programmed or manipulated into this space where violence it holds a premium in your personality. And we do that very well, very well. And so I think without war going on, where else are you able to disseminate? You come off 3 straight weeks on a training trip, you're shooting guns all day, you're kicking doors, you're blowing stuff up, and you come home and what do you do? Like, oh, I'm going to go to Bible class, or I'm going to just go to the beach and relax. No, it's like, let's go, let's go down to Fibber McGee's, or let's go down, to Mission Beach, or let's go down to the Gaslight and let's just see how many fights we can get in, right? And that's the thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's tough. Like you're having to manage this expectation. And that's, for me, I didn't have the confidence to pull back and be like, I don't want to do that. I was like, I got to keep this facade up. I got to keep this insecure. I got to hide this insecurity that I'm not as tough as these other guys. And so I did my best to try and represent myself as that guy and really tried to push the envelope.
Well, Dave, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get into your first combat deployment.
Sounds good.
Do you ever just get stuck on the home screen trying to pick a show to watch? Or when you're trying to decide what to have for dinner, you just pour a bowl of cereal instead? Having too many options can be overwhelming. The same applies if you're a business owner who's hiring. It can be overwhelming to have too many candidates to sort through. But you're in luck. ZipRecruiter now gives you the power to proactively find and connect with the best ones quickly. How? Through their innovative resume database. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. ZipRecruiter's resume database uses advanced filtering to quickly hone in on top candidates for your roles. Skip the candidate overload. Instead, streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/SRS, right now to try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Have you ever searched yourself online? You'd be shocked at how much of your personal data is out there. Phone numbers, home addresses, info about your family. It's all on the open web, all without your permission. That's why I'm so glad I found Aura. Aura does all the heavy lifting. automatically removing your info from data broker sites and helping you take back your privacy and peace of mind. And it's not just data broker removal. Aura also offers a password manager to lock down your accounts, fraud alerts, and more. Your data is already out there. The question is, what are you going to do about it? For limited time, Aura is offering our listeners a 14-day trial when you visit aura.com/SRS. That's enough time for Aura to start scrubbing your personal info off these data broker sites. That's aura.com/SRS to sign up for a 14-day free trial and start protecting you and your loved ones. That's aura.com/SRS. Certain terms apply, so be sure to check the site for details. All right, Dave, back from the break. I know it's getting ready to get heavy here.
Yeah.
But let's move into your first combat deployment in the SEAL teams. First and only combat deployment in the SEAL teams before CIA contracting. Where do you go?
Well, when I got back from the deployment to Southeast Asia, was like ready for that to be done, ready to move in. Got assigned to the next platoon immediately. A wonderful guy named Mike Higgs. Love this guy. He was an instructor of mine in Buds, and my LPO was another instructor of mine. Gillespie was his last name, and he was like a titan of a guy. And I just was like, all right, this is going to be awesome. This is going to be serious and focused, and we're going to kill it. Not that I didn't enjoy all the other stuff. It was just, it kind of got away from us. And so now it's like, all right, reset. And all of a sudden, guess what? I have to go get my paramedic recertification done. And so instead of going back to New York, what we did was we would go to San Antonio, and we would work on the ambulances and in the ERs there. And I was kind of excited about it because I was a little bit more mature. I really had learned a tremendous amount. Firefighters and EMTs, God bless them, nobody understands the magnitude of what they endure on a regular basis. They are on the front lines of human sorrow. And I have so much respect for them and what they do. And it's just awesome. So I went out there, was going through the University of Texas, San Antonio, their emergency med program, and it was awesome. We were learning a ton. And then about midway through, I got a call from my LPO basically saying, hey, Rut, I'm sorry, I hate to inform you, but SEAL Team 1 has decided to let you go. And now you're an instructor over at the Naval Special Warfare Center. You're going to be an SQT instructor. And it's difficult to encapsulate the pain of that one. I mean, I know I'm saying that a lot, but this one was the most devastating for sure. This one was the one that almost broke my spirit completely. Because here I am on the precipice of going into this great platoon, great group guys. I'm not a new guy. I've got some time. I'm getting my legs. I'm feeling good. I've gone through some great courses, and I'm ready to go. And then all of a sudden, the command master chief at Team 1 was like, no, we're putting you at SQT, because the Naval Special Warfare Center made out a call countrywide. We need 2 medics to become, because we're short medics, we need 2 medics who will be junior medics at SQT. And so for whatever reason, the same guy who kept my trident from me shit-canned me and sent me over. So I had a few months left in San Antonio, which devolved into a pretty dark place. And, had some good people with me. JT was awesome with me, and JD was there, and they really were supportive, and I got through it, but it was not good. And so when I transitioned and went over to SQT, I was in the absolute wrong headspace you should be in, and when you're given the opportunity to be an instructor. And I just felt so jaded. I had the worst chip on my shoulder that I had in the entire time in the community. And it was horrific. And I just showed up, and I think it was April of that would have been April 2001, and did not care. Was living down in Mission Beach with my buddy Chris, who had been in my sister platoon at Team One, who, one of the Savage brothers, and he and I were just going off in PB and Mission Beach, and he was really struggling. And that's one relationship I wish I had been better to help him through what he was going through, because he was going through something similar, that letdown of the experience and the saturation of partying, and it was just a horrible time. It was just not healthy in any way. And I'll never forget, I had gone out, I forget how long, I'd been there like a month or so, and I'd gone out on a Sunday night. There was this little bar in Mission Beach. I forget what it was called, but I was a regular there. And I went there one Sunday night. You had to be in work next morning, 5 a.m., it didn't matter, and got hammered. And there was the Ombach rugby team had come in there partying. That was their local bar. And they were a huge rugby team. Rugby was really big in San Diego. And sitting at the bar, and one of the guys were playing pool, and they like sprayed beer on his bike, spit beer on his buddy, and it went all over me. And so I, turned around. I got my Navy watch cap and my wife beater and my, Dickies pants and my Doc Martens, and I think, my 1 or 2 tattoos, and think I'm a tough guy. And I turn around, I'm like, what's your problem, man? Total. And the dude was amazing. He was like, I'm sorry, didn't mean to. Can I buy you a beer? And I'm like, no, man, you can't buy me a beer. And he's just like, hey, I'm really sorry. We're just having fun. And I was like, F you, man. And I wouldn't let it go. And finally, like, before I know it, I'm surrounded, 2 dudes both sides, this guy just tees off and just hits me so hard in the nose, and my nose just goes off to the side. And then they just start, just waylaying me. And now I'm like, all right, I'm in trouble now. And my nose started just pouring blood out. And so I was like, all right, how am I going to get out of this? So I just like flailed up, and I just exhaled, and I exhaled around, and I just covered them all with blood from my nose. And they're all like, ah! And so I like bolted out the side door, ran a couple blocks back, like got out a bat and like all this stuff. And I'm like calling all my, the instructors. And I knew a bunch of the Team One guys were instructors. And hey man, I just got jumped. I need you to come down. And they're like, hey, Rut, go to sleep, man. Sleep it off, bro. And like, hey, Rut, and they just kept. And so I went back, and I remember I was hiding in the bushes, and I was going to jump these guys when they got out, and I ended up passing out in the bushes. And the next day I went in and hungover, nose busted, bloodshot eyes, and I'm supposed to teach. And my boss, Senior Chief Bruce Cunningham, got pissed and was really pissed. And there'd been a couple other comments and complaints about my performance, and so he called me in, and my warrant, Mike Lou, was in there, and he lit me up, and was like, "That's it, dude. I'm sending you to captain's mess." And I'm like, "Whoa, what do you mean?" He's like, "Dude, you don't deserve that trident." And that was one of the hardest moments, because I'm like, I knew I was messed up. I knew I was a problem, and I was being called out for it, and I couldn't admit it. And he was just like, it's not up to you where you go. I don't care. You want to be in a platoon, I know that, but this is where you're at. I need you here. I need you to do your damn job. So I'm going to send you to captain's mess. And I was like, can I just explain to you? He's like, no. He's like, put it in writing and give it to me. And so I went back, and that night I wrote out, this long story of how all through my career, every time medical would send me off and disrupt the sequence or flow of my career for this medic thing. And I gave it to him, and he called me in. He goes, "Is this real?" And I was like, "Yeah, you can check. It is." And he goes, "Okay, I'm not going to send you to captain's mess, but I'm going to give you one more chance. And if you don't change, you're out. I'm going to pull your trident. I'm going to kick you out of the Navy. You're gone." And I was like, "All right." And I go, "But what do you want me to do here?" He's like, "What do you mean?" I go, "I'm a one platoon wonder. Like, I don't know anything. I can't teach these kids. These kids aren't going to respect me. I can't go in there. I don't have 5 platoons. I don't have this. Haven't ever been anywhere. I haven't done anything. I'm an elite at drinking, but I can't teach. I don't know how to teach." And I go, "What do you want me to do?" And he goes, "Well, what can you do? What do you think you're good at?" And I was just like, "I don't know. I guess I can motivate people." And he goes, "Then that's all I want you to do. I want you to figure out how to teach medical, but I want you to figure out how to motivate, because medical was the first week." And he goes, "We'll teach you the rest. If you do what we ask you to do, you're always on time, you're always early, you do everything we ask, we'll teach you how to become an instructor." And that moment changed my life forever, because he believed in me, and really kind of took me under his wing, and had, all these unbelievable guys at SQT, these guys that I revered, former Team One guys, and from other places too, Anadano and Touche and all these guys, Carlos, and I learned how to teach. And that was one of the most rewarding things I've ever experienced, because you have these essentially, and by then they had consolidated STT into SQT. It was now a 34-week program. You went to Buds, then you went to SQT, and it was a pipeline, and they'd fixed all the nonsense. And so you came to this program, and it was like, all right, you have the primed, individual that's ready to do what you tell them to do. Like, "Hey, I want you to go run through that brick wall," and they'll do it. Right? You had sensation and Buds, like you're just like, "Unleash me, let me go." But what is SQT designed? It's designed to reinstill your own individual ability to think creatively, to become a commando, and to advance your skill sets more. But I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know how to teach. And I really leaned into these guys and watched. I went to everyone's class. I tried to be a part of everything they did. I saw how people taught. I'd have Bruce critique me. I'd have Matt critique me. I had Chris critique me. All these men I'd be like, "What do I need to improve? What do I need? Oh, tweak this and this and tweak this. And, oh, and when you do this," and they taught me how to not only teach medical, but I, taught land nav, and I taught, weapons and foreign weapons, and I taught, explosives. I remember DJ's dad came out, me and this other instructor, Andy, I love Andy. He was such a great guy. And he was in charge of demo. And I was like, "Hey, can I learn with you?" And Don came out and was like this demo god and taught us demo. And it was like this, it was a way of experiencing the teams I had never experienced before. Because there's a responsibility you have with these young men to get them ready to go into a platoon. And like, if you don't show up at a platoon, they don't play around, like, gone, like you're out if you can't perform in a platoon. And so that's your responsibility. But I never felt that when I was going through. I thought it was just another check off, right? Get to the next thing. But now it's like, no, we have to teach these men how to be men, and how to think, and how to be legit commandos. And it was awesome. It was so amazing, especially going out to Nyland. And I remember just the impact. And it got to the point where Bruce put me in charge of all the down man sequences and all the FTX and all this. So I got to create the down man scenarios. I got to run them, and it was amazing. And we just started having a bunch of guys come through. Like really, a lot of the Red Wings guys came through. Some of the guys in Extortion 17 came through. All in all, when I was there, about 257 guys came through.
I went through.
I know. We'll get there in a second. That's after. So it was that summer, 9/11 happens. I'm in a dive suit course. We finished dive suit, going through the whole thing. That Friday, we went out to Nyland, and that Saturday, we started IADS. And I'll never forget, I used to give like these hoo-yah speeches before we'd start IADS because it's a seminal component. If you learn to do this, you'll be okay. Like this is the thing that distinguishes you. If you can shoot, move, and communicate, and you can do it well with your teammates, this is what establishes your credibility. And I remember this time, and I'd do a little, I get fired up. And I remember this time I was like, all right, gents, look to your left, look to your right, look behind you, because there's a probability that some of these people will not be here in the future because we're going to war. And that's when everything changed. It was palpable. The whole community changed. Everything changed. Everybody's attitude changed. It was serious now. And I really tried to lean into that and tried to experience that. And it was an amazing feeling. Like it really, you felt what you had hoped you would feel by serving, and then serving at that level. Now it was real. Like now it was important. Not that it wasn't important. It wasn't.
Makes it more real.
Makes it more real because people are going to go to war, right? I mean, Damn Nick was on the ground by the end of October. Team 3 was there not long after that. You had AVSOC, and I mean, it was on. They were going, and I'll never forget. I ran into a guy I'd known at Team 1 Christian, and he was at a training command, but he was all kitted up on the amphib side. And I was like, what are you all kitted up for? He's like, dude, I got in a Team 1 platoon that's going over next in the spring. And I was like, get out of here. And he's like, yeah, man. He goes, dude, they're doing an augment platoon called the mobility platoon. And I was like, what's that? And it's like, it'll be like a mobile platoon. They're going to dust off the DPVs, the Desert Patrol Vehicles. And they're going to use these things. And they need, I think it was like 9 guys. Or no, 13 spot. No, there were 9 spots for this augment platoon. He goes, you ought to throw your name in there. And they need a medic. And I was like, holy cow. So I immediately went to Bruce and Mike, and I begged them to put my name in the hat. I begged them. I said, listen, I've been crushing myself. At that time we were writing all the new curriculum. I mean, we were just working around. Like I was there all the time. And I was like, could you please just give me this opportunity? Just put my name in the hat for this, please. I probably won't give it, but would you please let me try this? And they stewed on it for a bit, and they put my name in the hat, and that went over to Will Guile. Master Chief Guile was the Command Master Chief of Spec War Center, and Captain Smithers was the captain. And 13 dudes put their name in for that. And we got to Master Chief. He sat on it for a few days, and then it went to the captain. And then the captain sat on it, and it was down to a couple dudes, and they gave it to me. And that's what did it. And so I was able to, in February of 2002, depart SQT, go TDY over to SEAL Team 1 to augment this DPV platoon. And that's when it began.
How did that feel?
Like my first big win. Like I had gotten to a place where my performance was indicative of something I could be proud of, and that warranted like an attaboy. Like, here you go. You did a good job. We're going to fight for you. And Bruce did, and Mike. They really fought for me, and it was incredible. And the next thing I know, I'm out at Nyland, and I'm staring at this desert patrol vehicle, and mind you, I didn't even know how to change my oil. I was this non-mechanical person as there's ever been. And now like the whole thing is mobility. And luckily, there was a guy, Larry, who was our LPO, who was fantastic and just amazing. And then I was in some guys I had gone through training with, some Team One guys that were phenomenal. Monty, Bill,
So this is a mixed bag of nuts platoon that they pieced together.
Hodgepodge, of guys. We had some younger guys.
Did anybody have any combat experience?
No, not at all. Yeah.
So so if you guys were training, how did they come up with the curriculum for a training pipeline when nobody has any experience?
There was a master chief who had been in charge of SQT, who had actually been in the platoon, the Dam Neck platoon, when they built these things for the first Desert Storm, because those vehicles were the first vehicles into Kuwait. And so they had gotten all this success, and there's some photos of them back then. So they brought these things out of mothballs, and they got these guys. Well, they put them together, and they sent those guys over, and they actually went to Afghanistan for a little bit with the vehicles. And then I went over first. I volunteered to go over first at Advon. Went into where were we? We were in Kuwait, and that's when I saw the first guys that were coming back and listening to what they were going through. And there was a guy that had been on a PEP billet, I think with the Aussies or with the Brits. And it was when Mike Spann had gotten killed, the Ground Branch guy had been killed at this prison. And then there was this prison uprising. They killed him, and they set in, I forget, it was either Aussie, but there was a SEAL in there who ended up dropping bombs, danger close, on the roof, and he won like their Distinguished Knight's Cross or something like that. It was a team guy. I'm so upset I've forgotten his name right now, but I'm a little fatigued. But I met him, and like I was like, oh my God, like you could just see it on him, like he had just been to combat, and I was like, whoa, this is intense. And so in Kuwait, we trained for about 70 days. They came back for half that, taught us, trained us, boned us up, got us dialed in, and we're like, all right, we're out of here. You guys got a month left. And as it turned out, it was like for every hour we drove out in the desert, it was like 8 hours wrenching. And it was just, it was the most ultimate crash course that you could ever receive. On a vehicle. I remember Larry, who had been in boats guys over at Dam Neck, and was just like, here's a carburetor, take this apart and put it back together. And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, figure it out. And so we just grinded. We came up with SOPs and maneuvering and driving, and I love driving. That was my thing. I love driving that vehicle. It was just, you're going 90 miles an hour at night, nods on, 50 cal above. Like, it was just like, you're like, okay, this is Frogman stuff. This is cool. And then we got the call in the NMA. We left, and we flew into Bagram, the NMA.
How did it feel when you landed in Bagram?
Awesome. The C-17 corkscrew all the way down, like everybody's on nods, vehicles out, everybody's efficient, moving great. It's like, oh man, this is it. Like, this is cool. You're expecting like they're going to overrun the gates because you'd heard about Tora Bora, you'd heard about Roberts Ridge, and then for me, the hardest one was Matt Bourgeois. Matt got blown up at Tarnak Farms where Osama bin Laden was when he was at Dam Neck, and left kids and a wife. And he was one of the nicest guys when I was a new guy at Team One and training cell, who would actually spend some time with me. And And that was the first palpable sensation of death that kind of got me. And so it provoked a pretty substantial fear of getting blown up. Because when we landed at that time, there was a rough estimate of about 25 million landmines in Afghanistan. And we were driving around in those the DPVs, which were essentially sand racers with, a little bit stronger transmissions and some racing components. And, slick, the thing was like 2,800, 3,000. And then you'd put almost 2,000 pounds of gear on it. And, it was not all four-wheel drive. And so when we got there, there was 2 paved roads in all of Afghanistan. And then just everything was off-roading. And we were in these vehicles that weren't great at off-roading. So, yeah, that was the first, the first week too, we're like, all right, I think all of us, me included, I was kind of the intel rep, and it's like I was expecting a stack of folders of targets, right? Here's all your HVTs. Here, pick whichever one. Go get this guy. Go get the Taliban. Go get Al Qaeda. And everybody was still just, you could taste revenge in your mouth because of 9/11. It was still in you. You still had it. And now, there'd been some team guys that had gotten hit. And it was like, all right, let's get after it. But it wasn't like that. It seemed unorganized, going into the talk, because it wasn't what I later understood. The agency was running the war, and JSOC was doing the heavy lifting, and they weren't quite sure how to employ us outside of that. And so it kind of felt like, all right, well, what do we do? Where do we go? I remember we did this shakeout patrol of the vehicles up across the valley and to the other side of Bagram, and we go up and we get in this, and we actually got stuck on this little finger, and they don't maneuver well, they don't have great turning rate. And I remember we're in the rear vehicle, and I forget who was in the turret, but someone's like, look left, look like, and right next to me there was 3 or 4 Afghans with AKs just looking at me, and it was that hate. That first time someone looks at you with hate, and that dude hates me. That if that dude could shoot me right now, he would shoot me in my face, no problem. And I was like, we're literally sitting ducks in these vehicles. We can't maneuver. I was like, can you get a shot? And dude can't even turn the 50 cal, right? And it's just like, well, this is different. This is not what I had in my mind. And I think it was strange because there was no clear direction. There was no clear answers. There was no clear, you guys go do this, go do this. And so we kind of had to figure it out. I remember it was the SF guys. There was the reserve unit from, I think, Carolina. I think it was, I forget what, 19th group or something. I forget what their unit name was. But I ran into these guys, and they were amazing. They had jingle trucks that they were using. They had motorcycles. They were doing low pro stuff, and they had figured it kind of out, because there were, I guess, 1 or 2 of those guys that had actually been in Afghanistan as young Green Berets during the Russia-Afghan war, and they had trained the Mujahideen fighters to fight against the Russians. So these guys knew a bunch of skill sets that we didn't know. We didn't have. We were still running off kind of SOPs from Desert Storm, and they were phenomenal. They were great to work with. They were very informative. One guy gave me this book called The Bear Trap, which was the history of the Russian-Afghan war and how devastating it was for the Russians, because, fight the Afghans in their backyard is tough. It's hard. They're really tenacious. Afghanistan's where empires go to die. And I was like, this is a lot different than what I thought it would be, that we would just be dominating. and it was almost like they wanted us out of Bagram. And so after, I think it was about a month, we did a couple patrols and stuff, but nothing substantial. They moved us down to Kandahar, and that's where things kind of shifted. It was like kind of end of June, we moved down to Kandahar. And at that time, it was only SF, only soft units, foreign and us, and then there was like a couple RA units, and then the CBs, and then like Army Corps engineers that were, I mean, there was no indoor showers, there was no indoor chow hall. I mean, it was still pretty raw. And I was like, all right, this is a place we'll be good, because the terrain was a lot better. It was less mountainous. It was more wide open. So I was like, this is where we'll be able to employ the vehicles. Because the other SEAL platoon that was in with us, they didn't have vehicles. Like, we entered the country, we had no vehicles. And so how are you going to run missions when you don't have any vehicles? And that was another thing that I was just like, wait a minute, how do we not have just like basic Humvees? And we actually ended up borrowing some troop carriers from the Canadian SOF, the CANSOF guys. And so we started to do some missions at that time.
What was the first mission?
First big one was a joint mission to go in the Daewoo River Valley. We were going to snatch a couple senior Taliban guys, because that's where all the poppy production, and that's kind of where they were hiding out, or that was the estimation. That's what the intel we got. And we would drive in, big joint op, SF, agency, us. I think we had 5 vehicles, 1 agency vehicles, and 6, SF vehicle, like huge joint op. And we had put in a reconnaissance team. There was the little village where they thought the guys were. And then what we thought is that when the op started, they would flee into this valley, because we had put a recon team up here, and they would run in here and hide, and then we would just go pursue them and get them there if we didn't get them there. And so we drove from Kandahar out to the Daewoo River Valley, and it was like, I think we drove for like 3 straight days, like just constant driving, like, and at night you're crawling and you get into that big accordion. And I remember we were behind, I was always rear security, so I ate more dust than that. I think I still got some Afghan ship flake in my ears somewhere from that one, right? And I remember us setting up, night was coming, then H hour, and I'll never forget, we were going in, and they had launched first because they were going to stage and hit the compound, and then we were going to drag through if there was anybody leaving. And we hit, and there was a vehicle coming out after HR had gone, and we didn't have an interpreter. We didn't have, it was just a bunch of cowboys, right? And I remember we stopped the vehicle, everybody exfilled, stopped, and Joe Burns, God bless him, man, stopped and like fired across, the thing. And we're like, and everybody's like, is someone shooting? What are you doing? And someone's like, why'd you shoot? And he's like, that's my interpreter. That's my interpretation to stop the goddamn vehicle, And he's like, get out. And we wrapped those dudes up and zip tied them and put them in the back and kept going. And SF team hit that compound, took a couple dives. And it was crazy because that was the first official story that CNN had come out with, Christiana Anandpur, saying that we assaulted a wedding, that we took down a wedding. That was the first time that had happened, and it was like we were just going after innocent Afghans in a wedding, And so we went through, they did their thing, and we went to go retrieve the guys on the recon, and that was, we got them down. They were pretty jacked up because the heat, and they were running out of water. And I remember that was an interesting experience, because it's like we'd been up for so many days. It's funny. I was with Dan Luna and Monty, and we got to the place where the valley, and they're like, all right, you 3 go out there and clear up the valley. In those valleys, it's just massive, and take the EOD guy with you, and it's like, there's so many places that you could get shot, and you're delirious because you've been up for 4 straight days. Maybe you gotten a couple hours of sleep, and we're walking, and I remember with Dan, God bless him, man. I started like hallucinating a little bit, and I remember seeing like a pink bunny rabbit in like a little hole in the side. I'm like, hey man, do you see that bunny rabbit? He's like, dude, don't say that. He's like, and we're sitting there, and they're like, it's clear, there's nobody back here. And I remember this, all of a sudden we look up right across about 100 meters up on this little plateau, this Afghan guy comes out, and he's got a donkey, and he's like barking, he's like, and we can't understand him. So I jump up and I'm like, freeze, don't move. And he backs away from the ledge, and I go hauling up, and I get up and I'm like holding on him. I'm like, don't fucking move. Get on the ground. And he can't understand a lick of what I'm saying. And he's just backing away. And like, I wasn't sure what was in the donkey or feet, it didn't seem armed. And I'm just like, and so I'm just like, I go boom, and I'm like, get on the ground, like fire. Next thing, another dude starts firing from. I'm like, cease fire. I'm like, I didn't think. I was like, okay, I'll just like scare him, and that's the dumbest thing I could ever done. And the dude just splits, and just like goes up the mountain like a billy goat. And I remember one of our chiefs was just screaming, detain him. And so Monty came up, and we tried, and like we couldn't, like it was like a goat, like a billy goat, and he just disappeared. And we finally got the guys back, and we're like, well, what do we do now? And they're like, well, let's get out of here. And so we drove out, and it kept just spiraling, like it didn't make sense. We had to drive all the way back. We drove through this one village where there was like men 18 to 45 wearing black turbans, and they essentially, like, we'd kind of got in a log jam. And I remember Double G was in a turret, and this Afghan guy was like, like, pull off your sunglasses, and Double G drops him and goes like this, and he points to his AK, and he's like, get out of here, essentially like, get out or we're gonna. And I was like, why aren't we like grabbing these guys, detaining them, figuring out how to get an interpreter out there, figuring what's up. Because it was obviously, there were no women around, no children around, no nothing. But nothing happened. Like, nobody made that call. They're like, all right, let's just get back to base. And one of the things, the guys that had really given me a ton of insight were the Aussies, because they had these lorries that they could do long-range reconnaissance in it. And I remember up in Bagram, they would come in, and they looked like they had just gotten into it. And I finally went up. I'm like, hey, what are you getting into it? And they're like, yeah, every time we go out, we get into it. And I'm like, well, how does it work? And they're like, man, they sent us out to, East Bump, whatever, over here. What we do is we figure out where the passage routes through the valleys are. We drop little OP teams, and we watch for a week. We see where they're all kind of congregate and meet up. And then we just go drive and park our cars right in the middle of their villages and wait for someone to shoot at us. And then we just get in firefights. And so they were getting into it all the time. I'm like, well, let's do that. Let's just go camp out and see if someone picks a fight with us. And so we leave there, and on the way out, there's this, car or this moped next to us. And I'm like, that dude, because an SF guy had when the kids come out, you're like, oh, get the kids, you give them Skittles and stuff. Well, I think an ODA team had done that. Well, a kid had dropped a grenade in the navigator's seat and like killed this guy. And so I had this, I'd rigged up a gun on my steering column and, pointing my gun at kids who were picking up rocks, and because they'd throw rocks at us sometimes. And I'm like, all right, someone shoot that guy. And there was Master Chief Crampton from Team 1. It was like, no, Rut, no one's going to shoot him. It's just a couple kids on him. I'm like, all right, can I run him over? And he's like, no, you're not running. And I'm like, they're gaining intel on us. Let's wrap this. No, just let's go. And he was right the whole time. Well, anyways, we make this turn, and there's this little hooch with this dish gun, this, massive anti-aircraft gun. And we turn, and these guys are, the columns going down this tree line towards this little hooch. Well, they run, and dude gets in the hooch and starts getting on the dish gun. So I think this guy's going to turn and train and just light up the whole thing. So I haul ass out into this agricultural field to get an angle with our 50 cal. And this other guy comes screaming, going like, "Don't go, don't go, don't go." And he's like, and Master Chief's like, "Stop the vehicle right now," right? So I stopped the vehicle, and I had driven us into a minefield. And I'm looking at him, he's looking at me, and he's like, "Dude, do not move the vehicle. We're going to get somebody out of the car. They're going to back you up along your tracks. So we get out, and we come up, we go over the hill, we come into this 30-foot crater of a Russian anti-tank mine. We make our EOD walk, for 2 hours on this road, or not even a road, but a packed thing, because we thought the whole thing was mined, and end up getting back to Kandahar. And so that was the first mission. And I was like, holy cow, like, this is what it's going to be every time. I was like, all right, this is going to be intense. This is going to be kind of cool, but it didn't turn out that way. They ended up giving us a little sliver of area that we could exploit down by Spin Bulldog, where you've been before, because we had gotten some information that there was a safe house there, because that's where all the weapons were coming across from Quetta, where Mullah Omar had his tribe, right? And so all the stuff was coming across there. And then right below that was the desert of death. So we're like, all right, we've got these DPVs. Let's go down. Let's exploit that area. Let's go set up. We put in a couple missions to go set up an urban reconnaissance that got shut down. We did a couple ops where we drove in there. ROIC, got sick or something, or wasn't, dealing with the heat or whatever it was. And so we had to cancel those, come back early. But that's all that was going on. Like, there was nothing. And we couldn't understand, because we kept putting in for op orders and kept saying, hey, let us do this. And it just wasn't going the way we thought it was going to go. Like, here we are in Afghanistan. We kind of know we're the enemy. I mean, we did a 3-day recon one time and put eyes on this like T-section valley, and we'd heard training. We'd seen, I had seen on binos, like a ceremony of people getting like these black turbans. Like, it was definitely a Taliban village. Unbelievable. And that was actually a pivotal moment for me, because I remember on our third night, and me and Larry would take the late night shift, everybody was running out of water. I mean, I took in 22 quarts of water. All the other guys had like 20. They were running out of water first thing the third day. We weren't getting picked up till that night. So I'm like, what happens if we run out of water and then there's a sandstorm, or where are we going to go? And so I remember that what really started, like, what do we do? Like, how do we solve this? And that last night was the first night I'd ever prayed. And that was the first time. I mean, you've been out there, out in the middle of nowhere in Afghanistan. There's no lights, tons of stars, and it's surreal. Like, you're like, I'm around the other side of the world in this place where this culture, are basically, trapped in the 15th century in tribalism. But yet they were able to participate and orchestrate the most significant attack in U.S. history, and we're out here hunting them down. It just was surreal to me, and we were in this predicament, and it was the first time I was like, I felt kind of compelled to ask God. I was like, hey, if you're there, can you help? Can you get us out of this? And that next night, came in, got picked up, and we dropped another OP team off, but a goat herder had walked into the OP team that was across the way from us, and they had zip tied the guy and sat on him for a while and then cut him loose when they got loose. Well, that guy went right down. So when our other OP that was at the end of the T section where they could watch where the training was, they got compromised immediately. So we were getting spun up to go out, get in, but the helo pilots, the TF-160 guys are the greatest pilots, hands down. I mean, these men are unbelievable in what they do. Their courage, their ability to fly those things are they're absolutely the best of the best. And they went in, grabbed those guys, and got out, and nothing happened. But immediately we put in our after action, then a follow-on op order. We want to just drive into that village and let's just light them up. Let's go. Let's take down that whole compound complex. And it got shut down, and nothing came from it. And so at that point, I was just like, what are we doing? Why are we here? And I remember right around then there was this thing called the loyal Jirga, and they brought all of the warlords from all the different regions. They shut all operations down, and they got this thing to install Karzai as the president. And so that just shut operations for, I don't even know, it seemed like a couple of weeks maybe. And that was it. And I was just like, all right, this is going to be it. And then everything changed on August 18th and 19th.
What happened on August 18th and 19th?
We had started a relationship with the CanSoft guys, and they were wonderful. Those guys are the most professional guys. They're amazing. They actually had this great software that was our pilots were using that could map the earth, because back then the mapping systems of what was there, I mean, we were running off 30-year-old Russian maps and stuff. I mean, it was poor. And so they were really beneficial. Well, they reached out about a few days prior and like, hey, let's do a joint op. We got an HVT because they were a tier 1 unit. We've got an HVT. We're going to go. You guys be our cordon force, right? You come in, you'll get the perimeter of the compound for squirters, and let's roll. And so we were like, absolutely awesome. Tier 1 unit. They probably have great intel. Because one of the things we were realizing is that the sharing of intelligence was not flowing the way I had imagined, that I was told. My first platoon, I was the intel rep. This group, I was the intel guy. And nothing that I had ever been taught was happening, right? There was no intel shop that you can go in and people would be like, this is going on, this is going on, this is going on. And so we rehearsed and got ready, good op plan. And the idea was that we would fly in 47s, and the main unit would hit, assault the compound with JTF-2. They'd have a couple team guys as assistants in the internal. Our task unit commander would be in there with them. And then we'd have 4 teams of 4 on the corners of this house. And so I got in with one of those teams. So we launch, we're going in, we come down, so it's compounds here, right? Over here was this ag fields all around it. Some kind of trees along a pathway, more compound. And so we landed here and we got off, and our job was to get to this corner, right, of the compound. And then there'd be one here, and then one on the far side. And I remember this time, it was there, my heart was pumping, because this was a takedown. It was a snatch. And it's like, all right, this is Frogman stuff. This is cool. And I was the only medic in the external team of all these 4 teams. And so that's a lot of pressure, right? It's like, all right, you're the guy. And now there were medics inside, but outside. And I remember getting off the thing, patrolling a little bit to the corner, and I heard cracks, and it was gunfire. And I jumped down into prone like you're taught, gunfire and snaps, and you jump. And I remember I'm kind of trying to figure out my night vision, my helmet, and my med bag and all this stuff. And I'm trying to look. And I remember, God bless him, man, Eric Schellenberger, who's now passed. leans over and he goes, Rut, what are you doing? Like, dude, you didn't hear those gunshots? He goes, bro. And he'd been in combat before. He'd been a Marine prior to. And he's like, that was like 50 feet over our head. They weren't even in our direction. And I was like, oh, okay. So I got up and I'm like, okay. And I'm like, all right, go. Now I'm like going and my one nod is fogging up and and I'm like, all right, relax, calm down, like do your job, hold your corner. And we had the external commander, Mike, amazing guy, great officer, sitting there. Then Heath was our comm guy. And then it was me, Shelley, Heath, and Mike. And he's running the SRS. Well, meanwhile, there are these helos over top, and they're calling in, hey, we've got squirters. They got out of the building. And you can hear internal, they're clearing and clear, doing the whole thing. And we're getting word that one of the helos where we were, here's the compound, we're on this corner, and this helo's hovering here and has this, he says, I've got a couple guys pinned down out here, get out here, because he's sitting there loitering, burning fuel, and he's calling, and they're not done with the total securing of the main compound. And so this guy's like, hey man, like you can hear him just like hovering in this area and it's loud as hell. You could still kind of communicate over here. We're probably, I want to say 200 maybe meters away, maybe 150, 175. And finally they get a call from inside, hey, we're secure. And then Mike's like, well, we're going to go grab these guys. So we consolidated the three groups. They had a little powwow. Hey, how are we going to do this? Because he was in ag fields, right? Like huge, not huge, but 6-7 foot ag that it was in. And, the ag fields are rutted. And this guy's hanging over. He's like, hey, get out here. I'm my fuel, I need to get off station. And I feel vulnerable. And so it's decided that we're going to basically get online and we're going to walk through the target, old school, basic tactics and approach, and especially in the ag fields, right? So it was this team was on this 4, then it was R4, and it was, I'm pretty sure it was I want to say it was Mike, Heath, Shelley, me, then it was Larry, John, Beltran, Monty, and Darren. And so we started walking. And that was scary because you're walking and the guy you heard over the radio, I've got a guy, you don't know if he's got a weapon, got grenades, got anything, and you're walking right into him.
I mean, can you see?
No.
What's the terrain like? I mean,
it's ag fields that are rutted, so for irrigation. So you're kind of stumbling, and it's the first section was kind of open, and then you hit the stuff that's head high, and so you're trying to adjust the depth to see through the fields and where the helo. And then the helo, you get so close now you can't hear anything. You couldn't hear comms between each other. It had just overwhelmed. And I remember Heath's comms kind of had gone down. So I had stepped in to help with the comms to the helo, and he's relaying information. This is where they are. They're right underneath my rotor wash. Come over here right now. And I'm trying to relay it. You can't really hear anything. And it's just chaos. But we're going. Like, we're going to go. This is the mission. If these were the squirters, the guys, and they're pinned down, that's the mission. So we're going, and we get into it, and we kind of clear out, and they're kind of chopped down now. There's a little clearance, but then there's another thing where you can't see. And all of a sudden, I'm walking, and I step on something. And it did not feel small. It was big. And immediately, I just one nod, I look down, I draw down, and I just start mule kicking whatever was underneath me as hard as I could. And and it's a dude. And now I'm trying to sweep for gun, helicopter's over. I start calling to Shelly because you're on this walk forward. I'm here. I step on it. I kind of turn to here and I'm kicking it and I'm going, Shelly, Shelly. And then Shelly comes over and I'm like, hey, hold. And I'm like, and then I'm trying to pass over the radio. I got someone. And obviously you can't hear anything because the Gila's right over us. And so I'm sitting there and I'm just waiting for the dude to, pull a grenade and just let that thing go. And I'm like, hey, you got him. And we were trying to work something out. And then as soon as we're here, we're on front, I turn here, I look up and I see muzzle flash right in front of us. And in that moment, I'm like, all right, the other guy is out there, he's opening up. So I immediately call contact front, scream at contact front, drop down, get in a prone, engage, go through mag. Shelly engages. I think a couple other guys down the line engage. I couldn't see or hear Larry, Tommy, Monty, or Darren. I couldn't see them because the scrub or what was ever. And I go in, I get out a grenade, and I'm prepping a grenade, and I look at Shawn and I go, should I throw it? Should I throw it? He's like, no. And I'm like, all right. And then all of a sudden, ceasefire comes out. I'm like, ceasefire, ceasefire. So it goes out. Meanwhile, the helicopter had moved off behind us. So there's a second of like, what just happened? What went down? And I remember immediately that's when you heard man down. And there was a man down call. And I'm the only medic. And I don't know where the man down is. I don't know where it is. So I'm trying to get comms, but the rotor's still behind us, so you can't hear on comms still. And so what I do is I immediately start going down this line, and I made it probably down to Heath and the other guys. And I'm like, is there a man down? They're like, there's nobody injured down here. There's nobody. So I was like, it's got to be the other side. So I came back and I was like, all right, I'm going to go check the helo. So I made a diagonal and I went back and I came through with the Iron Cross to give a bona fides, and there's dudes in a half moon out, and it was the air crew. And I came out and I said, do you have the down man? And, helic is still spinning and you're screaming, no, we don't know where he is. We don't know where he is. And so I'm like, all right. So then I turned and I went back up. And this time I got back up to Heath, but then I could hear now something, and these guys were calling out. So I walked forward off to here, and Larry had been shot. Tommy had been shot. Monty had been shot, and Darren was fine. Monty had taken a round in his magwell right here. So he's holding his gun. It hit his magwell. And had his magwell not been there, his plate stopped. It would have gone right through his stomach, into his spine. Probably would have bled out right there. Tommy took a round in his upper his upper leg, through and through, femur fracture, femoral artery tear, was in a lot of pain. And Larry had taken a round right through the front part of his shin and blown out the back of his calf. And so I'm like, meanwhile, I was like, we need more guys. So more guys got up. I got Larry, put him on my shoulder, and I hopped him over, got him on the helo, because the helo was then, the plan was the helo's on station would then fly us right on the other side of the compound, kind of up the hill, and we would have actual medics on a medevac birds on station, right? And I remember I thought there was going to be a doc on, like a trauma doc on, and a medic and a Army medic. And so I got Larry to the thing, came back out, and it had taken, I think there was like 6 dudes trying to carry Tommy, John Beltran, because he was a big dude, right? And just manhandle him, all kit and all. So we got on the helo, and I looked around, and I was like, all right, I got to get these guys to the helo because we got to get them out of here, because Tommy was not good. Like he was already struggling. And I was like, you guys good? Can I go? And they're like, yep, go for it. We're good. So I jumped on the helo, all my shit, got on, and just the helo lift off, and I'm trying to triage the guys. Like, and there was a sniper weapon that a guy had hot on there. There was comm shit hanging down. And so it was like a chaos. And I'm trying, and Larry had gotten a tourniquet on himself. And so I just went over, checked tourniquet, checked bleeding, checked his breathing, like I'm good. Then I went over, and Tommy had gotten a tourniquet on, but it wasn't good. It wasn't high enough. So I put another one on, got it deep as high as I could, strapped that down. And I'm like, how you doing? He's like, I'm in a lot of pain. It's not good. And I'm like, are you with it? He's like, it's not good. So I was like, all right, how much blood has he lost? He's definitely got a femur hit, right? A femoral bleed. So before I knew it, we sat down. Like we were like up and then down. And I look out, and about 35 meters, 40 meters away was the 47 spinning. And I'm waiting for a team of guys to come over with stretchers, and we'd get the guys on, and we'd ferry them over. And so one dude runs out and has got a stretcher, and I'm like, oh shit. So, and then another, it was an aircrew guy, and then I didn't know he was a medic, but it was a medic. They came over, and they put Tommy on the stretcher. I got Larry, and we hopped over, like I carried him over. We got him in the back, and I'm looking around waiting for this team to come out. And there was nobody. It was just us. And so I'm like, oh shit. And so now I'm tired, I'm exhausted. I'm feeling overwhelmed for sure. And I was like, all right, what do I do next? And I was like, triage, go through it. TCCC, tactical combat casualty care. What do I do? Is bleeding secure? Is their airway secure? Right? Or is there circulation? Are they good? And I was like barking orders, but was not making a lot of sense. Finally, the crew chief grabs me and shakes me, and he's like, dude. I'm like, and meanwhile, rotor's going, you can't hear anything. He's like, dude, are you all right? And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, that's a medic. He's on your team. Use him. And then I was like, okay. So then I went over to him. I told him, this is what we got. This is what I've seen. I haven't done great body sweeps. I'm not sure if there's other wounds that they don't know. I haven't gone under your kit yet. He's like, okay. So he starts, and I go, and I go up to the front of the thing and I'm looking I thought there'd be like 4 big med bags, like trauma bags. There was nothing. I come back and I go, where are the bags? He goes, this is it. And where's yours? And I go, it's right here. He goes, you do him, right, Larry, and I'll do him. And I was like, okay. So I went out and I checked his tourniquet, made sure he was good, made sure he was with it. He was doing good. And so I wanted to elevate and isolate so his tibia and fibia, which was shattered, didn't just start cutting into that his artery.
This is the guy that got shot right here in the
right
head.
here, yeah, Larry, and that his like peptile artery didn't get nicked or whatever. Like so I got a water box. I bandaged the back of his calf, put it on that, elevated it, and made him comfortable. And I said, are you good? And I was like, yeah. So then I did full sweeps. He's like, I'm not hit anywhere else. I'm good, everything. And I'm like, okay. So then by that time I had gone over, and this dude he was prepping a line. He'd done the sweeps. He was like, he doesn't have any more shots. He's lost a lot of blood. His pupils aren't good. He's probably going into hypovolemic shock. And at that moment I realized we're 45 minutes away from Kandahar. And I was like, holy fuck, Tommy's going to die. John's going to die. And that was the hardest minute right there. I was like, oh my God, what am I doing? Is this, are we going to, and the guy's like, hey dude, just do what I tell you to do. I was like, okay. And so helped him get the IV, got the IV, just amazing medic. Unbelievable dude. Like he was just on the point. The whole thing was amazing. And so then I got John situated, comfortable. I was like, you good? And he's like, yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. But you could tell his leg at that point was probably this big. I mean, he was definitely in hypovolemic shock. It's hard to see in the lights on the thing, but it just did not look good. And so the guy was like, he's like, give me something for pain, please give me. And I was like, hey man, what do you want to do? He's in a lot of pain, really hurting. He's like, I'm nervous because he's in hypovolemic shock. If I give him a lollipop, morphine or fentanyl lollipop, it could put him into respiratory distress. And I'm not sure I want to do that. And so we took off and we started going, and I'm just kind of lying with John and just trying to be like, you're good. You're going to make it. We got you. This guy's got you. We got an IV. You're good. We're going to get you back. We're almost there. And you could just see him. He was going in and out. And I'm like, here it comes. Like, this is the moment where my friend is going to die in my arms. And thinking, I didn't think back to, what Bud Miller had said, but now I'm in this moment. And we ended up giving him the lollipop. That really helped him, right? It slowed his heart rate down, but it slowed the blood pumping down. And so it was like, then we started packing his wound. He was packing, like, dude, this medic again, I can't. John Beltran would have died that day if it not have been for this guy, for sure. And maybe he was the angel that needed to be there for me or whatever it was, but that dude was amazing. So we got back, and by the time we got back we landed in Kandahar, and there was a full medical team waiting. They came running out. They grabbed them both. I mean, they were amazing. I mean, it was a whole thing, and immediately got him into, there's a surgeon there, and it was unbelievable. And it was like, okay. Meanwhile, I had no idea what's going back on the target, what's happening, no nothing. All I know is we got it back. They're not going to die unless, they die in surgery. And certainly it was a possibility for John. And everybody was amazing. Like everything it was operating. It was like, oh wow, this is really cool. And immediately I went into a debrief, and I forget what chief I sat down with, but immediately tell me the story, top to bottom, what happened. So I gave him the debrief, and they're like, all right, dude, you're done. Go back to the hooch and just chill. We'll come get you in a minute if we need you. And so I didn't want to leave, but they're like, get out of here. We got it. These guys just need their care. And I was like, okay. So I got my shit and I went back, and I remember I got a cigarette, and I was sitting just outside, just trying to process what had just happened. And I was just like, thank God they're not dead. I just thank God that they didn't die. And just smoking a cigarette. Well, sun was coming up, and immediately Humvees came in. It was guys from the raid, the other group. And Darren came out, and I was sitting there and gave him a cigarette, and we're having a cigarette, and he goes, hey, did you hear what happened? And I said, no. What happened? And he said, the doc dug 5.56 out of John's leg and Larry's leg. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, he dug 5.56 frag out of his leg. And in that moment, my life changed for a long, long time, because immediately I had the sensation that I was the guy who had shot them. Shit.
How did you know?
I just felt it. I just felt it. Like when I had spun around to contact, maybe I spun too much. And because what had ended up happening was, and this, I got this from Darren, because Darren had taken shots at a squirter. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. What do you mean you shot? It's like, yeah. He's like, I took some shots at a guy that was running away, the other guy. And I'm like, well, and so as we talked it out, it immediately kind of flushed out in my mind, where as we were walking through, when I stopped with Shelley on the guy, they kept advancing. And what I think happened is they began advancing a little on an angle. And so Darren got out to here, saw a guy running away here, maybe the other guy that they had pinned down because the helicopter had moved off site. And Darren took a couple shots at this guy. And I think that's what I saw. And so when I dropped into the prone, instead of being straight eye line, I think I was on an angle, and my round hit Larry's leg, hit Larry's shin, hit Tommy's leg, and hit Monty in the magwell.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Now, none of that was said. Nobody came to me over the next few weeks. Nothing happened. There was an investigation that took place, but nobody like pulled me off the set and said, hey, Rut, man, we think this is what happened. Nothing. We kind of had to stand down for a few days. I think we did one thing after that, but we ended up leaving Kandahar on September 10th of 2002. And I remember both feeling relieved that we were leaving, but also an incredible weight that eventually that was all going to come out in some way. I didn't know how or why or anything. And that I was going to have to face what that meant for me and my reputation. But even more so that, the idea that maybe I had shot my own guys and what I was going to have to live with that. So when we landed in Bahrain, those few weeks was really difficult. I was completely isolated. I truly tried to distract myself, obviously, with a lot of booze, almost got in some trouble with Tage, and just tried to run from it. And meanwhile, people are like, hey man, what happened out there? Did you save those guys' lives? Tell me the story and all that. And I was like, nothing happened, and didn't want to say it, didn't want to talk about it. And then redeployed home, and I'll never forget redeploying home, just shame, just a level of shame that was just like a cloud that just followed me everywhere I was going. And we got in the middle of the night, North Island, team one, come out the door. It's 1, 2 in the morning, 1, 12:30, 1, 2 in the morning. There's dudes with their wives and their kids, and everybody takes off, and there's nobody there for me. I didn't have any place to stay. I didn't have anywhere to go. And then a buddy might have been like, hey, dude, I'm going to go take off with my friends. You can go stay at my pad if you want. And it was Andy. And so I went down into IB, and he was, I think it was like 234 crawl steps away from the shithole bar down in IB. And so got down there, went in that bar and drank myself into oblivion. And then a day or two later, got on a plane and was in South Florida for leave, post-deployment leave.
Shit, Dave.
Yeah.
Did it ever come out officially?
They did another investigation when I'd gotten back, and I remember because they had wanted me to do the brief in medical. Like we had I got back in November and class started, and that might have been your class, or it was a class right after that. And I remember telling the story almost like it was almost like a confession of my ineptitude. It was a confession of my unworthiness, and that somehow I was in this. It was like my penance almost. There was no pride in it. There was no excitement in it. I felt ashamed completely. And then I think it was either before or after Christmas, I had heard from Mike Lou that there was an investigation that had come down, and it had been determined it was inconclusive. How they were shot or who shot them, they just couldn't determine that specifically. And I would imagine that some people might go, well, you don't know. Like there was no definitive, like you don't know if you did it or you didn't. And I always just believed I did. And that sent me into a spiral that's almost destroyed me again. Yeah. Yeah.
How are those guys now?
Larry's wife, I want to say 2006 or 7, around that time. It was a lot of a blur. Those next 3 years, 4 years were pretty blurry. I used to call him in the middle of the night and begging for his forgiveness and crying, and whether I was hammered on alcohol or cocaine or whatever it was, just begging him to forgive me. And finally she was like, Rut, you can't call anymore. Don't call again. So I haven't spoken to him since then. And John Beltran overdosed last fall and is dead. And he battled a lot of demons after that injury. He was never able to really get back to full duty. He got hooked on pain meds and became a pretty substantial addict on and off for 20 years. Was married, had kids, and lost that marriage, everything. And what's crazy is he would call me for years every August 18th, 19th. And he'd be like, hey, Rud, man, how you doing? Are you good? And for years I would not pick up because I was ashamed. And then finally I'd pick up, and I remember one year, I forget what year it was, but I just started weeping. He's like, "Why are you crying?" I was like, "Man, I ruined your life. I took your dream of being a team guy away from you because I fucked up." And I'll never forget. He's like, "Man, you saved my life." He goes, "I'd be dead if you didn't act." He goes, "War's hell, man. It's confusing. It's crazy. But if you hadn't have done that, I'd be dead." And I was never able to rationalize that as an acceptable component of my life, my existence, until I met Jonna. But last fall, when I got a call from one of my other closest friends, Johnny Sotelo, who was very close with John and Scotty Wirtz, and he middle of the night, typical call. He's like, "Hey man, Johnny's dead. He just overdosed." And that was devastating because, I would have been, I just wish I could have allowed his forgiveness to seep in, and then for some way, shape, or form, could have helped him. Just could have helped him rebuild his life or something. And so that's going to be with me.
Damn, Dave. I know that was a big. I know you've battled that for a long time. How are you doing now?
I mean, it's definitely cathartic to be able to speak it openly. I think there's probably 6 or 7 people, friends of mine from the community, and when I was at Blackwater, the agency, and they've been amazing supporters and always say the same. "You don't know if you shot him. You still were in there with them. You still helped them." And they've always been, even you've always been just, I mean, I remember the first one I told you, and you were just like, "Man, you can't let that pull you down." And, you made a gesture to me not long after that. You sent me something, and have it buried in my closet. And every now and then, it'll be stumbling through and I'll see it, and I'll just remember the support that I've been given, and people who care and know how devastating that's been for me. And the thing that you always want from when I was a little kid was just not to let your teammates down. So I think, I'll get an opportunity, to hug him and to say I'm sorry again. And, I'm sure him being him, be like, "Right, it's good, man. You're all right." And if Larry's out there, I'm sure, because he had said the same thing a few times too. It's like, "Man, it's okay. Don't worry about it." There's a strange thing in our world. Your whole reputation is built on what's going to happen under fire. Everything. And that few hours contorted my entire perception of what I could do and what I was worth for the next decade plus, and warped my interpretation of who I am and whether I could do it, or, you know, I shut every dream down within the community rapidly after that. You know, I'd wanted to potentially screen, you know, but there was no way I could. I was like, I'm going to put my name in the hat and someone's going to hear it and they'll be like, you know, fuck that guy. He's not worth it here. He can't handle himself out there. And, you know, and then it was like, all right, well, how do I redeem myself? And, all right, well, maybe I'll just get back in another platoon and maybe go to Iraq or whatever. And then I was like, man, how do I live with it every day? And you know, I finally, and it was crazy because the detailer, when I got back, I'd in court, I'd asked, hey, that was my second deployment. You know, it was a combat deployment. Can I put my name into screen? There was a screening in November, and, you know, my bosses had hacked off. The Master Chief at Team 1 had agreed he would put me in, but, you know, and then I'm like, man, I can't, there's no way. Somebody knows. Somebody's going to say, hell no, we don't want him over here. And so, you know, then it was like, all right, hey, how do I get in my another platoon? And the detailer's like, you're not going anywhere. You just took a little combat vacation for February to October from SQT. You're going back to SQT. You're giving me that time back. Then you're only an 18 Delta short course corpsman. Then I'm going to send you to the long course because we need long course IDC medics in the teams. And then once you're back from Fort Bragg, then I'll let you go to you're going to go back to a regular platoon and you're going to do another regular platoon. And then maybe you can screen after that. And so it was, even if any of that had seemed like a pathway to salvation for it, I just never believed I could ever recuperate my reputation in the teams. There would always be somebody somewhere who knew that I had shot my own guys. So I got out.
Looking back, what do you think you could have done differently that night?
Man, PID. If there's anything I can say to anybody who carries a gun for a living, positively identify what you're going to shoot at. If you don't, and it's crazy.
Is that possible?
I don't know. I mean, I've gone through this scenario thousands of times in my mind. I've evaluated my training. Did I execute the training with which I was trained? You know, I think about all those hundreds of IADs at night in Nyland, you know, in the night, contact front, you know, drop, open fire, peel left, peel right. Like, I think I did what I was taught, but I also know I wasn't sure. Like, I didn't have a dude in my sight with a gun. I reacted to muzzle flash. And, you know, so it's that. I think, you know, that's the key. And that's the difference between, I think, I say all this and I explain all this as a sensation. Like, the lesson was my own humility, maybe. The lesson was my being more meticulous, being more methodical, being more focused, being more whatever it is. But that's not the lesson. The lesson for me is this was a deployment. Remember when you asked me, why'd you go in? Did you want to kill people? And it was more about that confrontation of death and how I would react and what I would do. And so that recon where I prayed and I felt the presence of God for the first time in my life. Immediately after that, God started testing my resolve. Was I going to maintain my faith? There was even an occurrence where we had gone out and done this long range recon. And mind you, when we were living in Kandahar, we were in these GP tents, horrible, 120 degrees out, Afghan dust, everything. And I would sit in my bunk here, and across from me would be Monty and JC, John. And every day that we'd be in there, they would sit and have Bible study together. And every day I would watch them and think to myself, what are they doing? How do they do this? How do they connect to God or to Jesus or whatever that means in this moment? Like, why? Why are they doing that? And I didn't understand it. I didn't understand why it was so moving to me to watch them. And they would share Psalms, and they would, or all types of verses from Gospel to the Old Testament. And they would talk, and they'd have Bible study together. And I would sit there and just perplexed and like, why? What is it doing for you? And like after that recon, I was like, pray. And I felt something. And then a couple weeks later, we were doing this op, and we were out in the DPVs. Nothing happened. We got picked up. We came back. We were in the backs of the helicopters. We hit the flight line. We came down and we set up on a flight line. Well, before a guy had gotten on this, the helo had coming off. He had forgotten to clear his Mark 19, the belt-fed grenade launcher on the front passenger of the DPV. And so we got on like there, and I'm sitting there, and he had gotten sick on the vehicle from the fumes in the back and puked all over. And so I got my video camera, typical douchebag, and I'm like, ha ha ha, new guy's puking and he can't hold his whatever, and ha ha ha, and just get down in the vehicle. And our senior's like, hey man, let's go. They'll be right behind us. So we pulled out, we left, and we came around this fuel truck on a flight line, go around that, and we're going to get back. And he's like, hey man, where are they? Let's go back. And I was like, all right. So we back up, come around, and go back around the fuel truck, and the fuel truck front cab is smoking. And I'm like, that's weird. So we come out and come up, and Larry's just sitting, just shaking his head like this, and JC's got down like this, and I'm like, what's going on? And he had accidentally, when he cleared it, sent one flying, sent an egg, and it, right when we'd come around the back, it had hit the cab, gone through the front of the cab, and because of the metal plate on the driver's seat, it hit that, it detonated in the cab. Had it been a foot up, it would have gone through the seat, through the back, hit the fuel tank, exploded the fuel tank, we would have been covered in fuel. And I'm like, oh my God, why am I not dead? And then a few weeks later, that experience happened. Why aren't they dead? And so now I'm in this battle of trying to make sense of what I'm supposed to take away from this deployment. Not, oh, you're dialed in, you're a team guy, you're a real frogman now, you're strong and you're capable and you've got conviction and you can face things. It's more of God's trying to tell me something about my life and what he wants me to do. And I didn't know how to evaluate that. I didn't know where to begin. And over that Christmas break, I'd met somebody and was like, all right, let's get married. That'll take me away from this. It'll give me, and it wasn't an excuse. It was a passionate romance that happened quickly. It seemed like it was a fit. And so fast forward, I asked her to marry me in a short amount of time. And I was like, that's it. I'm getting out in June when my second enlistment's up, and I'm moving back to Florida. I'm going to get married, and I'm going to have a normal life, and I'm going to figure out whatever I'm supposed to figure out. And that began a very arduous, difficult couple years, 3 years. And kind of there's a couple major points. One was Passion of the Christ came out in February of '04. I remember going to it. Meanwhile, I've never read the Bible. I've never studied the Bible, nothing. And I go to this movie, and from the first word that Jim Caviezel spoke, and your interview with him is one of my favorite of all time. I was weeping uncontrollably, like broken down. And then from the moment they bring him in and they start beating him all the way through the crucifixion, I was uncontrollable. And it didn't stop. I continued in this uncontrollable weeping for hours and hours afterwards. And then finally, I kind of calmed down. There was a knock on the door, and in came this box. And I was like, she's like, who's that from? I was like, I don't know. And it said, JC up top. And I opened it up, and it was from John. And it was a gift. It was our platoon plaque, and it was a bottle of Patron, because he had felt so much shame and horrible that that had happened, that I possibly could have died. That he come up to me. He's like, man, I'm so sorry. I was like, hey, dude, don't worry about it. Just, he's like, what can I do? And I was like, in the future, give me a bottle of tequila. We're even. It happens. Don't, I know you didn't want to. I know you didn't need to. I know you didn't have to do that. And so, like, here I'm consoling this guy who I'm witness to praying every day. The day I see Passion, the country sends me this thing. Then I start thinking about why.
The initials JC.
That's right. And that was the fight now I'm in. I felt like God was trying to communicate with me, but I was so ashamed of who I was and what I was that I couldn't do it. And that was where things were ugly, because she quickly realized this was not a healthy relationship. She decided that we're done. And kind of right at that time is when I got an opportunity. I went to work for Blackwater in the fall of '04.
Let's stop.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Yeah.
For starters, I just want to say there's been a lot of vulnerability in that chair. Been a lot of humiliating confessions. I think what you just did is the hardest thing I've seen anybody articulate.
Thank you.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
Love you.
Love you too.
What would you have done different after the incident when it comes to your relationship with these guys?
I should have gotten more involved in wanting to know how the investigation took place, what other people thought, what they saw. Like, it was almost like nobody would speak about it, especially to me. I think other guys probably talked about it. But I almost just got isolated in it. And so that would have been much better for me. And to go and to engage in it immediately. I think I shouldn't have gone home when I got home. When I got to Bahrain, I should have sought out a pastor or chaplain or my chief or senior chief or someone and said, I'm struggling, I need some help. But that just wasn't a thing then. There was nothing. And when we got home, it's like, see you in 30 days. And there was no support. And so I came to Florida, and I'll never forget, man, my best friend's younger brother had a bachelor party, and we went down to Key West for this thing, and I just was inebriated for days on end, and just couldn't communicate, couldn't talk, was detached, distant. So I wish I had done more to re-engage in a conversation again. I just keep going back to that reality. Like, you're not going to process this at an individual level. It's too immense. And that's the component within the human condition. That's this intensity of pain. And when you have overwhelming pain, it elicits the deepest fears you have about your own insecurities, your own ineptitude, your own, that these fears, they overwhelm you, they begin to control you. And the only way you can diminish those is to engage with people that can help you deconstruct those fears, pull them apart, take one piece, rationalize that one piece in a way that you can comprehend and handle. And I think that's a really intense thing, right? It's like, but I turned 30 in Afghanistan, and I certainly wasn't 30 emotionally in any way. And I think, that's just the thing. You have to be able to go and engage. You have to do this. And I wish I had done that more with every one of those guys. And I've pulled so away from all of those. I've lost touch pretty much with everybody that was a part of that platoon. Those are the other platoons that was there, people that were affiliated, people that were, that were at SQT with me. I kind of pulled away from them. The only person I really tried to stay in touch with was Bruce. He ended up contracting, ran into him, but I'd call him and try and talk to him and stay in touch with him, tried to start a little business with him. And, he ended up going through some challenges and ended up drinking himself to death. And so I think that was kind of the person that I had always hoped would give me the attaboy, that would kind of replace that shame with some estimation of acceptance and maybe even a little forgiveness. I think that's the thing we're all ultimately looking for. We're looking for forgiveness, right? We're looking for someone who loves us deeply to look at you and say, it's okay. Things happen. We understand. And that's why my battle and my pursuit of Christ for the next 10 years was so substantial and so difficult, because I didn't know how to ask Christ for forgiveness. I didn't know where to go for forgiveness, and there wasn't like there weren't people that were gracious and supportive, but, it wasn't until really '06 where I went to church for the first time really ever on my own. And it was a guy, a mentor of mine named George Andrews, Reverend George Andrews, who was the first person that I was like, what does it mean to have faith? And that's kind of really where I started to heal.
How do you feel now that you've shared that? Your deepest
I mean,
secret,
it's nerve-wracking. It's
hidden
scary.
vulnerability.
It's scary. I mean, I've got to walk out of this room. This episode will drop, and I give 100 speeches a year. Last year I was in front of almost 4,500 people. I've got my own show now. Again, I'm public. What's going to happen to my kids? Are their parents going to tell their friends? Are they going to be ashamed? I know my wife is not, because she knows the story and has been overwhelmingly the person who's benefited me most for processing that, because she's had to process her own sense of shame at a high degree. And so, but you don't know how the world's going to react. But what I do know is that I know that Christ loves me no matter what. I know John had forgiven me. I know Larry had said he'd forgiven me. And I know other friends of mine that, are part of the community and the adjacent communities have said, man, it's okay. Like, you don't need to carry that burden for your whole life. So, yeah.
Well, you got a lot of respect for me for doing it.
Thank you.
I think you're going to feel a lot better.
I think so. I mean, we've talked about it. I mean, we've talked about it extensively, and we talked about it in the lead up to this, and I don't think there'd be anybody else I could do it with, in this capacity. It's hard because, there's a measurement of success that I think the public has, or a measurement of interpretation of how they interpret success of our community, and that's, these massive stories. I mean, you hear about these missions and these things that these guys get engagements and all this, and like, it's not like they're not building themselves up, their bravado. I think sometimes people have a tendency to look for that, and people will embellish in certain stories, and obviously that's always a challenge in anybody that's public or whatever. But this has been that thing. It's like, hey, this is the reality of my combat experience. I don't have any, grand firefights. I don't have any like, oh, you saved the day. I don't have any of that. So I have that incident has encapsulated the space and spectrum. Now I chased redemption for years. That's why I went to Blackwater. That's why I went to the agency. I thought some moment, sometime I would have a moment where I could redeem myself. And there's been some things I was able to do that were positive and healthy and all that, but it doesn't make that ever go away. So that what you have to do is you just have to address it. You have to live with it. You have to recognize that it's a piece of your life. It's not all of you. And I think, that has taken me 20 plus years to figure out.
Phases of life, man.
Yeah, man.
I think this is that moment.
It certainly feels like it.
Good. Let's take a break. Tallest building.
What do you think, Shawn?
We're high. I know everybody out there has to be just as frustrated as I am when it comes to the BS and the rhetoric that the mainstream media continuously tries to force feed us. And I also know how frustrating it can be to try to find some type of a reliable news source. It's getting really hard to find the truth and what's going on in the country and in the world. And so one thing we've done here at Shawn Ryan Show is we are developing our newsletter. And the first contributor to the newsletter that we have is a woman, former CIA targeter. Some of you may know her as Sarah Adams, call sign Superbad. She's made 2 different appearances here on the Shawn Ryan Show, and some of the stuff that she has uncovered and broke on this show is just absolutely mind-blowing. And so I've asked her if she would contribute to the newsletter and give us a weekly intelligence brief. So it's going to be all things terrorists, how terrorists are coming up through the southern border, how they're entering the country, how they're traveling, what these different terrorist organizations throughout the world are up to. And here's the best part, the newsletter is actually free. We're not going to spam you. It's about 1 newsletter a week, maybe 2 if we release 2 shows. The only other thing that's going to be in there besides the intel brief is if we have a new product or something like that. But like I said, it's a free CIA intelligence brief. Sign up. Links in the description or in the comments. We'll see you in the newsletter. All right, Dave. We're back from the break. Hopefully we can lighten it up here a little bit.
Me too.
But I just want to say again, man, I know that took a lot of courage to get that vulnerable and to talk about that. And, you know, however people judge you from here on out, I mean, you're a fucking great person.
Thank you.
And that's all that really matters.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So then you go to work at Blackwater.
That was a hell of a story right there. My fiance had basically said, no, we're not getting married. And then I was working for a domestic security company out of Grand Rapids, Michigan called DK Security. I was selling camera systems to strip malls. And the whole pretense I went to work for this guy, and he was a great guy. John Kendall was his name, really amazing guy, Vietnam vet, U.S. Marshal, was partner with an FBI guy, but John was really an amazing guy. My uncle, Dave from Grand Rapids, had known him, got me the interview and got the job, and really put a lot of confidence. But the whole thing was like they were going to let me start a division that I could start bidding on contracts overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan, which was where the money was, right? You know, and so I had recruited like 6 guys, 2 guys to come and help start it and launch it. And there was a couple and figured out, I'll never forget, he was like, well, why don't you write up a business plan for me? And I'm like, well, what's a business plan? And he's like, oh, you'll figure it out. Just so I go down to like Office Depot and get Business Plan Pro Writers Plus, you know, and it's like this thing, and it's like, oh, you know, what's your EBITDA and what's your, and I'm like, I have no idea. So I went page by page, step by step, insurance, you know, Lloyd's of London, figured this and wrote this 34 page, and like a month later dropped it on his desk because I would go up there once a month. And he's like, what's this? And I go, this is my business plan for starting contract work overseas because it's incredibly lucrative and I think we could kill it. And he's like, okay, I'll get back to you. And in the fall, I was not doing good. I was struggling still, really, really trying. Like when I first got out of the teams, there was a stretch in August. I got out in June, end of June, 2003, but in August, I had a 21-day stretch where I was vomiting and diarrhea, and like it just was, I was just sick, really sick, and nobody could figure out what it was. And I just think it was the stress. It was maybe a parasite. It was something, whatever, and I was a mess. And the first person to really help me begin to heal was a woman named Maggie, and Maggie was a woman, she was a healer, a masseuse, she's amazing. And I had met her when I got home from that deployment. I couldn't turn my neck. My neck was so jacked up. And she had helped my mom, who was a tennis player. Her scapula had frozen and she had released it and was a wonderful person, amazing. So she had put me on her table for like 4 hours. And finally I could move my neck for the first time in months. So I got out, I'm a mess. My mom's like, you're not okay. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. And she's like, well, you ought to see Maggie. You ought to work with Maggie. And I was like, I can't afford her. She's incredibly expensive, right? But it was phenomenal. She goes, well, she's got a son. Why don't you, work? Her son wants to learn how to play football and lacrosse. Why don't you barter? So I called her up and I said, hey, would you be interested? And she's like, absolutely. So we trade. I started working with her son. I think he was 12 years old, and they're single mom, whole thing. rough upbringing, dad not in a picture, and she would heal me, and I'd get on the table. We'd probably meet once every 2 months, and I would be on that table for 4 hours, and that started the process. My body and my nervous system, that was the beginning of me trying to figure out. But, you know, by the next year, I'm miserable in the job, and this very kind, nice young woman that I was with, she was just like, I can't do this. And I was like, all right. And then it was something like that. A day or two later, my buddy Joe Mastrangelo, who I'd gone through training with, I was at Team 1 with, my first platoon with, you know, old Chochi. And he called and he's like, Rut. I was like, what's up? He's like, hey man, I need a guy. You, me, maritime interdiction program overseas. I need to know right now. And I was like, I'm in.
Typical team.
Yeah,
guy phone
typical
call.
team. I go, I'm in. Let's go.
When are we leaving? Tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it was, he's like, you got to be at Blackwater on Tuesday. And I'm like, the shooting school? He's like, it's not a shooting school anymore. And then on Friday, we're leaving for Azerbaijan. And I'm like, what's Azerbaijan? And he's like, it's a country north of Iran. Don't worry about it. Meet you in, you know, and so I was like, hey, I'm taking off. You know, I go and we go over to Azerbaijan, and we started this project. And it's actually in the first part of Eric's book. He talks about this project that we built. And it was essentially, we took over the FID mission because SOF couldn't do it anymore because the op tempo was so huge in Afghanistan and Iraq at the time.
So FID, for the audience, is basically U.S. forces training indigenous forces on tactics.
Yeah, that's right. So we went over there, did a week, then in February, March, went over for 60 days. We redesigned their bases. Like, I geeked out on that stuff. I love, you know, designing things. So redesigned their pool. We did like a mobile shoot house, the ranges. We brought them boats, motors, and we built a maritime interdiction program from scratch in Azerbaijan. And it was me, Joe. We had this kooky old team guy initially, but then we got this wonderful, amazing guy named Hugh Middleton, who was a former Damn Nick Team 1 guy, brilliant guy. And it was the three of us, and we built this program. And I remember the summer, like the final FTX was to put these guys in Zodiacs on one of their cutters, board it, right, at dusk, and then board it, you know, at night. And that was it. And like, we accomplished the task. And, you know, about the day before we were able to going into that FTX, we had finished retrofitting their pool. And this was like this old 1950s Spetsnaz base from the communist days of Russia when it was a province. And we do the pool, and we're like, all right, we're going to have a Hoo-Yah day. And there was a hook and climb. And we're like, everybody go get your wetsuits and meet us out here. We're going to do this. And like hour and a half later, we're like, hey, where is everybody? Let's go. And we've got this interpreter and whatever. And they come out, and I'm like, all right, you guys ready? Here's the drill. We do it. And they were going to just jump in, swim, climb up, jump out, like a relay. Joe's sitting up on top of the thing. He's right here. Right, ready, go. They jump in the water. They couldn't swim.
Oh, shit.
So the day before we're supposed to go board underway, and we'd already sent them out in the Caspian in the middle of the night doing basic, you know, maritime navigation drills. No one knew how to swim, right? Because they said they had all been to Turkish buds. And I was just like, oh my God, they don't know how to swim. I'm like, Hugh, they're going to miss the ladder. They're going to get forearm fatigue. They're going to go in a drink, and they're dead. We're going to kill people. We're going to go to jail in Azerbaijan. And you know, it had been a wild ride. Azerbaijan's a trippy place, man. I mean, it's really, really wild. And I'd struggled there for the first couple because of the breakup, and that had failed and everything else. But then I kind of snapped in, and I got in shape. And Joe was I think it was like a blue belt or purple belt at the time in jiu-jitsu. And he's like, we're going to train. And so we would leave the thing and go to the national training site, and he would just beat the piss out of me every Tuesday and Thursday. And I didn't know what I was doing, but he would just pound on me. And we had this great relation. We lived in the Hyatt. It was just bizarre. Like I called it the last outpost because that's where all the deals of the stands are done, right? Because one week you're in the Hyatt and it's all the Americans. Then the next week it's all the Russians. Then the next week it's all the Arabs. And it's just like the cycle of peculiar place. It's like the cantina in Star Wars, right? And so we find out they can't swim. And so Hugh looks at us like, well, you guys are going to be the safety swimmers. And we're like, wait, what? Like, you're going to jump overboard, save the guy, and then we'll get that. And they did it flawlessly. They did it great. So I remember Gary Jackson, who was the CEO at the time, was like, hey, great job. You guys will always have a job at Blackwater. You're good. And then like 2 weeks later, I got a call. And I was full time. Like, it was awesome. I was making six figures full time. We were getting ready to do another one, like a FID out in Paycom, and this was it. And we were going to be the FID guys and write curriculum and all this. And I was like, this is awesome. And I got my life back. And I got a call 2 weeks later from the head of training, Big Jim, and he's like, hey man, we just had to fire you. That contract's out. But if you want to go to Afghanistan, we got a gig for you. So that September, I found myself in Afghanistan, and I was working on the Afghan counter-drug commandos.
No shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know any of this stuff.
Yeah.
How was that?
Eye-opening, enlightening. That was the first time I started to really suspect there was alternative motives going on in Afghanistan.
On our part?
Yeah.
What kind?
We were training the most incapable group of people to try and be commandos to take down the drug dealers. Mind you, at this time, Afghanistan's GDP, about 90% of it came from the sale of raw opium. And they had three major points that they would distribute over the Uzbek border in the north, through Herat into Iran, and then down through Quetta into Pakistan, right? Mind you, Karzai's brother was the third biggest drug dealer in Afghanistan. And I found all this out from the DEA. We were working the DEA fast teams. These guys were the old cocaine cowboy days down in Colombia back in the 80s and stuff. And they were awesome. I love those guys, man. It was so fun. But we would train these guys, me and Joe and a couple other dudes, and it was horrible. And then so I got the opportunity to go on a couple ops with them, and still struggling in my own place, and like I'm trying to still find that redemption. And I remember we hit one target up north, and it was just empty. There was no one there but kids, right? Afghan compound full of kids, women, and a couple dudes. We spread them up, and I remember, like, there's no one here. There's no opium here. There's this is bizarre. But I do remember that the kids, it was the first time that the destitution, the morale, the abysmal nature of a future possibility for those kids hit me, and that was the birth of Froglogic in that moment. Was like, oh my God, maybe there's something that I can effectuate greater change in life with than through the barrel of a gun in my own pursuit of redemption. Maybe I can redeem myself by helping kids. And then I did another one, which was another fiasco. And I began to realize that we're not doing anything with drugs. This is just a sham. It's just spending of money to portray that, the American military or contractors, whatever, we're making an impact on the drug distribution. And I remember we did this trip. Our country league, TL, needed me and Joe to provide security. We got on this helo, went all the way up to Mazar-Shari, and got dropped off, and he went off with these other kind of guys, and came back, and we flew back, and I remember it was like, hey man, what was that all about? And he said, well, we just met with the warlord or the drug dealer up here. And I was like, well, where is he? Why aren't we interrogating him? Why don't we bring him back? And he's like, well, they got a deal going or something, like he feeds us terrorists or whatever. And you're like, wait, what? And then I found out this guy was pushing 1,600 pounds of opium across the Uzbek bridge every week or something.
Every
crazy.
week?
It was insane. It was insane. It was nuts, like how much opium was leaving the country. And then so I went over to the DEA guys. I'm like, well, what's this look like? Street value? And it was Afghanistan was still supplying the world with opium for heroin. They were still the number one distributor. And meanwhile, you're like, Taliban isn't selling and all this. And I was like, wait, this is all a lie. And that's when it really kind of hit me. And what was bizarre, I picked up a last minute job going out. They had said, hey man, you did really good redesigning the bases and stuff and the training facilities in Azerbaijan. Do you want to do that? The side contract for the Afghan border police, where you design the training, the base, the whole thing. And then, you lead this building project. And I thought I'd get paid more, and I didn't. And so here I am doing 3 jobs, getting paid for one as a contractor, not full time. And I just, again, kind of got to that point where I was like, what am I doing with my life right now? This is not where I want to be. And out of that, this concept to work with kids emerged. And because at that point, that trip was the first time I really started reading the Bible. And I remember I read the New Testament through that trip. And that's when you really just, if you let the word hit you, it can change you. And it did. And that's the inspiration for wanting to, essentially put the gun down and start working with kids. And so initially I was going to try and go work with Doctors Without Borders or a Red Cross or some organization that can go into these war-torn areas and I can help kids and then kind of work with kids on the side or just do something to help kids that have nothing. And if you've been there, you've seen these kids have nothing. Essentially by the time they're 13, the girls are essentially just receptacles for procreation. Little boys are raped. I mean, it's just a brutal, brutal culture. And not all of them, but there are a heavy degree of them. And that was the thing. I was like, all right. But then you start to realize NGOs, they can't stand working with soft guys, right? Because you're like, are you an effing idiot? Are you an idiot? You can't go out there and do that. That's dumb, And they're like, what do you mean? We're helping people. And you're like, no. And in fact, a team guy, Nick Check, died in an operation at I think it was Red Squadron that did it, where they went to go save a doctor, and he was a point man. And when they were going to hit the target, a guy came out, saw him, shot Nick going through the door, and Ed Byers went in and kind of saved the doc and protected him and received the Medal of Honor for that. So I was like, all right, I don't want to do that. That's not going to work. So I came home that Christmas and was really kind of like, all right, how do I do this? And I'd read a couple different things. 3 big things jumped at me. Teenage obesity was out of control. And I'd found an article about a West Texas county that, 13-year-olds were some exorbitant high percentage of those kids were morbidly obese. I found an article about girls' teenage suicide was on the rise for the first time in 20 plus years or whatever. And then the other one I found from a couple psychologists who were studying the effects on young children from hyperconnectivity. And they had coined this idea called internet withdrawal syndrome. And it was essentially the desocialization of children who were hyperconnected and just lived on their screens. And these guys were kind of trend setting in terms of the study. And as we now know, the effects on it are pulverizing, in particular post-COVID. And I was like, well, I don't need to go overseas. I can just help kids in America. And let me try that. So I came up with the idea, the name Froglogic, and it's, me paying tribute to the frogmen of the Navy. And what I thought I would do is I would fixate first on self-confidence, because that was the main thing that I had to rehabilitate coming out of school. And that's what I thought that BUDS and the training had done. It rehabilitates your self-confidence through these really unique evolutions and the ideas. And So I wrote this, teeny little kids book called Forging Self-Confidence. And I started my first like Froglogic motivational training program at the local YMCA. And there was 8 missions because I had looked at everything I could pull out of or extrapolate that I had learned in buds. And it was these 26 things. And I condensed those down to 8 core ideas or missions. And I figured out how to do this. Meanwhile, I'm just back from Afghanistan and I'm telling my dad, hey, I'm going to start a kids training company. He's like, I'm telling my friends, hey, I'm going to do this. And people are looking at me like, what are you talking about right now? What are you? And I'm like, no, I'm doing it. And the first guy that really believed in me was Jan Lennon. And Jan I'd gone to high school with, and he was an attorney and he moved back to Florida and we ran into each other at a bar. And I'm like, how you doing? And he's like, good. And so I said, hey man, why don't you go interview with my dad and all this? But he's like this guitar savant. And I said, hey man, would you come over? I've got this idea. I wrote these songs that go with the missions and we can do it and that'll get the kids moving and all this. And he's like, that sounds cool. And so he comes over and I read the lyrics and he just plays the song. And it was like, oh my God. And next thing I know, I'm at his daughter's 2nd grade class. I'm wearing my jungle boots, my tiger stripes, and my, I had Froglogic polo and kids are doing push-ups and he's in his suit and tie playing the guitar and it was awesome. And it was awesome because it wasn't that. And it was like, okay, this could work. This could make me feel better. This could give me some redemption. I did one more gig in CONUS, training regular Naval personnel, how to board ships. And at that point, I was done. Like right after that, I was had it fallen out. Someone had accused me of something, and I was just like, "This is ridiculous. I'm not doing this," and left and went full on with Froglogic and working with kids. And that summer, I worked with a foster care home for boys. I started talking to a couple schools, and then in the fall, a guy named Kieran Kennedy in Canada from Ottawa, because I'd started putting some stuff on the internet. And he found me and was like, hey, I want you to come up and work with my school. And if you come up, I'll introduce you to all these other schools and you can do your thing. And so from 2006, 7, and into 8, I spoke to thousands of kids in North America.
Wow.
And introduced Froglogic to everybody.
You are a teacher and a mentor. I mean, we kind of skipped over this because I thought we were going to chat about it after the Afghan deployment. But I remember being an SQT. You had a hell of a reputation. It was not bad. But you were a cool motherfucker in all of our eyes. And the FTXs that you put together with the moulage kits and all the medical stuff that we did, trying to put IVs in somebody going down the beach in the back of a pickup truck. I mean, it was challenging, and I learned a lot, and I still remember it to this day. And I also remember, you probably don't remember this, I was at my friend's house, Kyle Paulson, who lived down in IB. Kyle died. Mm-hmm. But he was renting a house with a couple people, and you showed up for one reason or another. I don't even think you knew us. I don't know if it was an accident, but you pulled up on your Harley, drunk as a skunk, maybe on some other stuff, I don't know. But but I think you had just ridden up from TJ. And I was like, fuck, man. That dude is fucking cool. I was like, he's a badass instructor. He's got a great energy. Overly confident. Do not want to fuck with that dude. And yeah, it just stuck with me. It stuck with me forever. But I mean,
I appreciate it.
And even afterwards, man. I mean, after I had gotten out of the agency, and we'll get to this stuff, but I mean, you really helped me. you mentor me. I remember going up to your office in that building in Boca when I moved there and mapping my business out and all the different ideas. And it was, like I said, man, you were the only person to give me the time of day back then. Nobody else had time for me.
There's just something in your eyes, man, all the way back in those days. I remember going to that party. I remember coming back from TJ with Pat. We'd gone down there and
That's who it was.
right.
Pat Bablett.
That's right.
Another crazy motherfucker.
He made me look
Is he
tame.
still alive?
I think Pat's it. I'm not sure. The last I heard, he had owned a bar in Cambodia where you could pay $100 and shoot a water buffalo with an RPG. But Pat and I, we'd drive down into TJ, man. We go down into Encinitas. And
What were you guys doing down there? How bad did it get? Be honest.
remember, I was in a rough place.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, so-
now I know. Nobody knew that at the time.
No.
Everybody thought you were.
Because you learn how to put the facade on, right? So people don't see how much pain you're in, and the way you do that in the teams, you just you put a little bit of sprinkle a little crazy on yourself, and that can. People have a tendency like, I'm not going to ask him what's going on, and meanwhile I'm hanging out with, absolute madmen. Scotty Wirtz. Me, Scotty, Johnny Sotelo. Pat Bablick. It was like full tilt every time I'd go out with dudes. So, it was hard. There was a lot of trying to numb myself from what was going on. But I remember that party coming back, and I remember the thing for me was I always had the most respect for the youngest guys because of Nick Hawks and Pete Scobell. They were Nicky was 18 and buds, and I'll never forget a story. We were in 208 and Mike McGrath was our OIC, and he came out. We remember he used to after the end of the day, you'd get in the pit and all right, who has any gripes or concerns, get it out. And someone, you get the junior officers we got to be more squared away, and we got, and it's like the hoo-yah. And I remember one day Nicky raises his hand, he kind of saunters out in the middle, and he goes, any of you fucking pricks don't feel like putting out, then just quit now, would you? And this little kid, he's $135, soaking wet. And in that moment, I was like, holy cow, just the strength at that age. At 18, I was a blithering idiot. And to see young guys, and it's 96, 97% dropout rate for guys under 19 or something like that. It's abysmal. And you were one of those young guys. Dude, I remember the first time I saw you, I was like, this guy's 15 years old. What is he doing here? Literally.
That's how I felt.
And it's but you were feisty and tenacious. You had that look like those other guys, and you weren't going to quit, and you absorbed things quickly. And so I respected that. But you're where I was is I don't, you just drive on. And so, I think I'm trying to remember when we reconnected,
We reconnected. We reconnected briefly, very briefly. For one reason or another, I went to Boca.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the hell I was doing there, but very briefly at your house.
Yeah.
And then the real reconnect happened when we really started to get close, is after that safe house got hit that I was at.
Oh my God.
We were contracted for the agency, and you stepped off the helicopter, but we'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there. So Froglogic, you start that, you write books, speaking, mentoring, all kinds of stuff.
I had a security company called Trident Security Solutions. I was trying to design curriculum, 3-dimensional curriculum with new technology, because I always hated PowerPoints, because you just recycle them, right? And then team guys, they'll just put a funny picture in and that's their addition to the curriculum, right? Or a funny video because videos were coming out. And I was like, this is ridiculous. So much. And I had this guy, another buddy from St. Andrews who was doing incredible stuff with three-dimensional design. His name was Dave Karam. And I approached him and I said, hey, dude, I've got this idea to take all the IGs from the military. We'll start in the SEAL teams and we'll turn them into three-dimensional. So imagine your Sig Sauer dissecting. You can see the function of it and how it disciplines your M4, your night vision, all your equipment. And then the other thing is on this system, you press one button and translate it into other languages, and it's all on your disk. Remember, you'd travel with the cruise box and every IG, you'd go everywhere with this huge box of cruise box. So now it's like everything fits in the CD folder. And we called it Trident Virtual Solutions, TVS. And I remember we went out to Buds and pitched at Buds and all this. And I had no idea about, the game or anything. And so that kind of failed miserably. But it was the kids stuff that really, really made me feel better. And then at that time I met my ex-wife, and we'd known each other for a long time, and she kind of grew up, and together, and she's younger. And I had kind of like, all right, I need to change my life, settle down, and this is it. And so it seemed like we met, and the opportune time was right after my last Blackwater thing. And so it's like, all right, my life's, holy cow, I got some control. I was getting in shape. I was, I felt good about myself. And everything was going pretty well. And then the economy collapsed and schools don't have any money. And I couldn't, pay my rent. And I was like, oh no, what are we going to do? And I think it was in spring of 08, a friend of mine reached out and was like, hey dude, I've got a gig that I think you'll like. It's working with the agency and you'll be training case officers. Are you interested? And I was like, absolutely. Yes, out of necessity, financially for sure, but also to be able to go back and teach and then to be able to work with the agency I was like, this is going to be the coolest thing in the whole world. Like finally, these guys are, because by then you knew that I understood the power that they had to conduct operations and the control of information flow and the role that they had played, and that were playing at a high level. And so just jumped at that opportunity. And so April of 08 was my first course. And we ran this course on the Blackwater campus. It was not through Blackwater. They were called the U.S. Training Center. They had sold, Eric had to sell from all the fiasco that he had gone through. And I remember showing up and I was like, all right, this is going to be awesome. And the whole idea is that case officers, were co-located on FOBs, regular case officers, not PMC, paramilitary case. They were on FOBs now, and the kinetic nature and the op tempo was so insane that they were integrated with JSOC units and other, regular, tier 3, tier 2 soft units. And they were like, information was being converted into actionable intelligence in real time. And so these guys, like, the deal. They're in the FOB, they do a meet, they get intel that, somebody, the buddy's, brother, sister's cousin's aunt, uncle is in the town for the next 4 hours. He's a bomb maker. You give him the bag of cash. Well, it becomes like the country chief can make it actionable, or even the base chief in some cases. And so these guys were then the task unit guy, the dev group guy or the Delta guy would be like, all right, you're getting in the bird with us and you're going to PID this guy because we don't know the case. We haven't worked him. We're not doing it. And they would pull these young kids who had 1 week of pistol, 1 week of long rifle in the farm. And they'd be operational with these guys. And so my assumption with my job was to turn them into operators. And I'll never forget, I show up first course, and Dave was the course lead. He was an SF guy. I loved him, from Baltimore. Just total snap had funny as hell, great dude. And then the guy from the agency, man, he looked like George Foreman. He was awesome, man. But he was just the coolest dude. And I was like, I'm working for the CIA. And I was like, all right. And so first 2 days were medical, and I taught that. And then we go into shooting, and it's pistol on the course. I've got this female case officer, and she points the gun and she shoots. And we're at like 2 meters, 3 meters, whatever it was, and single shot, single dot, and she misses the target. And I was like, okay, let's do it again. She misses again. And I was like, give me the gun. And I, keyhole 5-round rhythm drill. And I was like, it's not the gun. And she goes back and she misses again. I'm like, what in the fuck is going on? What is this Jason Bourne bullshit? And I'm screaming at this poor like team guy asshole. And she starts tearing up, and I'm like, there's no goddamn crying in combat, and I'm just a complete asshole to this poor girl. And Dave's like, hey, man, why don't you go get some ammo? And I was like, I'll be right back, and I'm walking away, and this dude who's, I didn't met him yet. He just showed up, and he's like, hey man, come here, come over. And I was like, what's up? And he's like, hey, you're team guy, huh? And I was like, yeah. He's like, you're an instructor too, right? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, okay. He goes, man, if you keep that up, like they're going to ask you to leave at lunch. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, they don't play. They're not operators. They're not here to become operators. He goes, I've seen it. I've seen team guys land overseas in Iraq, go into a brief, start, spouting off, and then get right back on the bridge and go home, like in the same night. And I was like, holy cow. And that was Tonto.
No shit.
Yeah. And that's where I met Chris, and it was the best advice I ever got. And so that changed it. And what was amazing for me is I was with a really amazing group of guys. There was Brian, some other dudes, and John, who ended up being in Benghazi, and Tonto was there. And I learned, all right, what can I learn from them? And so for 2 years, I got this incredible education, because we'd have, 15 to 20 some case officers come through, and some people would have 27 years, being done all kinds of insane, amazing things. And I would identify somebody I really admired, and I would say, hey, can I have breakfast with you? Can I have lunch with you? Can I have dinner? Do you want to get a beer afterwards? And I would just ask them, what do you do? And how does it work? And they taught me more about people than anybody had ever taught me, because that's what they do for a living. They're the world's best interviewers, and they're brilliant, and they don't need to be Jason Bourne. All they have to do is be intellectual and sophisticated and understand the dynamics within the human condition, which cultivate different motivations, right? And if you can learn someone's motivations, you can extrapolate information. And that, I got this overwhelming education, and it really transformed me, and it became something. And I met this one incredible guy, Todd, and we just became immediately close friends, and former EOD guy, and had been on mobile and was home because he had some infection in his ear from Afghanistan and lost his balance. And so he was teaching now, and he was amazing. We became friends, and I loved it. But my problem is like, I just really gotten engaged and was serious and had starting to plan a wedding, and I'm gone 15 days on, 15 days off, 15 days on, from April till November, December. And that's really how my relationship started, right? And so I finished that first year, she had said, "Hey, I don't want you to do this anymore." And I was like, "Okay." So I went to work for another friend, actually, Jan Lennon. It was a mortgage marketing company out of the Boston area. And so now one minute I'm teaching case officers, how to better integrate with JSOC units and learning and in the mix of it, because it was '08. It was the height of everything going on. And now I'm like showing up at banks and trying to promote this marketing business. And I was, God bless him. I mean, he was wonderful to me. Jeff's an amazing human being, and he believed in me and was like, "I'm going to support you, get you out of this." And I couldn't do it. Like, got married in November, and then by March, I was like, "I'm done. I'm going back." And so immediately started '09, all through '09. And then in the beginning of the fall is when Todd was like, "Hey man, do you want to deploy? Do you want to do this? Do you want to go mobile?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do. I really do." I hadn't been deployed like that since '05. I felt like a hypocrite. I felt like I was saying things that I didn't really know. I didn't know the operations of it. I was just, I felt, I almost felt like I was a fraud.
Really?
Yeah, it was again, that insecurity came out. Remember, I was still seeking the retribution. I was still seeking the salvation of the experience, and I wanted to redeem myself, and I felt the only way I could redeem myself, I went downrange again and got involved in that. And I remember he was like, "All right, the head recruiter is going to be at the long distance range, and we're out there and we're doing just some sighting and stuff or whatever." And this truck pulls up, and all of a sudden I hear this voice. I'm like, "I know that voice." And I turn around, and it's a friend of mine that I had been in the teams with, had gone to the paramedic refresher, and it's him. And he looks at me, he goes, "What's up, Rut?" He goes, "So you want to go overseas, huh?" And I was like, "Yep." And he's like, "Done. I'll get you in the training course." And that's it. And so that, like, the next month I went through the 3-week training course. And like you said, I remember one of my favorite part, there are a couple of my favorite parts when you did the interview with Tucker Carlson, but you talked about it. And I thought you did it a tremendous service. I thought it was tough. It was hard. The shooting was hard. Shooting package was hard. The surveillance stuff, the comm stuff, and I really enjoyed it and met some great. Had a couple buddies, team guys. Yost was with me, and I remember there's a Ranger, Chris the Rock, and man, he was hard, just tough, and
I still talk to Chris.
Do you really?
Yeah, he's doing good.
Yeah, every now and then I'd send him an email or something like that, but he would just call me out, because after Tonto had told me, like, "Hey," like, my whole mentality was like, I'm gonna be Mr. Positive all the time, right? And I'm gonna be that guy. That drove him nuts, man. He would be like, "You're so full of shit." He's like, "Shut up." I remember it was freezing cold in Eastern Maryland at whatever that dude who did the CQD shit was. I forget what his name was, and freezing outside. I'm like, "This is awesome, man," and he's like, "Shut up." And he would just call me out, but he was like, he's the one who set the tempo. And so went through it, passed that, and then got a deployment date for January 2010. But that last class I did, and this was the trippy thing, that last class I did, we had a woman come through that was a big deal. She had been on the original Bin Laden desk, and they were grooming her for 7th floor, but she wanted to do a combat deployment. She wanted to go find Zarqawi, and I remember she came through, and I remember them telling me, "Hey, there's a lot of eyes on this. I want, they're like, Rut, you're one of the best instructors. Really get behind her and explain not only what it is that she needs to be aware of with the units she's going to have at her disposal and around her, but also really emphasize how positive the group, GRS is going to be and how much they can assist her and what they can do. And I remember, when we graduated, we went to dinner, me, her, and another junior CO, and I remember just talking to her and was really emphatic about the dynamics of being downrange and the complexities of it, and just was not forceful, not rude, not anything, but tried to be as adamant as I could about the importance of working together and really what that meant. And because I really didn't know the dynamic, I'd never been downrange operationally with the agency yet, and I remember graduated class, good luck, God bless, and was on holiday in Colorado. We were coming home from that trip, and I found out that that's when that double agent blew himself up at, and it was Skin, right?
Coast.
It was in Coast, and 8 GRS and case officers were killed, and she was a part of that. And they had struggled with the dynamics of the security profile for that, because he was telling her, like, I have met with Zarqawi, I know where he is, I've got the info, and so they kind of altered some protocols, and he detonated himself. And I remember we lost some good guys. Jeremy Weiss was fresh out of the teams and on GRS. Southside was one of the most respected guys in the whole program, and he died, and then some of the case officers as well too. And that was like, okay, welcome to go. Because like the next week I was on the bird over and landed in Afghanistan in January of 2010, right after that. And
What was your first trip?
January 2010.
Where?
Lash.
That's when we
met. That was my
reconnected.
first trip. Like, I got off the plane, went over middle of the night, walked in, and this was my favorite part of, well, you were my favorite part of that whole thing, but that's next story. I walk in, and there's Evan Hafer, and he was a greeter, and he was just like, Evan, he's just kind of like, he's always just kind of like chill, right? And I was just like, all right. And he's like, you hungry? I was like, yeah. So we sat down and started eating. Everybody else kind of took off, and we just started talking. And one of the questions that I always ask people, dating all the way back to Blackwater, was, what's your plan? Like, how are you going to get out of this? How are you going to figure out how to put the gun down and move on with your life? And I was sincere. I was interested. And, at that moment, the number one response was, I'm gonna do about 4 years of contract and save up enough, and then I'm gonna open a bar. That was the answer. And I was like, that's such a bad answer. And I remember Evan was the first guy that had a whole idea, all planned out, how he was gonna do it and what he was gonna do. And I was fascinated. We talked for like 6 straight hours.
Was it Black Rifle Coffee?
No, it was, so one of his original ideas was to start a crowdsource funding for veterans startup companies. It was brilliant. And he had some other tech ideas and gear stuff. And his mind is just fascinating once he starts talking about it. And yeah, Black Rifle didn't emerge until a few years later. And, but we became really fast friends. And he was the one, this is what you got to think about. This is what you got to do. And then I know it was a couple of days later, I was on that helo and landed in Lash.
Let's hear your side.
So again,
Did they tell you what you were walking into?
No.
They didn't fucking tell you?
I mean, remember the country TL who I liked a lot?
Race.
Yes. Loved him. I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was great. And he was kind of like, well, you're going to a site that's kind of been going through some stuff. They had to leave a safe house, but didn't get the story at all. And there's you're moving into a new base that's being built. And I was like, yeah, awesome, man. Cool. wherever, fired up, let's go. And I remember taking a helo ride down there, and we landed, and I remember seeing the British footprint, and then we landed off to the side, not near it or in it or anything. I was like, why are we landing out here? And I came out and just trying to look around, and it's still spinning, and I'm like, what's up? Who's, and I'm loud or whatever. And they're like, come on, you with us, get over here and get in the vehicle, and got my, my kit bag and put it in. And you were there, but I didn't know it was you, and I remember we drove out, it was like into the other place, and the lights came on, and I was like, holy cow, I know you. And you're like, what's up, Rut? And I was like, and you're like, and you said your name, and I was just like, holy cow. I was like, what are you doing here, man? And you're like, you were just pissed. You were so livid. I was like, dude, you're my connection, man. You're the team guy. I need a team guy, and you just could not speak. Like, you were fired up. And that's what I remember was the introduction.
I was pretty pissed.
Yeah.
So yeah, before you got there, just to fill up the audience, I just switched from Blackwater to SOC for a pay raise. So this is my first deployment with SOC. Met Evan, connected with him immediately. Great rapport. And he's like, oh, you're going to this site, Lash Cargo. I'm like, okay. Go down there. Little bitty safe house. You could hear the interpreters fucking each other in the middle of the night. None of the agency blue badgers or the agency employees had ever been to combat zones, at least to my knowledge, especially the chief of base. And we were doing all these meets. And at the time, Lashkar Gah, Helmand Province, was the hottest zone in the country. And we would go and we would meet these people. We'd do our little SDR. For those that don't know, it's kind of like a counter surveillance type route that you would take in. And the main thing working with agency doing that kind of a job is don't be time and place predictable. Mm-hmm. Well, chief of base was lazy, had no experience in a war zone. He's a Cold War guy. And I come down there and immediately start picking things apart, which still hadn't figured out that's not how the agency works. They don't like constructive criticism, but I said it anyways because I knew some shit was going to happen. And I said, hey, in a morning brief, said, hey, we've already run this route 3 or 4 times, same time, same route. We're time and place predictable. We need to change things up. Of course, they blow it off. I'm like, well, we're going to get fucking hit. We're in this little house, in this little compound. About 12 hours later, the gunfire starts. And I can't remember if it was Taliban or Al-Qaeda or who, but they had taken over a high-rise building in town. Local Afghan police were trying to take care of it. They just started chucking grenades down, shooting RPGs, or bullets flying everywhere. We couldn't get a good vantage point to shoot back. This went on for like 10 fucking hours. It was insane. And we were pinned down. We couldn't get out. So we started burning all the classified material. I remember the chief of base was hiding in a bathtub going, oh my God, we're going to die. And my buddy, do you remember Devo?
Yeah.
Devo yelled looked in the bathroom like, what the fuck are you doing in there? Get up and get a fucking gun. And that, so anyways, we're burning all this shit. The Brits actually had to come extract us out of there because we couldn't fucking get out. And so they sent in this huge convoy, a big show of force, to come extract us out. Then they dump us in this shithole base that we're building with no
No
bathrooms,
front gates.
no nothing. Yeah, no front gates. No,
140 local workers
Yeah,
inside the wire every day.
yep. And so I'm fucking pissed. I'm like, how the fuck did I wind up here? I thought this was supposed to be better. And yeah, I was demoralized.
Yeah.
I was demoralized because they weren't taking any constructive criticism. We just got hit. Could have gotten killed. It actually came out later that they had pinpointed exactly what house we were in. They had over 100 fighters on the other side of the river, just about a click away, a kilometer away. And so they started doing drone passes to try to scatter them. It was nasty. And they told us we had reinforcements coming. So we go out, we wait for the helos to come in. Did you come in with Race? Race was already there, I think.
No.
You came in
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Race.
Because
and
he
Kate's.
had to go, me, Race, and Kate.
And yeah, he comes down.
I think Evan was with us too.
No, Bevan.
Later. He came a couple weeks later.
He didn't come while I was there.
Okay, you left, and then he came out until we got another guy. That's who it was.
And the way I remember it, you jump off the helo and you start yelling. And I was like, what the fuck? Is that who I think it is? Rut, is that you? He's like, yeah. Who is that? And then I gave you the lowdown. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here?
When we were back.
And you had that super positive attitude, and I'm like, get that shit away from me. I don't want to fucking hear it. You're running around trying to set up O courses in the fucking camp, and I'm like, I'm not doing that shit. There's no fucking way. You got a bottle?
The morale was it was abysmal, and the morale was bad through the whole
It was horrible.
community because of what had happened in Coast, and I was like, all right, how do we even operate when that just happened? I'm at this place, Coast I'm like, this is a shit show, dude. And I was like, all right, I can just start by just kind of lifting people up, man. And God, that did not work.
It did. It did not work at all.
It did not work at all.
But funny story about that. I don't know if you were there yet or not, but that same chief of base, after this happened, he still continued to act like a hard ass. And we had a cat problem. Lots of fucking stray cats everywhere, pissing shit and all over the place. He's like, hey, get rid of these fucking cats. And my buddy Scott goes out and he puts these bricks in a pillowcase. And he walks up to the chief of station, and he goes, hey, I got the solution to your cat problem. And he starts flinging this pillowcase around full of bricks. And he just goes, wham! Slams this pillowcase full of bricks on the concrete right in front of him. And his face was just like,
Oh my
I can't
God.
believe you did that. He goes, it's just fucking bricks.
Yeah.
It was the funniest. I think that might have been the only time I laughed that entire
Yeah.
fucking deployment, other than when we got shit-faced off that bottle of Jack Daniels that whoever brought.
God.
And I wound up falling in a hole and sleeping it off in there until Race comes over. He's looking at me. He's like, rough night last night.
Dude, that was a good night though. Because everybody needed to blow off a little steam, you know?
Yeah.
Do you remember the PMCO Jeremy and then his guy who looked like, were they there? Lee, who looked like the guy who was the cowboy.
Looked like the Metal
Sam-
Gear Solid guy.
The which one?
The Metal Gear Solid guy.
Yeah.
Snake or whatever the hell his name is.
yeah.
But
Those
Yeah.
guys they cracked, like every time I'd need a sanity check, I'd go over to them. And
I wasn't doing it for you?
no, dude, no, I'd be like, holy cow, dude, like he's about ready to bust a gasket, dude. And like nothing, like, and I'd come near you and you'd look at me and I'd be like, all right, I'm going to go over here. I'd go the other way, dude. Yeah.
Dude.
That was my indoc. Like that was my
Holy
first trip.
shit! I didn't realize that was your
That was
first
my
trip.
first trip. And like leaving that and getting home, I'm like, whoa.
Me too.
I was like, whoa, can I do this again? And the next
Because Coast had just happened.
Just
too.
happened.
And I had mentioned that.
They
I
had
was
a-
like, this
yeah.
just happened.
Yeah. It was everything had
Nobody
gone
listened.
wrong. And then I went into the place where it was the worst and nobody was I think the morale was just at an all-time low at that point.
What did you think of the agency overall, the entire experience?
I think because I did a 90-dayer that summer, which was better there. It was a lot better.
Doesn't get much worse than that.
Yeah,
than last.
it couldn't have gone any worse, but we got a good TL who was good. He worked with the guys a lot better. We had some guys doing good casework, and it was good. It was long. I mean, it was the summer and last 90 days.
Oh, you went back to Lash
Oh,
again?
I did a 90-dayer. It was crazy because my ex was pregnant with our first, and this was the one I was like, after that, I was like, all right, this is the one I'm going to get shot or blown up on or like, and that was the summer I got saved. That was the summer I came to Christ.
How did that happen?
I had been working hard, reading a ton of the Bible, really trying to understand. And I think I got to the place where I don't know if I felt like I deserved Christ's love, but I know I was loved by Christ. And I wanted to make sure that if I died and my child was born, that my child would know that I was a Christian. And so I called the little pastor at the church we went to in Delray, and it's like, hey man, giant beard, the whole thing, and like, and I want to get baptized. And so I went in, got baptized, and then left right after that for 90 days. And that was awesome because on that trip, I really leaned into reading the Bible and really tried to understand it. And, it was a better trip than that first one for sure. And so I began to appreciate, I became friends. There was one guy that had been around a long time who had actually come through training a couple of years before who was there, who I really liked, Robert, and he was wonderful to me and really was insightful and was understanding and was good. And so I think at that point the job was it was good, but it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. I thought it would be doing a lot more, sneak and peek stuff and all kinds of stuff. But I remember that summer also too was when the Marja push began. And I remember we had a PMCO that had come out. He was a former, I think, colonel in the Marine Corps, and his son was out there in a Marine Corps unit, and they were doing overt daylight patrols. And a kid that was in front of his son had tripped an IED because they were just planting them every night. They'd walk through and blow these poor kids up. And I remember him and the pain in him and how frustrated he was with what the regular military was doing, what the mission was. And also that summer is where I began to understand the problems of that there was no genuine mission. It was just presence. And it was coming up with things to figure out how to do, just collection and whatever. And, I think the JSOC guys were still doing great work, and some of the GB guys were doing great work. And, but I was so new. I was difficult. It wasn't until the next deployment. So I got home. First child was born, and then about 30 days later is when I started my second rotation. I went to Pakistan, and that's where things got interesting.
How so?
it was just a different thing. It was more of the sneak and peek stuff. It was low profile. It was sketchy, where we were, and it was real work. Like it felt like it was real work because we were in Western Pakistan Pesh, and there was a lot of stuff. That's where everybody kind of works things out, and what all the stuff that's going on. And I met some really talented guys, That's when I met Max, and I met some other guys. And I'll never forget, I'm still trying to portray, Captain Positivity. And I'll never forget, we're in the chow hall in the middle of the night, and I couldn't sleep. And I go in there, Max is in the corner with a cup of coffee. And I'm like, "What's up, man? How you doing?" And he goes, something like, it's like, "Shut the fuck up." And I'm like, "What? What's up?" And he's like, "I know you're not like this. I know you're not that motivated. I know you're not that happy. So shut up." And and immediately became good friends. And that was interesting. That was really, I don't know if you remember the guy, the Green Beret who was in Karachi, who they tried to rob him. And the guy on the motorbike turns around, points the gun at him, and he pulls out his pistol.
Yeah, Ray Davis.
That's right.
We got his book right over here.
That's right. And that created an international incident. And what I didn't know at the time, that was the beginning of the lead up for the Bin Laden raid had begun. And that made operations really difficult because that just all hell came loose down on the thing. And so our profile really ramped up. And I remember, hey, we really got a lot more intel. We got to be aware, we got to pay attention. And then I was there for like 60 some odd days, I think it was. Left, came home. We moved with a newborn up to
North Carolina
to Asheville, remember? Because you had just moved to Boca. And you're like, "Dude, where are you going?" And I was like, "I got to get out of this town, man. I can't be here." And I'd moved up there in the hopes we'd find some mountain house and, build a little range and just kind of have some peace. And then I remember the Bin Laden raid happened. And then right after that, because when I was up there, I had developed some videos and started, because I was like, "Man, I don't know if I can keep doing this. Like, this isn't going to be healthy. It's definitely not healthy for my relationship. It's definitely not healthy for me," because I was still chasing something that really wasn't going to happen, right? You're not going to get into that. I mean, how many GRS guys do you ever know that got into the huge firefight and and the whole thing, and not a lot. And so, it's all pretty low pro. And if you're good at what you do, nobody knows you're there, and you do it subtly. And that was the thing. And so I started like going, all right. And I remember right after the Bin Laden raid, a person had contacted me through my website and was like, "Hey, do you want to do a speaking engagement for this Fortune 100 company?" And I was like, "Absolutely. Yeah, all in." And she's like, "Okay, it's about an hour talk. How much do you charge?" And I was so dumb. I was like, "Okay, a lot is a daily rate," right? And it was like $750 at the time or whatever. I was like, "Okay, I'm going big. Like, this is a big company. I'm going big." And I was like, $2,000, and you hire me and I'll do whatever you want for 24 straight hours. Like, I'll do breakouts, I'll do training, I'll do team building, whatever you want. And the lady stops. It was so funny. Her name was Darcy Bozeos, and she had been the agent. She'd been Oprah Winfrey's agent at one time, and she worked a lot of the Bulls, the Chicago Bulls back in the 90s worked with her. And now she placed speakers with, and she stops and she goes, "Hey, listen, can I be frank with you?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she goes, "That's the dumbest number I've ever heard." And I was like, what do you mean? She goes, "Just because you're a Navy SEAL, you should charge $5,000. And if you can actually speak and you're articulate, you could charge 10. Because here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell them 6,000. I'm going to take 1,000 and give you 5. How's that?" And I was like, $5,000 for one speech? And I was like, oh my God. And I did that. And then a week later, I redeployed back to Pakistan. And this time it was sketchy. It was just, we felt like we were always on the defensive. It got so sketchy in Pesh. And there was one point, one thing that really kind of has stuck with me, and what was really a pivotal moment for my beginning to lose faith in some of the institutions that I had held on a pedestal. And that was after the raid, obviously, the doctor who had gone and led us, found out it was him. He got wrapped up, and they were holding him in a jail in Pesh. And I don't know where it came from or what it started, but it kind of emerged that, all right, we're going to go, storm this jail, break him out, take him with us, and get him out of Dodge and get him out of country. And it got shut down. And I don't know if that guy's still in jail. I don't know what's happened to him. I don't know. But that was painful. And that's when you start to realize, oh, there's a different way of doing things. And the rest of that, at the point, we ended up having to leave Pesh, get out. I mean, I remember we were coming, they had asked me to develop a whole emergency plan. Like, what do you do if because we were getting, like, we had one group of guys get shut down, brought, at night, checkpoint, video, TV show, TV cameras, they're sitting in their kit. So then there was like stories. I remember one story in the newspaper that Blackwater assassins are in Pesh, and the only way you can kill them was with silver bullets. And we had that up, and like bizarre stuff, but it got heavy. It got sketchy. And we had incredible guys out there, and so we ended up pulling out and reducing back to the consulate, and we took off and went to Islamabad and spent the rest of the summer in Islamabad operating. And that was a whole different thing too. Now it's like you're in a city doing it, and it was a whole different game. And again, there was some amazing guys. There was this Green Beret medic who was just out there, but like he was dialed in, like he had it down pat. He knew how to drive low pro. He knew how to mingle in the city low pro. He was an animal in the gym, and I was just like, and he was a brilliant medic. And I was like, all right. And then I also met Randy Rhodes and the combat chassis, and I just fell in love with that guy. And he was hilarious, and his look and take on the whole thing, and he like kept me smiling. And then Max, and then I ended that, finished that, and then came home, and then went back one more time in the fall, and that was the end of it for me.
What year did you stop contracting?
November. I was October, November of 2011, because
wow.
I missed Blair's first birthday, and that was devastating. And I came home, and my ex was just like, if you keep going, we're done. And I didn't want to lose my family, and I didn't want to lose anything else, so I hung it up. And that was probably one of the hardest things I ever did, but because I never got redemption. But I was okay in my faith that, like, okay, I'm going to go all in on this other thing, this trying to help people with Froglogic and training and motivational coaching and stuff. And I'll never forget, I was home and I was praying hard on it, like, God, give me something. What do I do? How do I move on? And out of nowhere, a guy I'd gone through training with back in the day, Kyle Kroberger, had reached out, had seen my stuff online, and was like, hey man, do you still speak to companies? And I was like, yeah, I do, as a matter of fact. And he's like, do you suck? And I was like, I don't think so. I think I'm okay. And he was working for a mutual fund company called Pioneer Investments. And he's like, if you're any good, we use speakers all the time. If you're any good, I'll use you. Then my buddy will use you. And I think I did something like 30 events that year, and that launched my speaking career where I didn't have to contract anymore.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was the transition for my new life.
We got a lot of friends that are still contracting.
Yeah.
Some have been contracting over 20 years now.
Yeah.
And, you know, you get sucked into that money. It's about, what, maybe 250,000 on the low end, maybe 350 on the high end.
If you're killing yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. What advice do you have for guys that are caught in that hamster wheel, that want out, that feel trapped? Maybe they weren't smart with their money. They want out. They want to rebuild their family. What do you
Humble
got?
yourself first and just give up the sensation you're chasing. You've done it enough and just restart. The problem is the identity shift. There's institutionalization, right? Is the term that people use. You do one thing for so long, that's all you are, that's all you can ever become. You see it with inmates become institutionalized. You see it military personnel, professional athletes suffer from it tremendously. You're a professional athlete, you start at 4 years old playing organized sports. 12, 13, you separate, you're put in a bubble, you're groomed, then you go D1, then you go pro, and next thing you know, you're 24 or 5 years old. You've been going for 20 straight years. Your entire identity is encapsulated in your performance on a field, on a court, on wherever, and it's over, and you don't know what to do. The same thing, carrying a gun for a living, like that's it. And it's a pretty substantial indoctrination, right? I mean, you've experienced it, you've seen it, you contracted for an extended period of time, and you get to that point, and it's all you know, it's all you think you can know, but there's a way out, and you start with humbling yourself, and you start from scratch. I mean, I remember when I first started speaking, I was horrible. It was horrible. And just reps and reps. And then I started to devise, when I was in Pakistan, I wrote my first adult book. And I took the core concept of that confidence, the self-confidence book, and I turned it into an adult book. And I didn't know what I was doing. It was so funny. I'd reach out to my cousin, who's this, he's written 6 novels, they turned one into a movie, he's a brilliant guy, he's top guy at Random. And I would call him and I'd be like, hey man, I'm writing this thing in this book. It's like this cheesy self-help. And he'd be like, just write what you feel, figure it out, edit it, and then put it out and see what happens. And then adjust from there and do it again and do it again. And I think it's the fear of starting over for people and that loss of identity. Because we spend so much time, we invest so much pain and suffering into cultivating the personality that we believe that it's fixed within us. And that fixed personality it becomes almost a crutch, if you will. No, crutch is the wrong word. It becomes almost like maybe a guiding rod for us, right? You're holding on so tightly to this thing. And even if you don't recognize that you're entrenched and you're not moving forward, but it's still, you have this identity that has generated a value in yourself, a high degree of a value, right? If you're a Navy SEAL, that's an important identity. If you're an athlete, it's an important identity. If you are a lawyer, or if you own a business, those are big identities. But when all of a sudden they're no longer viable for the development or the growth or your momentum forward, you have to let go of that. And you have to go wander the desert. And that's the hard thing for people to do, but that's how we grow. That's how we grow, in that pain, that humility, that suffering. And so that's what I recommend. I mean, I've talked to dozens of guys, like I was one of the first guys out there doing it. I mean, I remember I started my first podcast in 2013, right? Called Navy SEAL Radio. And I was like one of the first guys out there doing it. And I was speaking and started working with sports teams, and guys would get out and they'd call me up like, "Hey, Rut, I think I want to try this speaking thing. Like, how do you do it?" And I'd spend as much time as I could with them, trying to just explain what I did and how I did it. And it's not perfect. I mean, it wasn't great. Other guys have had a lot more success than I have, but it's really trying to coach them through that loss of self that they thought they needed forever in order to be able to create something new. And that's what I suggest to people. Like we go through changes constantly, and that's change is the hardest aspect of life, right? But we also know, in particular us, the greatest lessons that we do learn, we learn the hard way. And so that's the only way. That's the way that Christ learned and taught us, and that's the way we have to learn. But you have to be humbled in that suffering.
I want to bounce around a little bit here.
Sure.
Back when I found my faith in Sedona after Dan died, you and Jonna were there with me. Mm-hmm. And at that time, that was not on my radar at all. You almost kind of pushed it on me. And at the time, I was, pretty fresh out of psychedelics. Was really into energy and all this other shit. And I remember talking about frequencies. Mm-hmm. Do you remember this conversation?
Absolutely. I also remember where you almost punched me at lunch. By the way, we still have to address those other ones.
We almost skipped over that portion, but we'll get there.
Okay.
But you had mentioned that something about when the sea was parted, they used the God, all three God frequencies. Do you remember this? Mm-hmm. Can you explain that? That was the first thing that anybody had ever told me that actually grabbed my attention. And then fast forward 2 or 3 days, and I had that experience up on the vortex.
Yeah. Maggie is the person who introduced me to that in my life. At that time, she was pretty connected to Native American culture, and if you understand anything about people that are ultra connected to nature, that's what they're feeling. That's the sensation, right? The energy of a new dawn, of a lightning storm, a tornado, right? The static that comes with a hurricane or whatever it is, you feel all that. And that's energy, right? Those are those frequencies changing. And they're changing on a level that's beyond our, most of the time beyond our perceptions, right? Beyond our senses. And so I think for me, the first time I had ever really understood is when she would put her hands on me and heal me. And I was like, it was amazing. It was like everything about me felt better. And I also remember as I got deeper and deeper into my faith, I started to recognize that when you hear or read the different sermons and you think about that, and the one I think for me that really stands out is when they were on the sea and the sea becomes tumultuous and they think they're going to drown and that their ship's going to sink, and Peter and everybody's scared. And what does Christ do? He walks out on the water and he says, "Come to me." And so his whole energy was different, right? He was calm. He was not allowing nature to distract him for what his mission was, which was to instill a deeper faith in those men on that boat. And what did he do? He asked Peter to come out and to trust him, to have faith in him. And he did, and he walked out on water. And then he went back to that consciousness, that human consciousness. And I remember I forget who exactly introduced me to the God frequencies, and I think it was when I was in North Carolina, and we have some friends that have a beautiful mountain house out there, really amazing people, and been friends with them a long time. And they have a labyrinth on their property. And I remember one of the times when John and I went up there when we were first together, and we had someone come in, put us in the labyrinth and kind of read our energy, and there's a vibration. Everything has a vibration, right? Any living thing, there's energy moving. It's electricity. And I remember being introduced to that concept that God has his own particular energy, and that's what shapes the universe. And so if that energy is what comes through the word, right? And the word is what shaped, right? God spoke and all was created. God spoke and we were created. God spoke, and I think, the metaphor of Adam and Eve and us, wanting to know more or wanting to get away from that frequency or that energy, that's when that self-consciousness emerged, and that shame emerged, and then we left Eden, which was that purity of energy. And so that was the place. And in North Carolina is one of those energy vortexes, supposedly. And then Sedona, there's another one out there too. And the idea is like there's certain places on the earth that vibrate more intensely than others. And there's, maybe that's the earth emitting its own signal into the universe because the earth is connected to God and connected to the universe. And so if you can get in that, it can reshape and kind of reestablish the frequency in you. And I remember, we were so excited to go out with you guys, and when you showed up, it was heavy, man. Things were changing for you rapidly, and I just, like, I was in a really good place because of Jana. I mean, it was a little challenging, obviously, because of COVID and what had happened and all that, but I felt strong, and I remember, like, hey, man, remember once we left the restaurant, we were out on the thing. It's like, listen, you just have to give into it. You have to be able to feel it and not question it, and just open your heart to it, and it'll hit you, and it'll seed itself in you. And I think, that's what happened. You were now in the right time and space for it. You were ready for it.
And it happened.
Yeah.
Let's move into that night that you almost killed me with a fucking dog bite. I mean, I had a suicide attempt maybe a couple months before then.
Mm-hmm.
Called you. You were my first call.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what was that like?
The divorce was...
Before we go to the divorce, what was that like when I called you? I never asked you
it was a gift. It was a real gift, because a lot of guys don't call. That shame of it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to expose that they're in that space, right? It's like, I'm not strong, and I'm breaking down, and I don't know what to do. And I actually made an attempt, and there's just shame in it. But you called and gave me the opportunity to come, and it was like it was an honor to come over, and that was, I think, a real substantial evolution for you and I in particular, because it was like, that's the trust. Like, that's the thing I'd always, once we went through the divorce part and all that, like, you were, nobody, like, you had done that for me. You were there when I needed you. And you not only were there, just there, like, you were really there. And so it's like, you called me and I was going to be there for you. And that's how you build that another level of trust, right? Everything's about trust. The whole thing. The whole thing. And if you get the opportunity to provide that to somebody, it changes the whole thing. It changes everything.
Now moving forward into that night, I don't remember why I came over. I
You
know
heard it.
I was half in the bag.
Yeah. You had called and I was kind of like blew it off like, I'm good, man. I'm not doing anything. And yeah.
I remember coming over. This is pre-Jana.
Oh yeah. This was
And
in the midst of the divorce.
you handed me a letter. And I read the letter. I don't remember what it said, but I remember I read it as a goodbye letter to your daughters.
Pretty much.
And I remember looking at you. And I just slapped you in the face as hard as I could and told you to fucking snap out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I was enraged.
And that, yeah, we were both enraged.
Yeah.
I think I about choked you out.
You
And
got on top of me and were just, you did like, there was no hesitation. Like I was in shock. And then you just kept coming. And then I was like, all right, now you're going to feel my wrath. And then we moved outside. Remember that? Yeah. On the pool deck in the grass there. And that's where every piece of pain that I had felt from that loss, and I really believed that my kids were at stake and that I wasn't going to be able to be a father for them because it's just the nature of what I did and being on the road all the time. And I was worried about their situation and you were just like, we're going to fight through this. And I remember like, you're a lot stronger than I thought you were. And and then you start like toying with me and you start playing with me. And I remember Gabe being there, like almost like, hey man, are you going to break this up? And he just sat there and he's like, you're going to get a dose because you need a dose right now. And I just remember like everything I did, you could counter it or was just frustrated. And I couldn't think. I was just, I was breaking down again. Like I couldn't I couldn't assemble a state of mind that made sense. It was illogical. I was irrational. I was angry. I was afraid. And I don't know how it happened, but I remember we switched around and I think I fish-eyed you. I fish-hooked you.
the only thing I remember after that is you on top of me with my arms pinned to the ground with your knees, and you had grabbed a dog bowl.
Yeah.
A big fucking dog bowl.
Yeah. Zulu's dog bowl.
And you had it like this, getting ready to come down on my head. And I just remember thinking, well, this is how it ends. I get smashed in the face by a fucking dog bowl by my best friend.
Yeah.
And I think Gabe maybe have stepped in at that point. Or
Yeah.
I don't know what ended it. I
He
can't remember.
came over and kind of like looked at me and Gabe was not somebody I wanted to mess with at all. His silence was frightening because you knew the pain he was in and he ended it. But I just, you're up in that position and you realize like that was the moment of clarity. Like you weren't there, you were there to help me. And through some bizarre reasoning, like you were helping me by beating on me. Like we were getting this out. We were like purging this pain that you and I were both suffering from. But we were purging it on each other and it just was exhausting. And then I remember it was like kind of snapping to and again, shame. Like, my God, what am I doing? Why are we doing this? I love you. You love me. Like, And I think that was another big, huge transition for us. It's weird. It's like most people cultivate relationships in a slow, methodical, give and take, this reciprocation of empathy in a meaningful way. But dude, it's not the way we did it. And it was always intense. But I think that's why the trust became what it is today. And there's nobody, almost nobody I trust more than you other than Jonna. And because of those moments, because of what you've done for me, because of what you've done for my family, what you've done for my children, what you're doing for me right now. Like that's what you seek. That's what we want.
Do you still have that letter?
I think I do. Yeah.
Are you going to watch this with your kids?
Oh, man. If they ask me to.
What are you going to say to them when they see this part?
I don't know, because I don't know what they'll ask. I don't know what they'll want to know. My children are all brilliant, and they've been through a lot. Both my biological children and Jonna's biological children have been through a lot, and they're resilient and they're strong and they're intelligent and they're empathetic and they're beautiful. And I don't know if it's going to happen now or in a year or in 10 years. I don't know, but my hope is that they do watch it. And if they have questions, they want to sit down. I mean, it's tough, man, because, I have all this experience and all this life and all these different stories I've gone through. And I want so desperately to share with them everything I've learned in order to prepare them for their adventure, for their voyage, for their quest of trying to find out the ultimate answer to the two most significant questions we can ask ourselves, which is who am I and why am I here? And so this is part of it. My story is part of that. And our story is part of that. And these stories hopefully will not shape them, but inform them. And then they can begin to trust my intentions and what I want. I've been trying to teach them, for a long time now. I've been with Jonna coming up on 8 years, and Chloe was 10, and Gracie was, she was 6. And so almost a lot of their life. And you're
doing a fantastic job.
Oh, thanks, man. You want to talk about fear? Like, that's the greatest fear there is that my children are going to have to experience a world that's really hard. And I pray that, Christ is in their heart, and I pray that they have the intestinal fortitude to survive and to thrive in whatever adversity they face. And so that's what John and I our main intention is to teach them. But it's hard, it's hard. I'm not perfect at it all. I suffer from a lot of things. I mean, it had gotten so bad for a few years that I finally, had to start seeing somebody and how I could be a better parent, and be more tolerant and be more patient. But, now what we call operator syndrome, that's a real thing, man. And so trying to manage that and be an example of not of something to emulate, but something to learn from. That's what I want.
Well, I think when they do see this, because I'm sure they're going to watch it. I hope it's with you. But I guarantee you one thing, they'll have a greater understanding of who their dad is and what his struggles are and why he is the way he is.
I hope so.
They will.
I'm praying it happens for sure.
How did you meet Jonna?
God's will.
Was that a PTO meeting or some shit, wasn't it?
No, it was crazy. So
It was at the school.
it's at the school. Yeah. I the divorce came and went. It was in the midst of what was going on at TNQ with Marcus and the Wizard, and that was devastating. Just trying to push through in the midst of that, and losing my family and that collapsing, and I remember the divorce was finalized and right before July 4th of 2017, and I was struggling financially. I'd kind of gotten waylaid with alimony and, got out lawyered and was petrified that I wasn't going to be able to parent these two little girls by myself, and just had a really significant breakdown we went out to Colorado. My parents had a place out there and just kind of melted down. And my oldest was really struggling from the whole thing and was very confused, and she was young and didn't know what was going on. And so a lot of like really challenging, worrisome behaviors were emerging out of her. I remember just like kind of collapsing and struggled, and then started feeling a little bit better. And I had a great support group that really helped during that time. I mean, David Corlew was amazing for me. Max was amazing. Mark Palermo was incredible. Richie was amazing. You were good, amazing. I mean, shit, you were in it with me, and had this great team. And my parents were unbelievable, amazing for me. And so it's like I got through it better than I'd ever gotten through anything. College, it was 4 years. Post teams, it was 3 years of misery. And then it was relatively compact. I mean, it was about a year and a half of pretty substantial misery. And our relationship really began to struggle in 2013, 14 worse, 15 worse. By 16, it was essentially over. And, she wanted a separation and a divorce. And it was just, so that summer came through the fall. And I remember in the fall of 17, I had reached out to Maggie again and said, "Hey, Maggie, can we do a sweat lodge?" And she had this remarkable guy named Jeff and had run sweat lodges. And I had done some with her son a couple times before. He ended up going through a ton of stuff, going in the military, going to Buds, and actually had made it all the way to Damnick. So I asked Maggie, "Hey, can we go through this, this thing?" And she was wonderful through that as a support too. And we did this sweat lodge with my close friend Lex McMahon, amazing human being, former Marine, runs a fight promotion company in South Florida, just amazing. And met Lex and this other guy that I had met doing, training case officers who we had become very close. And he was just a remarkable guy. 4 years in combat, just really amazing guy. And kind of to back up, kind of my low point was as the relationship was collapsing. In the spring, Bruce Cuttingham had drank himself to death. And that was devastating because I couldn't pull him out. I tried multiple times and we could not pull him out of that. And it was his funeral in October, and I'd gone to his funeral at Arlington, spoke at it, and went and had lunch, and then went over to the Naval Academy for Brian Hoke's funeral, who was in 209, then went over and was killed as a PMCO at the agency, was shot by a sniper. And so went over there and I reconnected with this friend, and he was a mess. I was a mess. And so fast forward the next fall, I reached out and I was like, hey man, I want to come down and go do the sweat lodge. I'm really kind of broken and I want to know. And Lex was going through a ton himself. And I was like, you want to do it? So we went in this sweat lodge up in Lake Worth, and it was amazing. And it was the probably third one I'd done, but this one, like, it's called Warriors Lodge. And so there's 21 lava rocks they heat up and they put in this thing. And you get in and this guy leads through these prayers, these 4 sequence prayers. You tie these prayer beads and, and you tie 100 pieces of tobacco in this red thing on the string, and then you put it above you. And man, I tied 100 prayers, and they were like, and almost all of them were like, God, please just let me find somebody I can love, who will love me for who I am, and help me help my children and help me get through this. And we went into this thing, and by like hour 2.5, 3, and my face is in the dirt and it's so high, it feels like my eyes are melting and my skin's melting. And this guy's saying these prayers, and I just break. And I was like, I got to get out. I got to get out. I got to get out. And so I got out, and my face is in the mud, and it had rained, and I was in the mud, and I'm sitting there, and I'm just looking up at the sky, and I'm broken. And Lex, I look over, is next to me in the mud. And then my other friend is next to him. And then there's Maggie just sitting above us, just looking at us. And I remember us just like, and she kind of smiled at me, and it was like, you're going to be okay now. And after that, I was like, I got to change my mentality of this. I have to assess this differently. I have to look at life differently. I have to be a better man. I can't keep carrying this stuff on and force other people to experience it, most especially these 2 little girls who need a father now in a broken home. And so I was like, all right, kind of pulled myself together, and 2 months, 3 months later, I was supposed to go speak at this Broward County Sheriff's thing. They canceled last minute. I was like, whatever, and called another friend and who was participating at the girls' school, and was like, hey, do you want to go to this thing? I was like, hey, you got a spot at your table? He's like, yeah, come do it. So I was like, cool. And so show up and met her. I got to the table early, and I was just like, why am I here? What am I doing? And there was everybody sat down in a single seat, and this woman walked up and sat down. It was Jonna, and I was just like, oh my God. And I was like, I don't know, it was like thunderbolt hit me, and worked up enough courage at one point to go over and show my moves. And mind you, I had been married
Show your moves.
8 years, 9 years. And I'm wearing jeans. It was denim and diamonds or something. I'm wearing jeans and a jean shirt and a fedora, and I had the long hair. And she's like, and I'm like, and I sit down next to her, and she just comes back and is like, essentially like, who do you think you are? None of this is going to work with me. I don't know what you're doing. And I just kept going, and she just was a snapper head back. And I was like, oh my God. And we ended up going to an after place together afterwards. And it was this like, oh my God, this person, and the way she smiled and her eyes just like, they ripped through me. And the person that we were with, she was like, why don't you go home with him? Because like she had babysitters, and I was like, yeah, let me drive you home. Yeah. And she's like, I don't know. I was like, please, like, I'm good. She was like, he's fine, go ahead. And so drove her back, and we're sitting outside, and I said, hey, is it cool? Can I have your number? I would really like to, see you again. And she's like, yeah, all right. And so she gives it to me, and she got out and ran in, and I went back that night, and she had left her jacket. She made this cool jacket with her name Strollo on the back in sequins. And I was like, I sent her a picture of the jacket, and I say, you're definitely have to see me, otherwise I'm going to hold your jacket hostage. Dumb choice of words, right? Like first text after this, like horrible, but that's me. I was an idiot, right? And she's like, hostage. She's like, psycho. And I was like, no, 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 no. And
She wrote that.
she wouldn't call me, but that's essentially what she was implying in her return text. And so that next night I called her and we talked for 3 hours. And then I left that week to go on the road. I had a couple speaking engagements, and every night we talked for 3 to 4 hours. Following week, she agreed to go to this wine tasting. We went, and it was just, oh my God. And it happened quickly, and we were just talking. And I've never met anybody that could talk and was interested in what my thoughts and the way I felt. And, and it wasn't, she didn't want to hear about me working with the Red Sox or having a big podcast or being a speaker or writing books, or she didn't give a shit about any of that stuff. And she wanted to know who I was and what I had gone through. And I was just blown away by her, but there was this mystery. There was something deeper that she wasn't sharing with me. And she was a private person. And I remember it was right after the Parkland shooting, and I had done an event where I had spoken to a guy who was a financial advisor, his clients, and then he had kids that go, and he reached out and he said, hey, would you come and speak to these 5 kids who are at Parkland and try and help them through this and explain it to them? And I was like, absolutely. And I said, hey, would you like to come with me to see, this is what I really am passionate about doing? And she's like, okay. And we went to this thing, and I delivered the speech, and we left, and she was quiet. And I was like, oh, what's going on? Did I say something? Does she not dig this? What am I doing wrong? And we went back to my house, and we went into my bedroom, and we sat down. And she's like, there's something I have to share with you. And I was like, what is it? And she's like, I want to let you know that my husband committed suicide, and that's why I'm a widow. And I don't know what it was about that. I think, some people would be intimidated by that, or be, how do I react to that? How do I over measure up? How do I replace that? What do I do? And that's all a selfish way to look at it. But for me, it was it signified her strength, that she was a person that could lose this amazing human being. In the prime of his life, he was, an assistant and personal trainer for one of the largest rock stars in the world. And he just, through whatever reasons or whatever unknown, he just kind of went through this collapse while she was pregnant with their second child, with Gracie. And she spoke with just not of anger or frustration or anything about him, but she spoke about reverence of the experience and what she'd learned. And so, she became a widow at 29 years old with a 4-year-old and a 2-month-old. And she didn't quit. She didn't break down. I mean, obviously it was debilitating and unbelievably traumatic in every way and in every sense of the word. But she kept fighting, and she fought for those girls. And those 2 girls are just amazing human beings. They're such beautiful children, and they're gracious. And Chloe is like me. It's crazy. She's so much like me, but she's not even my blood daughter. But she has, got big energy, and she's athletic, and she's hilarious, and she's got this beautiful laugh, and she walks in the room and lights up. And then Gracie is just, she's just been touched, And I'll never forget the first time we came together because we kept it a secret for months. We didn't want to deal with what would happen at the school, or we didn't want to, because my divorce was already kind of known around the school, and it was, I was the single guy. I was the, whatever people describe you as, and our first time I met the girls with her, we went over to that same guy's house, and it was Easter, and it was like, and instantaneously falling in love with those children and her, and it was like, wow, this is good. It's gonna work. And I had already this one was like 11 days, and I knew I wanted to be with her. Like it was just. It was, if it's, you don't want to say, the old thing, my soulmate, but it was deeper than that. I found somebody whose soul was intact and was honest. She's the most honest person I've ever met in my life, and I needed that. I needed truth. Desperately.
Real.
Yeah. And so that began our relationship, and it came out of the recognition that our tragedies were not going to define us. And she proved that.
I remember the first time I met her. Katie and I had dinner with you guys. And I remember the conversation after was, for the first time in my life, I'd seen you completely content and being yourself,
Yeah,
your true self.
that's right. Yeah. She taught me how to do that because she does that every day. She is who she is. And we want to be that. We aspire, we have ambition for that, but for whatever reasons, whatever experiences, whatever trauma we carry or whatever it is, it's difficult to manifest that under duress and extenuating circumstances. But that's who she is, and she allowed me to discover that in myself. And
How'd you propose to her?
About a year later. That was February 10th, and then the following year. And what's nuts is the anniversary of Tony's death is like a day later is when I asked her to marry me. And so many just other interesting things about those times. Scotty's death, Dave Hall had a funeral around those times, and it never fazed her. Never, like our first trip we took together was to Scotty's funeral, and like that was right around the same time, and it was amazing. We did it at my parents' house, and all the girls were around, and I got down on a knee and I asked her to marry me, and it was unbelievable. She said yeah, and I thought I'd never get married again. I thought there was no way I could do it. I couldn't go through that again, and she made me want to. She made me want to be a better man, not just for her, but for her children, for my children, and for our family. Yeah.
It's worked out great so far.
Yeah. She's taught me that you're not defined by your failures. You're defined by what you do every day. You're not defined by the insecurities you feel. You're defined by how you persevere in them. You're not defined by your shortfalls, your ineptitude, your lack of intelligence, your whatever you think are your shortfalls. That you're not defined. You're defined by how you make other people feel and doing the right thing. And that's where she comes from. Her parents, that's who they are. That's what they live up to. And her brothers and their families, and that's that's where she comes from. She comes from Maine, and teeny little town up in Jay, Maine.
Well, Dave, we're wrapping up the interview here.
Yeah.
You got anything to say to your kids?
Yeah, I do. Um, don't be afraid of the unknown. You know, that wisdom that my dad gave me, be a Renaissance man, be Renaissance women. Seek out the challenges, the hard things, you know, figure out what you are inspired by, what your passion, what your meaning is, and where you want to go, and, you know, embrace your fear and have self-confidence and seek out great teams. And when you do that, you'll find your purpose, and then live openly with purpose in your heart. And that's an important thing, how to do that. That's what all of my insecurities have led me to want to do, to teach other people how to do that, right? That's what it's inspired me to continue with Froglogic and to work with the people I work with and to do what I do, and in the hopes that my children will say, hey, this is something that works, and it's not coming from a made up place. Like, I didn't read some motivational book and be like, oh, this sounds cool. I'm gonna try and do this. It all comes from, the life I've lived and the life of my friends and what I've learned from you all, and from the Dan Cirillos and the other people in my life that are so impactful.
Do you have anything you want to say to Jonna?
Yeah, I love you and thank you. I would not have rediscovered who I am without her. I would not be able to do what I do. I would not have the confidence to come in here and sit across from you and share as extensively as I have without her. She taught me how to communicate again. She taught me how to have strength again, what mattered with strength. And she taught me how to love again. She taught me how to want to heal, how to want to figure out how to improve and get better. She helps me in every way, shape, or form. She helps me run the business. She helps me run my business with, the asset management firm I work with. She helps me write curriculum. She helps me everything in every aspect of my life. She's my ultimate best friend. She's my lover. And I think what I want to tell her is that, I will always be with her. I will always love her. I will always try and be better for her, and that I'm not going anywhere, and that I'm in. She gave me something when we first started together, when she was willing to take the risk with me, and I promised her I would protect that with everything that I have as a man, and I just want to reinforce that I'm going to do that.
She's really brought out the best in you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
You're a lucky guy.
I feel like it. Yeah.
Good. Well, Dave, I can't wait to see what the David Rutherford show brings in the future. And for anybody watching, it's awesome content. So, but
Yeah.
most of all, man, thank you for being my friend. Thank you for introducing me to my wife. Thank you for marrying us. Thank you for being a mentor. And I love you, dude.
I love you too. You're welcome. Thank you for being my best friend, and thank you for not beating the hell out of me too bad. And thank you for sharing this space that you've created that's making so much good in the world, and for inspiring me to keep trying to do the same, because that's worth it. That's worth everything we've gone through, is to give back, to share what we've learned.
You'll always be my best friend, man.
Thank you. Say. Yeah.
No matter where you're watching Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.